destroyed G2 in the finals. And I don't think they met the
hello, chat. Hello, how are we doing? We're all set up. We're all good.
They do poorly, no.
Hopefully. How loud is this stream? How loud is this?
Top 3, right? And so it did
Do I need? Does this go
even
up?
though
Does this
still
go
for them,
down?
It is the best
Is
international
it good?
result
Too
that
low?
100 Thieves have ever had.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and there's
Give me chat. Give me a percentage. The left being 0, the right being 100%.
Coming out of Madrid, there was conversation of exhaustion, of being tired, of going like the schedule
60?
was a bit too much.
It's bold.
Do we have the same fear
55 to
that
60.
This could happen to 100 Thieves because Shanghai was not that long ago.
Yeah, I mean playing
Really?
on
It
and
sounds
on
pretty
and
loud.
on, it can definitely get tiring.
the
The
starting.
thing is,
But
though,
we're still
with
starting.
100 Thieves, I feel like they
Okay.
have Boostio, and when you have Boostio,
Swifty for life, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate the 18.
Lose that energy
Okay,
going forward.
45.
The only
Right.
thing that I am scared of is there might be a little bit of that burnout. And I feel
Okay,
like that
this,
can happen
surely,
to
that looks
any of these
perfect.
players. Yes, the vibes can still
Swifty
be
for
up,
life for the 18
but at a
months.
certain
Thank you for
point,
doing
you know,
that.
you're playing, you're scrimming, you're going to lines, you're traveling, you come back. You have to play some more. It's so hard.
I'm doing
to
good.
keep up
I'm doing
mentally
good,
and
chat. How are you
physically.
I think
guys?
that's a concern for every
How's
team
everyone
that
doing?
goes
Ready
so
for
global,
games?
But for 100 Thieves, I feel like this is kind of new for them, like a little fresh, right? Boostio might be experienced with it, and obviously all these players have gone to internationals before, but minus EU. But
Up a little bit
think
late?
that with
Oh,
this,
yeah.
with
We're
this
about to
type
be
of
up real
momentum
late.
behind them, I think they'll double down and try to grind harder, which down the line could present
The
problems. but I
VTube
think right now
Premier,
they're gonna
dude.
come
I
into
was
this real hot.
thinking of it,
very,
man.
very strong
It's
point
definitely
there.
crossed my
Let's actually go
mind.
ahead, though, and,
Getting
touch
like
base with
a,
Boostio. Smix is standing by with
you
the
know,
IGL.
Acre the dog. Just getting a slug version of that. How do I even go about doing that?
Morning, Boostio. Sentinels were pretty vocal about the fatigue they experienced after Masters Madrid.
Dude, when I
I'm
start
curious,
falling
are
off,
you and the boys
if I
feeling
haven't already,
similarly heading into stage
that's how I come
To
back.
be honest, I don't think so. I mean, I think we've been feeling pretty all right. They played in the off season before that kickoff event for like 3 or 4 months, so I can see why they got burnt out. But for us, I mean, our season started in January. Like, you know, I was a late pickup, so I think for us, we're fine, to be honest.
I'm sure the 100 Thieves fans are very happy to hear that. Good luck today.
Dude, we even said that one on
And that
stream.
actually is an excellent point that he brings up,
Yeah,
right? Sentinels were grinding crazily during the offseason.
We said that one early.
100
We're
Thieves
first to
had a
that.
different
Alexi,
circumstance.
thank
But
you
we
so
have
much. Thank
seen,
you,
though,
thank
in
you.
the past, drop-offs from international events, right? Ball
You
coming
hated
into
it.
the stage.
Yeah,
We've
he's
seen
back
that
now.
happen
Oh,
before.
absolutely. I mean,
How
we've
was
seen
it,
in
Lexi? How was
so
the
many
actual,
teams, especially
how was the
NBA
venue and
teams,
everything?
I
Did you
think
enjoy it?
everywhere we see it. But in particular,
Thank you as well for
Boostio,
the 13
his
months.
story
Thank you for the
last year
prime.
is the opposite.
Jez as well with the
They
16
make
months.
it to the international with EG. They make it to the finals and they come back, and then they go on a run of champions, right? And then they win the whole thing. So it's
Wait, Jez, what are they? Have they been done?
The same.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see
No,
if
not
history
yet. It's too
repeats
early.
itself. It's going to be quite fascinating, though. But the thing is, this year, 400 Thieves players
Thank you
like
as well, by the way,
Cryo
Jez.
have
Thank you for
been
16
a
months.
massive boost thanks to, well, Boostio and the rest of the system that has been constructed for 100 Thieves that supports a player like Cryo. I mean, and look, Athena, I mean, I think it's safe to say Cryo's playing some of the best Valorant that he has played since his XSET days. He's stepping up in ways that we haven't seen him
Who's
before.
the duelist
and
for
he's
Loud?
even expressing that, too, when we
Sada.
even talk to him in interviews.
Yeah, he
That's
is
at least what he's
playing
saying.
out of his mind. He is so confident with a lot of what he's doing, and you can just tell that he brings that confidence with him based on how the team is forming around him and allowing him to kind of take those aggressive peaks and take those pushes that he wants to take.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's amazing to see him doing this, rifling. That's really the key to me. Because even when 100 Thieves were
Wait,
struggling
really, Lexi?
last year, you could always
The
rely
30 people
on
doesn't
him
surprise
on
me.
defense when they had the economy to pick up the operator. And
Who
make
was
miracle
laughing?
comebacks happen for them because
Security.
he would just so consistently be getting picks every single round. But now,
Amaro
this
with the
year,
prime.
it's
Thank you so much for the
rifling
11
has been
months.
so
Thank you, thank
elevated
you.
for him on both sides.
Yeah,
His
it
entry
really
is
is.
so much better than it was last year.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about that system, right? The 1-2 punch that they have, been able to create with Asuna as well as Cryo gives them so many options, so many opportunities here. But there was something we talked about earlier, though, about the 100 Thieves performance in Shanghai, right? And I
That's
guess
so
now,
funny.
and I'm sure if you ask 100 Thieves, they'll gladly debunk it very
Yeah,
quickly.
I gotta go
especially
to
Boostio.
I gotta go
Do
to
you feel like this is a
Germany
squad that
soon,
might
but
have
I don't
reached
think
their
I'm going
peak?
to the
Would
venue.
they go further here?
I think I'm
'Cause
streaming
a lot of people are
where
picking them
Liquid
to come out clean
practice
out of Shanghai.
Here's the
for a
thing, I
day.
think I've
I
seen
think that's right.
almost their peak. And to me,
Biggest Gumby with the
fantastic,
prime.
especially
Thank you
maybe
so
the
much, man.
early
Thank
games
you
of
for
Shanghai
that.
against Foot,
Welcome
for
into
example,
Slug
where
Club
they
as well. Thanks
stopped
for using your
them.
prime on
I
me.
mean, absolutely destroyed them. that type of play is something that I think they
Get
can
Yampy on
replicate. I
stream.
think they can get a little bit better
Might
than
actually
that.
be, yeah, it should be
Whereas
after their
beginning of
practice.
the
I
year,
can
yeah,
ask him.
I think this is about
probably
right. Maybe
wanna
they can
hop in.
qualify for international. Maybe they can win a couple matches there.
Yeah,
and that'd be
love the
about
sign.
But now you
Thank you
feel
for
like
that.
they're a contender.
Yeah, I think. Well, maybe not contender. Let's
Okay,
not go that far.
Oh, we don't want to go that far.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll ask
so
We got a
Yampy.
lot
They
of-
should be
there's
done
a
with
lot
crack.
of solid teams globally, and that's going to be difficult for them to
Hopefully,
overcome because of the history.
I'm doing like a
lot of these
whole day of
players are still
media,
facing right now,
and
still
hopefully I'm
facing
done
the
in
pressure of
time
having
for
to
the
perform.
EMEA
So,
games.
yeah, I think it's not their peak.
I got
but,
given a
they
strong
can go a little
maybe.
bit more than this.
I mean, I
Which,
feel like to a certain extent, though, they're going to have that momentum.
But hopefully I can just record
Hey,
all
we
of
know
my
we can
bits
perform
early.
really, really well. Let's just
just
keep
get out of
pushing
there.
forward. And I feel like right now they're on this weird train of like
How does
being
a team
super
qualify
confident
for
with
champs?
everything that they're doing, that if they bring that,
How long
and
you
they continue to get
how long you
wins,
got?
I
No,
think
we
they're
can
gonna
do it
push past
fast.
Icebox
So
genuinely.
Hey,
currently at the
I'm all
moment,
for it. I'd be
there's a
excited
group
for
of
that. I
11
mean, let's take a
teams.
look at the
We're gonna.
championship points
I'm
and
just
the
gonna shorten it.
standings and where we
There's a
are
group
right
of
now,
11
because
teams.
that'll give you a-
If you get in the
they're
top
right
6,
there,
here we go.
right there in
Perfect
that top
timing, bro.
6, which is exactly
You get
where
in the
wanna
top
be at
6,
the
you
end
make
of this
playoffs,
stage. But
and
on
then
of that,
top
look at their
3 from
champion
playoffs
points, right?
make it
They
in.
got themselves 9 currently.
And
The
then
only team
on
that's
top
ahead
of that,
them
you
right
see
now is
this.
Sentinels.
Whoever has the
And
most of
That's
these
because Sentinels
gets
have
4th
the
spot.
match before them, so they might
Nice
tie
and
it
easy,
up
good timing.
immediately, and in fact, they probably will. They are
So
the
top
favorites for
3
sure
in the
coming
leaderboard
today.
here.
And
Well, top
maybe even
6
more
get you into
important
playoffs.
than, the champion points for them
We won't
in
talk
the
about
moment
playoffs
is
too
just
much.
getting
Basically,
another win
double
so they
elim.
can get
Maybe
into
there's
the
a single
playoffs,
elim
because
game.
The record is what matters for the stage 2
Top 3.
playoffs. And because they started slow
Oleki,
in
thank
stage
you so much
1
for the
and
4
peaked
months.
late, they don't have a great
Thank you so
record.
much,
I mean,
Nano. I
Cloud9,
appreciate it. Thank you for
Crew,
the
Liv,
tier
all
1.
have better records, and you would rate 100 Thieves higher
Shout
than
out to
all
NA
of them.
Production for the
that's
assist. Dude, the timing on that was
kinda
insane.
wild how that whole thing plays out. And now 100 Thieves in this position where, yeah, you got to have the performance, you got to have the records. But I think given the teams that they're going to be facing here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think their schedule is
Did I get a
pretty
rough
good for
recap
them.
of yesterday's Americas
honestly, good
games?
for them.
Not
Yeah, I'd say they're one
really.
of the
I'm going to
best
do a
teams in
VOD
their
review
their
on
group.
Tuesday
They're playing, what,
of
Crew? They have
Sentinels
G2, I
NRG.
think, in there as
So
well.
I don't
Sentinels maybe as well. It's,
want
no, actually, they're
too
in the other-
many
they're in the other
spoilers.
division.
Like, I've made sure I haven't seen any
Very
clips
easy
from it.
Yeah, the very easy group. What do we
Yeah,
get?
so they actually are in a if you're a 100 Thieves fan,
But that's the thing.
pretty excited.
Pansy, hello. Yeah, I know, right? Who is crazy? Finally working. Thank you for the 26 months. Gulito as well. Thank you for the whole year. Appreciate that. Thank you for the prime. Pansy, thank you for the tier 1.
Take 100 Thieves.
Hey, and I think if you are a 100 Thieves fan, you are very, very excited about that. But let's go ahead, though. Check back in with our resident block party expert, Smix.
What's the second
once
game
again
today?
see what he's
EG
got
Loud.
going on outside.
EG Loud is the second game. Should be a banger.
Hey guys, Mix here at the block party where we are celebrating Pride Month, and I'm joined
Wait, they have
by
a
Troy
Power has a
at this
Cybertruck?
amazing iBuyPower booth, but we've leveled things up here.
Yeah, no. So we finally got the iBuyPower Cybertruck out here at the booth, and funny enough, this actually gets to power all our PCs here. And I heard you wanted to run it back again, try and beat your score from stage 1 for our aim labs test.
Absolutely. I don't know if I can do better than last time, but we'll try it. There's a chair this time. All right, I'm gonna give this to you.
Okay. All right, I guess I'll commentate through it. So essentially, we have our Y70 VCTA systems here. The same
Ad
as Nano
Nils, thank you so
stage,
much for
and
the
she's
3
trying
months.
to
Thank you for the
recreate
prime.
her ace that,
Thank you.
from Cat1 Zine versus Sentinels during kickoff. So every time she kills one of the targets, basically more time just gets added and added, so you keep trying to kill as many as you can and rack up as many points as possible. You got it. Get the diffuser. Nice. Sprinting, get one more. Oh, amazing. Okay, let me popping off.
You know what? Better than I expected, to be honest. Better than I expected. So there's one difference this time around. We can do our very own K-pop style player cards. So if you are a fan of Cryo or any of the players that are playing today, you get to take one of these cards and decorate it with cute little stickers. That's pretty damn
So come take one of your favorite players home, I guess.
Exactly. So check it out.
That's great. Absolutely love that.
my God.
At least that Cybertruck is good for
very
something.
cute.
You know, Lord knows they're driving that abomination. In any case, though, guys, here's the thing. All right, we barely started stage 2, but you know that we like to just get ridiculous. You know, we just like to get a little spicy. Maybe some hot takes. That's right. We need some scorching hot takes this time around.
Oh boy.
I hope we did, because we all submitted our takes randomly
Photo cards?
to young
Dude,
Curtis Russ.
EMEA
to
last
try
year
and,
sent me some photo
figure
cards.
out
I have
who
no idea
has
where
the
they are.
hottest take. So
I think we've been having some hot takes already.
I think so.
I didn't get any this year. I'm not sure if they did them. They were kind of sick though.
Peppers here. We have a mild, and then we do a pretty spicy, and then we move on to extreme heat. You already know, Poppy. We're gonna do this right now. So let's do this. Balla, you're up first, my friend. Yeah, why not? Let's see what happens here.
I'm gonna try to hit the extreme heat right off rip.
Okay.
I think FNS and Sam should not have come back. This was not the right time for it, because NRG has no chance of making it to playoffs because of the way that their group, the teams that they're facing are so good. And it's
they got Lev G2,
difficult.
right?
This is regardless of what happened in the game yesterday against Sentinels.
I'm not even sure that's a
despite
hot
that being
take,
the
though.
hardest team
Wait.
to
Is
face.
part of the take that Finesse and Psalm shouldn't have come back?
They should have come back. It's a done deal for them. It's over already.
I'm not gonna lie. Like what you're saying is based and real, but also, man, the internet.
I think it's pretty spicy.
Yeah, I'll give you a pretty spicy.
I went with extreme.
Actually, they got Crew C9G2. They got to win all three, right? And then get a little bit lucky that some of the other teams.
Yeah, so it's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Chat, do they play G2
Let's go
last?
ahead, Wyatt, what's your
That
hot
is
take?
going to be
My hot
so
shot of the
hype
world
if it's
is that
G2 last.
Sentinels are going to go undefeated in stage 2.
That is.
They play G2 first?
I'm gonna do it
That's a
pretty
shame.
spicy.
I'm gonna say that's
Dude,
mine.
G2 last for them to be able to qualify to playoffs would have been unbelievable.
I think here's the thing. I think you absolutely are cooking because I think that
Sen will go undefeated in stage 2. Who does Sen play? I feel like I need a...
should not have led to them going on a run or anything like that. So that's why it's
Like I need a
extreme
list
heat,
of
but I don't
everyone.
believe that people believe that. I think that they are super high on Sentinels all the way through. People are putting them at the top of the power.
Yeah, that's why I labeled it as mine.
I think it's extreme heat.
They play the same people. But yeah, same group, obviously.
All right, Athena, what you got?
Dude, that's not even a hot take as well.
ISO is the best duelist for pro play right now at this moment.
For pro play right now?
What? We saw Neon yesterday. What did Neon do after a couple stuns?
What did ISO do?
He's a literal tank. Bro can run through sight and
I'm gonna say that is an extreme.
Hey, I'll be honest. On patch 8.11, with the crouch bug,
I'm going to say pretty spicy.
I think she's telling the truth.
I'm just not convinced.
If we're talking about the current state of it before the hot fix and it's like in 2 days, I think she's on to something.
But it's been pro play, not right.
I'm just saying, everybody's on board, and we only saw 2 matches. You're gonna win in the next.
Fred, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you.
I know. Just one.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think it's the craziest thing.
That EG is going
I believe
to
all 3.
define the meta.
Dude, all of these might be mild takes, I'll be
I can
honest.
see that.
Yeah, Potter's been cooking. All right, and they are gonna mild.
This is why you shouldn't share your
That's
opinions.
expected.
It's Potter, bro. Of course she's gonna cook.
It's literally expected.
I'll give you a
I think
pretty
all
spicy.
4 are
I'll take a
mild.
pretty spicy.
Give us a hot take.
That's gotta be heat. That's gotta
I can't even think of one,
What are you
dude.
talking
That
about?
EG are going to define the meta?
That's my guy right there, dude.
Potter always defined the
gonna
meta
be the
every
best.
time.
Okay, I'll do pretty spicy because I do believe
Potter is the
believe
meta.
that
She should be on
Wait,
every
who should be?
team.
Who can qualify?
Clone her.
I'll give you a pretty. Listen, I'm trying to give you a little bit. Of something.
Thank you so much, guys.
Trying to think if there's any team out. I'm not even sure there's. Dude, I don't think there's gonna be anything.
Well, look, we're gonna continue to argue about spice, but for now,
Zoro-
it's time to get
Zoro
this
Joro,
day
thank you so
started.
much for the
got
18 months.
100
Thank
versus
you, thank
Fury,
you.
Loud versus 100 Thieves. VCT Americas starts right
Crew is
now.
gonna fumble the playoffs. That could be one.
LZR de novo, mas a troca acontece. MWZera vai sobrevivendo, vai trazendo os abates.
Enchi, thank you so much for the prime as well. Thank you for the 10 months.
Are they gonna clear?
They're ready to go, Gabri. Don't worry. Is Champs Points spot the 4th seed? Yes.
Nosso primeiro jogo contra o Honey Thieves. Acho que é time que desempenhou bem no primeiro split. Ele mostrou bom jogo. Eu acredito que é time que vai muito acelerar isso no momento. Então a gente também não tem que deixar ele pegar esse momento.
The narrowest of margins, switch to the ghost. He trades it back, lands the shots on Rooney, and the bonus goes the way of Furia.
It depends. I think it depends on the day for them. I feel like they're kind of one of those teams where they can have a good day and they can win the match, but I definitely think we're the favorites, and I feel like we're.
Did I see Boostio's pre-match tweet? No, is he calling everyone pigs again?
Com a chegada do Change, ele traz muita experiência.
Oh, that's what I forgot to do today as well, Lexi. I'm not gonna lie.
Traz uma energia também diferente, uma hora diferente pro time. E esse acredito que vai fazer mudar muito.
Might have to be might be tomorrow. Tomorrow after Pacific, that is the time. Rages, thank you so much as well. Rages 98 with the prime. Thank you for the 8 months.
We have the players, we have the coaching staff. I feel like we definitely have what it takes to win it again for sure.
Riot Games Arena. Vamos dar início aos jogos desse domingo e receber os 2 primeiros times. E eles vêm mais furiosos do que nunca. Fúria!
Newport Nick as well. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Thank you for the 13 months, mate. Have they done map pick bans? Not yet. We'll get them in a sec.
And now give a warm welcome to Furious.
We haven't played Valorant since Sunset was added and Abyss has been added too. Do you think Valorant will be too difficult for people to come back and leave the game? Nah, not really. It will be hard as a pro player, but like as long as you're not wanting to go pro, you're kind of fine. We talked about this before, that you can return to CS and you can do fine, but you can't return to Valorant. You'll be too far away. Good example, Stewie 2K, proven. Hello Teets, how we doing, mate? Nitro? Yeah, Nitro also. But he didn't do, I mean this in the utmost respect, he didn't do much when he went back to CS though, right? I'm actually don't know. I'm not like bait flaming him.
100 Thieves are looking to continue the momentum after stage 1 and a top 4 finish out of Masters Shanghai, but their first stop is a team that has nothing to lose and everything.
They did win an event. That's not too bad.
And a potential revitalized attitude. It's going to be Furia versus 100 Thieves to start things off here at day 2.
And I really think that there's a lot of opportunity for both teams.
And made 2 finals? Oh, okay.
Right
then
me, I need to see
that sounds pretty decent.
Less reliance
MC
on
Miles, thank you so much for the prime as well. Thank you for the 3 months.
And that over-reliance leading into Shanghai. And for Fury, I think Shanji's addition is perfect for this meta. They have 2 people who could run it down on Duelist and absolutely destroy if they find the right way to do it.
And listen, yesterday we saw from all of the teams.
Icebox Haven, nice, dude. Are they going to be running a Gecko Haven or?
Except for Lev, who are at Shanghai, new agents,
what do they got for
new
us?
comps, new approach to the meta. Similarly to level 100
Ascent if we need it.
Time to try anything out. Are they just going to come in with the same stuff they had at Shanghai? Probably, right?
Yeah, I feel like you don't have that much time to cook in the off season, or at least in between international events. Like the amount of scrims that you have to play in order to be able to play those new metas is a little bit scary. But with the confidence that they've been showing, if they had played some sort of double duelist comp, I would not be surprised to see 100 Thieves just run away with it. But that
that's probably said, Gecko. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No
they liked it with Vessener on
and I do have to point out
Gecko,
as well,
right?
Bind was taken away, but 100 Thieves instantly went for Haven, the new map. Yeah. Haven't seen it yet in Americas. We'll get a chance to see it today and see if 100 Thieves are going to be able to specialize on that one as well. They were very good in prior years when this map was in the pool, so we'll see if that can bring back up with a completely different core here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see, of course, what those agents are going to be. Getting a few of those hints on screen out of the gate here, but Yeah, you know, and it's going to be Icebox to start things off, so I'm not really expecting the world to change here. You know, I think we'll probably stick to the standard that has worked on this map for a while here. But it would be nice to see Furia maybe try and
remember when we needed the walkout
try to innovate,
finals?
100 Thieves off guard like
he just did 2, right? He said like second.
So far, nothing crazy.
I think was it 3-0? I can't remember what he said. No, I think he said 2. Like he's going to be back to back.
Havoc on the KJ. Definitely eyes on Havoc right now. He was the rookie coming to the league with Furia this year and had a tumultuous stage 1. A lot of people thought that if they were going to make a replacement, bring someone in like Shanji, maybe he'd be the guy to go. But that wasn't the case. So he definitely has something to prove here in stage 2.
That's right. Seeing more of the agents starting to get locked in here once again. Shouldn't be expecting too many wild things. But you know, to that point, I am very curious to see.
Don't like the agent select thing
here and how he's going to be.
Yeah, it doesn't feel the same as League, right?
But I also think that
I tell you, the only time it was fun. The only time it was fun was when
with the way things are playing out, could just
100 Thieves against Sentinels Vines, where they both had double Euro. That was pretty fun.
I feel like for both sides,
it's only been fun once. I agree.
That verticality pick, and then also being able to kind of cycle the operator through between Sage and Jet could go a lot of ways here.
Blinksy, thank you so much, dude. Thanks for the prem.
Yeah, I mean, overall, though, pretty standard.
Oh, someone did a 3-0 walkout.
Filling into this kind of double initiator idea on Icebox quite well. And Asuna has been getting better and better on Gecko. I mean, one of the highest performers over back in playoffs as well, paired with
So we got Sage comp against a Gecko comp.
Exciting in the compositions. It's going to be all in the server.
Yeah, that's right. Well, speaking of the server, let's jump into it and send it over to your casters. It's my fellow boomers in crime. It's Vansili and Rivington. Love you guys. Have fun.
Thank you so much, CB and Luck Riv. I don't think we need
Hello,
to
I'm doing
this.
great,
This
mate.
is
How you
going to be
doing?
a very tough game for Furia today against 100 Thieves. They're a team that hasn't even won a series yet on this stage in the VCTs in 2024, and they're about to play against 100 Thieves that actually won stage 1. So all the stacks once again against the Brazilian teams.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been bringing the spice lately. The change just here for Furia, I don't know if it's going to be enough. We do see Shanji on the Sage.
Yeah.
A lot of duelist play in his past, so knowing how to get aggressive, knowing how to play in situations, but will it be able to be just that slow, the utility for the team and playing in the protocols that they need? We'll have to see. 100 Thieves is going to come swinging.
Does bring an interesting point, though, because of the duelist plays that you see coming out.
We got 100 Thieves on defense. We have Furia on attack. And we got a raid boss on Cryo.
In this roster for that.
Yeah.
So that they can hopefully have some result against now 100 Thieves as we're starting things off on Icebox. Furia on the attack as the Thieves on the defense, already an early rotation off the early sound of the Owl drone on B main. So 100 Thieves now have 4 players leading towards this B side.
Damn, it's so brutal. It's so brutal having this up there.
See if they can
We've
pull
actually got their record.
Util and that info
Looks
before
savage,
B
man.
activates on this one.
0-5.
is ready on that defensive side.
Cryo saving money.
Cryo incredibly
Ooh.
strong in
Okay.
Shanghai here, looking to start off with the first blood and just puts a bit of damage
Saving
down
for the
first
for the AWP, you're right.
And they back off.
It's
Good
a nice
movement
spot
onto
there.
A. This is what Furia wanted. Create the
Wait, this you told me to do
distraction
this the other
at
day
B,
in ranked, right?
and they actually called this off site, so they should have a bit of ground here. But full retake for 100 Thieves is going to be tough to deny.
It's a great start to sell a fake. An opportunity to move in for a plan, and Shanji's moving across first to get the wall to prevent the push from coming through. Util is now flooding in though for 100 Thieves as they're dropping down from the heavens. That's a 1-for-1, but now the advantage back for the Thieves.
There's some low HPs though.
Behind the wall. It's back and forth, but
Yeah, some low HPs. Raid boss really paid off on this one. 3.
That was everybody
3
shot that
and a
piece of the wall
defuse.
so fast. Nobody really in sight
And
knew
get that
that
ult
there
nice
was a
and early.
small opening in the wall. 100 Thieves just continued to pick up the kills from that small area that they were able to fire through. Nicely done. A lot of pressure from the screen.
You got a timeout for that? That's hilarious.
Fall off the top side and waterfall
Let's say
into the
respect
site.
that. Bro, what is
That was
this?
just Bustio.
What is this
Sorry,
wingman
yeah,
slap?
window
Is he
in.
not just in midair?
And they're
Is he
done.
not just levitating?
That was a sooner.
Lose out some money.
Am I just losing my
Yeah,
mind?
yeah. So 100 Thieves get
okay.
it.
We get
Outlaw
whoa.
up. They're gonna
We
be
get
able to
the
easily
outlaw.
play
Obviously
Cryo
no
almost by
armors,
himself,
but
and
we
this
do
can keep the
have
map
because
pretty
they
safe here.
planted
Not
3
having anything
sheriffs.
Too tricky happen with Furia's sheriffs.
Bustio is
You'll
allowed
see
to
them
die.
start towards B again here with just
In-game
the
chat,
watch. So it looks
don't
like Furia's
make it weird.
idea of controlling the map here in these early rounds is to still keep an idea on extremities.
Fortunately, just some pot shots coming through from Bang.
Yep.
Through the Viper wall, and actually does connect onto Havoc. So he gets a second one before he falls from the hands of Sean, but you just mentioned Cryo. This position with the Outlaw, they knew he was there. He did get damaged a little bit. Oh. He's looking for that aggressive angle. Here's the footsteps, and now Bustio's there for the support. But they're not afraid here of Furia and what they have in store. 3 players just waiting for that overextension on the Brazilian side. Now fully denied.
Wait, this is, hold up, this is too many deaths at the moment. This is too many.
Potentially clutch. Picks up the spike, but no, cannot.
Okay, too many deaths on this one. They actually make it pretty expensive.
Avenges his teammates, and that's a round converted for 100 Thieves after the pistol.
Okay, they want to save the Outlaw, but I think they can all get heavy armor, right? Okay, Guardian to ensure heavy armor and 1 person light armor.
Shots? Oh, that's where it comes from. Right through the wall. That's the feeling, too. You're the last in line. You're the caboose of the play. You're the first one to go down. I think we all know what that feels like. All right, here we go, though.
Outlaw, which was saved.
Still pretty good. I mean, you got an op on your bonus round.
Okay, yeah, right. They needed the drone, so someone else had to take the hit.
For him to be able to start shutting down this aggressive one from Furia.
Like this from Asner as well. Just get in the orb out of there.
Pushing already, Vansilli through mid.
The other one has an Outlaw, and that's Bustio holding towards the A side. So long range distance, pop shots. It's going to be big for 100 Thieves. Furia's advantage now is if they can close the gap on the rifles, might give them a chance here.
So instead of a flood, they're probably just going for picks. You would imagine that's a that's nice. Bustio's shot could have been real good.
From those long range rifles that we just mentioned.
They're just afraid. They're waiting for somebody to peek. Furia is. They don't want to cross these angles. It might have an Outlaw or an operator sitting on them high-low here.
Yeah, and especially with Shanji down, they can't really wall towards the spawn. So how are you going to really try to cross over? You're waiting for the recon dart. For Nas,
double line. Chat, who gets the shot? Cryo.
They're gonna gets the ping. Now they'll move in, and there's those players on the rafter. Too good for EU.
Yeah.
God, what an absolute disaster for Furia in their first bang.
Both left and right could maybe retreat and try to save his weapon for the next, but he's looking to fight. At least got one. But a bonus converted for 100 Thieves.
Just the way 100 Thieves is moving around and playing against
Josh,
Furia
thank you so much for the full months, man. Thank you.
View of what's going on. So sure of the angles they're holding, not moving, and as soon as Furia did want to make a move, the answer was
have you met Ethan as well? Thank you so much for the 9 months, dude.
And the cleanup for the rest of the site with the utility.
So one thing that we need to keep an eye on at the moment, Furia-wise, is first big buy rounds. They throw the Viper smoke over towards back here, so they didn't have it middle. So this turret at middle just spot all of this, just because of the no smoke at middle. So if Furia continue to do that on the big buy rounds, they're gonna get wrecked, unless they kill the drone.
Yellow Drone got the tag onto Bang, so it gives a chance for Cryo to score first blood. That's MW0 down.
And even the bait in and that recon really does do
went
nothing.
For a blind spray through the poison cloud of Bang and couldn't get a contact. An early great advantage coming out for 100 Thieves as you have this lower buy from Furia. Grouped up together towards the long B, and looks like they want to reassess how they want to hit the sites.
Freddy, thank you so much for the whole year, bro. Appreciate the prime. Icebox is so fun. Oh yeah.
It changes the way
maybe got another year of this.
Even wants to peek. 4 of them just behind this in Cryo. You do peek and you go down.
Full confidence. Just waiting for the poison order to drop, but while he has to dash up, he's okay to fight.
Boy,
that's
a shot though. The confidence is crazy. Man, when Cryo's feeling it, it's so satisfying.
Still good with it. A 1 versus 2, and this time makes sure that there's nobody yellow. Recon
comes
out towards the area. Small upgrade as it picks up a stinger.
Had some nice showers to make this one doable.
To work with as well.
30 seconds left.
Possibility here.
Especially with the op.
Yep. Not even gonna not enough time for the bolt to come up though.
All he needs to do here is hope in that there's an
just holding that angle here, knowing that he's probably going to be checking over towards orange first. Looking like they didn't pick up the op, so he has to buy it. Unless he just going to do something with the knives and doesn't want to give him gun.
Trying to get behind each other, get into position. This round, obviously not much to worry about with the low buy, but I think if we see next round go down, we get that Furia timeout. If they can't make a dent.
Saint with the stat. It's been 13 months since Furia has won a VCT game. That is.
Right? Bang's gone down the most, and that's only 3 times here, so.
That's not great.
Yeah, it's going to be tough if you're not even working on the economy of 100 Thieves, let alone the players. Yeah. Spikes down for this.
Dude, the off-season really makes the stats sound savage.
They finally have a bit of a mid-work, or at least lurk, to see if that's pressured as they feel out the map here, because you almost have to figure out where the operator is and go away from it at this point. Oh, he's pushing up mid, too.
And this, actually a perfect angle. Actually overcommitted now.
Yeah.
The L drone came out and saw the target.
Okay, they know the
opportunity for Cryo to push forward where...
Yeah, I was going to say, you might
can
as
lock
well.
in an angle.
Oh, that's active.
That pivots the Furia attack on the B side, and Bang gets first contact, first kill. Nanosword coming out, Swarm from
He is
behind.
melting though, 41
HP.
HP.
After he picks up the kill.
Zan does have a heal.
Denied. As they walled up, they let the spike towards the spawn for Furia.
Toxins going up.
It shows how much they have to and want to activate on
A
these
never knew.
plays.
Thank you for the 19 months.
They can get away from where the operator
Chat, what are
is,
some of
and
these
that was
stats,
B
man?
to make the
FNS
play.
hasn't won a
Bang
VCT game in 317 days.
Down the site goes
Bro,
down, but
he played his first
on the way
game in
out,
like
as they get the spike, they do
310
lose
days or
one
something.
more, rezzed up and taken down again.
It's not his fault,
And you
surely.
just heard the rotate. ADS denied by Nosware. And 2 other players of Furia have already committed towards the A site. They have forward position, and that is going to be Havoc.
Cryo with knives,
as well
though.
as Khalil. Trying to make sure that 100 Thieves cannot get any value on the rotate, especially with the recon dart to hold them back. Give me a chance now for Furia to set up on a pulse plan.
And this is Furia's pistol round strat. Basically, run with guns now. It seems to be working here against 100 Thieves. It's going to be the retake, though.
And Nosware staying inside the site, so they can't use 100 Fury here.
Whoa,
but the
what a shot.
are ringing true for Furia at least, and also the blade sword
Yeah,
for
he
Cryo.
just took way too much damage there. Nosware is, I mean, Nosware is here, man. He's here to play. He had, he was the guy that got the sheriffs in the round before, and he got them on the eco as well, right, in the second round. 8-4.
We'll see if they can put that into action right away, because it's going to be
Cryo 10-3. Gets another op, but finally, money
do the first time
starting to get low. I say starting to get low. They're already buying Stinger Bulldog.
And it was not a player they were shooting at.
Fletch XP, thank you so much for the 60 months, man.
They activated it.
And Reapered as well with the Prime. Thank you very much, man.
They're playing very reactive right now and trying to get into the proactive mode to be one step ahead of 100 Thieves. Now they got a round in their favor. Good orb grab.
Okay.
Cryo starts it though. Cryo starts it.
We also got to remember, so this is just a big swing round in general. If Fury lose it, 1-9 loss bonus. 100 Thieves is going to get full wrecked as well. All over towards B, alarm bot on the left in case they wall up and try and creep through. Also means that the only way this Viper can't be seen is if they wall up and go left side, but the chances of that are pretty low.
That actually opens the back
So I like this little setup they do over towards B.
Clear what they can. Looks like 100 Thieves is going to give them a little bit of space as the ultimate comes through.
Nosware does contact. Hunter Fury coming out from the spawn on both ends. But it's definitely Furia that takes the upper hand for now. That's 2 kills
slow
for them.
peek. Do they want to ult in the 3v4?
They're trying to get multiple bits of util to break the crosshairs, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that's nice. Just wait for the wall to get broken and then push. Wingman for the defuse still.
EU and Arsenal trying to work together. At least we're aggressive on these peaks.
Okay, big round from Furia. 100 Thieves have to eco, and they're back in this. They're for sure back in this.
Really nicely done. Furia to convert the 4v5 there after losing what would be the flank watch from that Killjoy turret. So they had even more work to do on that round to make sure they recovered all around the A site, plus take it and hit. A little more confidence on these site
I'm not sure if I said yours as well, bro. Thank you for the prime, mate. I think I might have missed you. Disastrous as well with the 2 months. Thank you for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate the support as well, dude.
And yeah, fans are going to get behind them now in this one. Get these rounds going, and Furia's got a bit of momentum now. As 100 Thieves have the broken economy. They push up once again, though. They're not going to stop.
Despite low econ, not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Jump spot from Asuna, but a little bit too wide. MW0 is ready for that. Early advantage for Furia on the attack. Al Jones going to force EU potentially to fall back. The Cryo Cell still on the top of pipes. Could do some damage. Dash now activated. Havoc just around the corner. Jumping up
no way.
They'll give the information
He's next to him the whole time. Hey, they would love to keep this one clean, get some money. Oh, God, I was going to get another after I said that.
But nice reaction coming through from the two players outside of 410 and Pipes to trade it right back. Leaving out Bang alone. 1 versus 3 in the back of the site. Here is the footsteps. Dodging the recon. Here's the plant. So that's two
he actually might have owned it. Not saying he's going to win, but had a small chance that recon. Just a little bit too high on that.
Cleaning up some kills in these past few rounds too. Grab 3, grab 2, and make sure the team is able to hit the angles they need and stay confident where they're watching. Operator still available here as Furia pick up another round, and it comes from A. It's definitely confidence that's coming into their favor here too, and no timeout needed so far, even after.
Noswell, yeah, bro, he's doing great.
So let's see what they have next. 100 oh, that's us. 100 Thieves is going to start figuring out
Killer
what
Chief
these
as well.
are.
Killer Chief 82 with the prime. Thanks so much, bro.
Hemorrhaging rounds a little bit here without a stop, and really quite a few members alive from Fury at the end of these rounds.
Yep. Actually, it's very surprising that it's the Thieves that's calling out the timeout. Things are looking pretty well for them at the beginning here on the defensive side, with the win con being Cryo getting so many of these first bloods. But Furia always finds a way here to answer back, at least in the last few rounds when you finally broke the economy here, as you were losing rounds against 100 Thieves, but still doing good damage on your sheriff rounds. Noswell was doing a lot of impact. It will grind into the economy of 100 Thieves, where eventually it may break and give you a chance to come back very early, which is the case that we see right now. So you want to now stop the bleeding on 100 Thieves' side and make sure here that you can capitalize on winning this first map. The map
so 3 in a row, and they got a good amount of ults as well, like simple ults.
For 100 Thieves here.
Get them away from sight, Viper ult to secure the round, Fish ult and Killjoy ult. So 100 Thieves can easily just leave a side to retake if they want to. Kind of been doing that anyway over towards A. The retakes haven't been going great.
Ultimates are ready.
Cryo with the op over towards A, and Furia smoking mid.
As we're looking back at A site here, and a really fast forward step from MW0 right into the tuba mid. Dashes out, looking for that early fight onto Boiler, and does not get what he wants.
Makes sense here.
Yeah.
That Havoc has that operator. If they try to move forward and use the lockdown, they'll need MW0 and everybody else to move forward and take control of that site. Cryo, though, just spotted one. Barely misses that shot.
It's a really early Fish ult.
Coming out, trying to find information.
Oh, okay, I like this though. Fish ult to just see if they're pushing all the way through.
There's one lockdown
yeah, just stop the commit. You can pick it up and go again.
So they're not sure
Molly
that this is the
is...
real call by Furia.
You need something else, right?
Beautiful mosh there. Just going to be a little late. Off the damage of the center of the mosh.
Yeah, missing a little bit of that extra util to make sure that it went down, so it detains some players. So that gives a chance now for Furia to move in and go for a plant. It'll be a 5 versus 5 post-plant scenario as the pit comes out too, just to try to smother up towards the site, giving no information here for 100 Thieves when they'll try to come back in. Well, yet
Viper ult's really good. Viper ult, section to sit in, spikes in the Viper ult.
Out with the shorty, close
No way, he committed to jump through as he saw the gun barrel. That's devastating. Dude, Furia have owned this round.
As well, and the hold is so far so good for Furia, leaving Austin alone. You see him pick up the arm.
Yeah, really nice, man. Furia looking great at the moment. I tell you what, they still have the Silver ult as well, so they understand how big the round was, make 100 Thieves eco again, use both of the ults into it. 100 Thieves look a little bit sloppy, yeah. I don't know if they thought there was some extra util with the Mosh, I would like to think so. Because, I mean, the Mosh used to kill the Killjoy ult for about 2 weeks. When Gecko first came out, and then they changed it.
Again, an A site hit for Furia that comes in strong. They're able to pierce through the site, no matter this operator, which probably means another low buy. Yeah, the Sheriff for 100 Thieves. And we got rounds for Furia. The timeout for 100 Thieves does not matter. It fizzles out. And now
someone else made this mistake. Gen G, right?
But it's a slow round here. Furia is kind of playing off that precedent. They've been going to A, and now they're making 100 Thieves think a bit.
Noswell, yeah, dude, he's actually really good right now.
Know that they're safe for now. They
16 and 5
at this point.
And also realizing here for the Thieves,
not saying that they should be doing this, because again, it's never as straightforward as just winning an eco. But if they can keep the Silver ult for the next big buy rounds, that's an ideal world.
are going to follow behind that shock dart from Furia on the attack.
For people watching who don't know too much, it is attack-sided.
All of Furia. Oh, looks like a gun just got spotted. That's an easy kill.
Cryo with the hero.
Dashes away though after gets the headshot onto Nas, where there's the blade storm from NW0 trying to clear out the site. The second one connects as well to add the third to the round.
Wait, where have they actually gone though?
To try to get the kill. Release Boostio's.
I think only one hit.
Make this available and doable for Bang. Sheriff in a 1 versus 2. Spike now planted for them to
I guess he must have flicked off just right at the end.
What he'll pick up here is going to be an operator, actually. The Bulldog left behind by Cryo just earlier on. Now with the Slorb, he knows that Shanji is holding on the top of pipes. There's that swing out from Khalil. Beautiful
man.
Giant round, man.
Yeah.
The lead in this game.
Giant rounds because they kept the Sova ult for the big buy rounds. And what are they? 2 away from Sage Rest?
They're hitting the site with is pretty
5 in a
wild.
row.
Even the shoulder peaks that 100 Thieves is trying to take. Furia is taking their head off.
That was worse than my knives on a Sempo. Housebro, how do you remember that?
So that Bulldog
That's crazy.
From Cryo could have
I know
a
the
bit
exact
more
round you're
effect
talking
as
about as well.
they cross
It's even
looking
worse.
for Boostio, but it wasn't. They take that out, the threat's gone, and they have the chance to look for Boostio for Cryo right away.
VIP
Holy
that guy?
Furia
Or for
right
flaming
now.
me?
They're exactly
That's crazy.
bringing
No
that to the
chance.
table. And they're going to be going
Molly for
toward
the
mid
turret
this round.
middle.
100 Thieves have not been active since those first 4 rounds. They were getting themselves into first bloods, pushing up, making sure Furia had trouble taking or even early portions of the map. And here, it seems like they own quite a bit. Back towards B site. Bang Shanghai was absolutely crazy around yellow, being able to protect.
Recon just cleared pretty much all of... Yeah, okay, so at the moment EU is just clearing all of this info to seeing if they can 4-person stack over towards... I say 4-person stack, kind of has to be 3 because they got none of the killjoy till mid.
Here from Furia. But they're just walking up. This is going to be a wall for a spawn, a plant on the left side. Hunter's Fury on the attack as well. But the advantage still actually now with the Hunter's Fury back from Nas, where
close.
Evens up the tally for the round.
Spike's in danger.
They still got a lot of time.
Out in the open. Just dropped here towards danger. Gives a chance now for 100 Thieves to let Fury come towards them. A 1-for-1 won by Havoc.
Nice double step.
Mentioned
What the hell is that
earlier on
peak?
that he's had a slow start on the Sage 1, but that's an important duel to win. Asura's doing the same thing, trying to keep the dream alive for 100 Thieves in this round. But these duels are not hitting in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we're missing some shots
Now the battle
today.
against Havoc in the front. Back of the site now. It's a 1-for-1. ADS coming through, but there's 20 seconds left. That forces now Havoc to force
This was
the
an
pull back and pick up the
instant
spike and try to
fast
go for a plant,
reposition.
but he does have full KJ util. Turret to watch. Save plant.
Asuna instant reposition. That was huge from him. Yeah, no hesitation. Knew exactly what he was going to do as soon as he missed the ADS shot.
He was so sure he was coming from orange there, just straight up. The turret maybe back
Anonymous
5 more feet
gifter.
would've
Thank you
covered
so much
all
for doing
those.
that, dude.
Just pointed to the left a little bit more.
Thank you,
Unfortunately,
Anon,
you
whoever
can
you are.
see how tight and tense these situations are right now.
Where's Prius going, man?
Moly, Asuna with the shot
Prius is
there.
flying around the map.
And man, Havoc had some movement
Sloppy.
inside.
They
I think
missed
the only
a
thing that
lot
takes him
of
down there
shots.
is he's
Yeah,
planting the
a
spike
lot
on that
of
round.
shots.
Really nice job by 100 Thieves to bring it back. They get that.
100
No
Thieves are
operator's
now
gonna
in a
be
good
on the map
spot
for
to
first time in
take
quite a while.
majority. Well, I
Now
say
we do
majority
have
of these.
Hunter Fury for the side
They're
of
in a good spot
EU.
to take both.
Quiet on his end as well, seeing tons of clutches come from him. Hasn't really had the chance in this chaos in the 5v5.
Oh,
They
that's
already
not
knew.
great.
He's going back towards the jail, and Havoc takes him down. The dash forward from NW0, trying to catch Asuna off guard. But Asuna manages to fall back to safety. There comes the thrash to try to clear him back. Gets popped out towards the front as Busio swings out. That's a 1-for-1 though. Asuna still waiting for this wall to drop to try to get info. Trying to pick up the thrash at the same time. But he's left there alone, so he can't really commit to try to pick up the orb.
Right.
Can't get the flank either as Bang is just holding the angle down. That's what you wanted from Krausel's earlier on with the off.
Can he
and now
get
he's
to the
just gonna
extra
wait and
corner?
hopefully here
Ooh,
for
I
the
mean,
other
this
two
is a
players
lovely
on
off
these.
angle.
They
Can he
could
crouch
actually
below
force
it?
Furia
Do
to
it.
push back.
Work.
Oh, he
It's giant, man. It's giant.
Oh, this is big.
It's so big. Asuna's so committed,
EU
though.
has the Hunter's Fury to be able to delay just in case, so the timing is actually really good for the Thieves right now, even if Asuna falls. But Asuna will get to
Okay, that's some nice shots, man. That is some nice shots. Bang is just like, dude, I've done the best luck ever. And you do that? Like, literally done the best flank.
Absolute 4K. And headshots to Boo.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Bro, he aims so weirdly.
Didn't need to pick up Thrash, I guess.
You cannot try. That's like a don't try it at home aim. The shaky aim. Yeah. It's nuts.
Yeah, that gets everybody going here. Peter, what? And calm. He's like, yeah, another day at the office. This is what we do. And yeah, this is what we got a lot of out of 100 Thieves, right? In their recent showing internationally, is that these explosive rounds that come out, and we're only getting a few.
The bang luck, yeah, you're so gutted if you've done that luck. I tell you what though, they could actually try it again. Because if he's he could definitely call the. There's a world where he tries to do this again over towards middle, or they at least check where the turret is, like from a mid peek through the smoke.
And you're looking back at it, though, with the question marks of what this roster could look like, it definitely looks a lot more structured on how they've been able to figure out 100 Thieves on the defensive side for a bit.
Timeout in the final round, so yeah, it's so fun. So fun. Again, it's
much series or any series at all
if you have another timeout, it's fine. If you feel like you need more, and again, it's an attack-sided map, really. Just a little bit can be sometimes crazy attack-side depending on comps. So kind of have to get a 6-6, I would say. But Brent, how are we done?
They could maybe finally make some heads turn.
We finally got Cryo back at B with the operator here. It had been 100 Thieves focusing A, figuring that Fury was going to keep hitting that, and that's where they needed the numbers. Another tube play coming in from Furia right away to distract, give that utility down mid, and now open up the map.
Okay, Boostier's at least spotted. The turret is on the same.
For a peek. They want info here more than anything. The kill would be fantastic, though.
Obviously, with free in middle, you can't go for anything crazy.
A lot of players. The wall is actually used very early. And that's going to be no wall for the A site when they're going to try to cross over, if they try to cross over towards A. A great opportunity now for the players towards the A site to even anchor their positions and play this a little bit more
aggressively. Boostier has it all. Sand has rest.
Opening Guardian from up here. Very nice close drone. Should be able to clear quite a bit. Only looks left.
It's a nice ult. They would have to commit to the spike like now.
Club just got dropped towards jail, so that forces even an early
MW0, what are you doing?
Came out though, and W0 just got the pick.
Did Cry not see him?
Sacrifices himself to at least give the advantage as they try to chase him down. Noswar is there for the assist, so that will save MW0 on that push. Numbers once again dwindle down to only one player.
Yeah,
standing alone against 4.
He's just tunnel visioning so much. The guy comes up on his radar, like everything, man. Maybe he thought it was someone on his team, but he's the Jet. So I'm not sure you'd think it's your teammate's Jet. Don't really know what's going on there, to be honest with you. He's just tunnel visions on something.
Just to the right of Khalil there, and that's going to be the 6-6.
I haven't got much to bear them out, really. I don't know, Gods. How we doing, mate? Thank you for the Prime, thank you for the 7 months.
And then it just goes back and forth until we get a 6-6. Unexpected, Vance. Unexpected.
Definitely not. We mentioned it just before we started this series that we didn't want to sugarcoat this. This was going to be a very hard
looking at radar, but the dude would have come up from radar. So unless it was like then he just realized after he zoomed in, I'm not sure.
Went through here on his first half. And it's a great start so far, at least for Shanji. Shanji now his debut going into the game, and let's have a quick word actually from QCK when we want to talk about Shanji and why he wanted to face off against 100 Thieves for the start of Stage 2.
Então, para mim a estreia contra 100 Thieves é algo muito bom. Eu acredito que é o jogo ideal pra gente. Muita gente talvez não deve entender, mas eu acho que é um time que joga mais simples que outros times. Claramente a confiança deles e tudo que eles demonstraram é algo muito perigoso, mas pra gente que não tem nada a perder, pra eles que são os atuais campeões do primeiro stage e eles querem ir pro Champions, então eles vão estar dando a vida, eles vão estar com pressão, eles têm a obrigação de ganhar da gente.
For Zan, wait, didn't Bro play CS? Did they? Have they been calling him the wrong thing in Zan?
Viver o sonho.
Então acho que a partida ideal assim para se estrear.
Não escolheria nenhum outro time do grupo a não ser eles para começar o campeonato. E caso a gente vença, com certeza nossa confiança e tudo aumenta muito e pode ser uma crise. Acho que nenhum time aí que foi campeão gostaria de perder pro 0-5.
Good attitude, fair play.
Apologies, Caster Brain made me think about QCK from back in the day with Furio to talk about here, Shanji, but at least we did have word from Shanji on how and why he wanted to play against 100 Thieves at the start. Making his return here on a stage of VCT.
Baya222 with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Welcome into the Slug Club. And Cub _44. Thank you so much as well, dude. Same thing with the prime. Welcome in.
The Furia comes out firing so hard. A was a big
opponent why
they were winning. 4v5 conversion.
Brotherman Bill with the prime as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Get in and be confident in the site takes. I think ultimately
all the primes, dude. Where are they coming from, man? 3 brand new primes.
May not be winning all the firefights straight up. Getting into sight, having the perfect Viper's pits, being able to sage wall well. They are making up for any of those, downfalls they may have in areas.
Dude, the breaks in Americas is wild, man. So do we really need 2 minutes?
Of Furia to shore up any of those problems. We get back into the second half here, and we're going to see what 100 Thieves now has from the attack side as they sink their teeth in. It's going to be a Sheriff for Boost.
Kid New York as well. Thank you so much, man.
100 Thieves there.
Appreciate the 2 months.
Just gonna focus
Another
on
primer. Add them to the list. Thank you so much, Kid New York. Okay, and
quick.
we wall off. Dude, they're doing my rank strat. Tell you what, Chad, this one in ranked. This will win you some games.
Just a little bit.
When they don't do any pressure over towards B, and you got a wall here, you can 5-stack A.
Things off on B and a 4-player stack.
The one.
On the defensive side towards A.
Any raid boss?
The
raid bosses? No, not on this one.
Quick pivot potentially towards the A side when the wall wasn't being shot. But it's actually really nice here for 100 Thieves to play very patiently and force some early utility out from
Frog is silly as well. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 3 months.
Later on.
Still haven't gained ground at A. It is an open map right now as they wait for Furia to show a little bit more. Mid's gonna
it's gonna be a real late play, but at the moment it's nice, right? B control with a question mark, breaking the turret over towards mid, question mark, right? Kind of 5 around the map. I mean, he hit a body shot. Does the Dizzy, or the Dizzy gets shot before it checks the corner? Oh, and they go back towards B. What a perfect call. Yeah, Bang is Bang. I guess it's Bang that's made the call for this one. Not that he's taking too much map control.
With that Sheriff to find
the call to pivot back over towards here. We look at the mini map. Can't be any better.
Nicely done here by 100 Thieves to play the round. All right, curse that one. Havoc comes up with a nice shot, and they move themselves over to B site now, knowing it's a fake.
And everybody from Fury was still stacked up here towards this A side.
Wait, I didn't hear the crowd cheer. We finally got over it.
Hear the footsteps on the rotate,
that's incredible.
So they know that Havoc is close, already on the top of the bridge. There's 3 players there from 100 Thieves looking to go for some instant trades, all looking towards the same area as well.
Oh man.
There's that first contact though, and Shanchu wins that first one against Bang. They do not expect the other 2 players just under the tower.
What's he doing?
More time, and EU finally comes in for the support. Back to a 1v1. Kalila is low on HP, only with the ghost. Shot darts, puts him down to 5 somehow.
Oh, hey, that's nice, man. Double shocks. Double shocks, double pistols.
Util kills. Really cheeky play under Nest with 3. You show 1, obviously there might be 1 more there, but 2 more there. Nobody expects that. 100 Thieves playing some games here in the beginning of the pistol round second half, and a nice start off too. 5v4 conversion working.
Mistros as well. Mistros, thank you so much.
They still find it here with EU on the clutch once again.
How on earth to say your name? Holos, maybe, with the prime. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome in. And Grivo as well. Thank you.
See where they go
thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the 6 months.
Shoddy for MW0. Looks like he'll push up in the garage real quick on B. Big positioning there. And they'll be able to hold 4 onto A for the rest of this round.
And all they wanted to do was to try to get a punishment up towards Belt. But 100 Thieves are using the low ground instead, and the
stack on site was the buck. Yeah.
Players to swing out, and as they swing out, getting dropped by 100 Thieves. An easy push coming out from the attack side. And with the turret, give me information on where that last player is.
Does he get a kill with the Bucky?
Finally, it's EU that's going to pick up.
Yeah, that's making sure they get everything here. Orb, plant,
they want to cycle this Hunter's Fury as soon as possible.
Chat, what's the bets that for the Sova ult, it's into the drone into ult.
That's the way, right when they get to the front of the site.
Pretty high percentage at the moment. I would give it 80% chance of
that. Will have great economy, good money for the next round as they see the bonus. And I expect them to really go just as quick. They won't have that money yet for an operator at the moment. No.
My favorite ult. Hey, it's a strong ult though. I can't even be mad at it.
You could easily have one here, and they can start playing off Hunter's Fury to make sure bonus has a little bit of an advantage. It's one
Maybe we get to find out next round.
Penguin.
Problem is, if he gets an orb this round and they use it early, we don't see it.
We'll see it again.
The greatest Shinobi Owl. Welcome in with the Prime, bro. Thanks so much.
Even if it looks here on the screen that it only
Thank you
one
for
player,
supporting.
it definitely did see that you can communicate for the rest, and there was no
Dude, the Primes are going crazy
for a
today.
surprise attack. And this time, though, the weapons are out on the defensive side. You mentioned it, no operator available for Furia, but they do have weapons and Vandals to work with. Shanji trying to push forward.
You can crouch that?
They're trying to surprise players at the same time, but the lineup's pushed them back.
I didn't realize you can crouch
one,
dodge
but
that.
I'm not sure if it saw Asuna. He might have an opportunity here. Throwing out the mosh. Potentially now 100 Thieves trying to follow behind it, but a nice little slow orb will not allow for them to really push forward yet.
Insta wall breaks. Looking for a delay, but Furia is not getting what they want. They just have to backpedal here. So they're giving up sight. It's just 100 Thieves has this wall go down. They start moving up.
Still the orb there.
Pretty textbook so far, but Shanji could mess things up.
You want to stay as a group now because you have these Bulldogs only in rifles, but it's looking pretty good for the fights on both ends. Advantage now for the
Big 1v1. I mean, the trades here were immaculate from just everyone, both teams.
Alarm bot to watch. His right side, it was too far away from the alarm bot, so he doesn't know if there's going to be a flank coming through. Wall comes down, but Khalil wins the fight.
He's been snappy, Vance.
In terms of this round for 100 Thieves, though, they're going to be pretty happy.
Of a round.
Like, obviously, annoyed they don't win the round, but 4 rebuys.
Able to shut down their
we got the Sova ult. Here we go, moment of truth. Insta drone. All within the first 5 seconds.
They want it, but I think fast play is benefiting them at this point, and they may just forego it. Let's see this play once again.
Hydroxide as well. Primer, of course. Welcome in. Thank you so much. And
shooting when you see that many people peek
with the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months.
But good backup, good teamwork coming in.
Thank you, too.
And they're feeling good.
Oh,
I think
he's got a recon out though. Oh wait, they're shocking.
That this wasn't a result they'd be achieving right away. And here on the low.
Oh, Furia win the round. Decide to. Okay, he wanted to do it though. Chat, you all saw the drone here.
They don't have too much money to work with on this round. For 100 Thieves, that was a lot of damage that
they win the round because there's only one of them.
That you mentioned before that they were trying to get really quickly for EU. They have a lot in their arsenal now.
So they're accepting that they're going to lose this round to see how much damage they can do.
Walking away here with the lead. But a forward position for Khalil.
It's like the worst peak possible. Just a little bit of an overstep. Really unlucky. Didn't expect him at the off angle. Just saw the elbow.
They're re-spreading here. Just trying to get one person on every majority or every big defense.
It's a really good player to take down.
And this is gonna be, I think this is gonna be another one of those 100 Thieves. Just you insert one, go to the
take down the Viper. It's a lot easier.
The round goes down. It's gonna be a rotate back over here. Actually,
to defend over towards B now.
Yeah, Busio seems to be pulling back from the A side.
And this makes a lot of sense, right? Furia just look and they go, well, they got no Viper, they got no wall up. Surely they head over towards A.
Absolutely switched up Furia on what side
actually,
they have hard hold on.
They are accepting.
Not too much utility even on this
side. They can maybe plant with Wingman.
So a lot of the havoc here if he's not just going to play his life.
There's not going to be any delays either. Only the Sheriff trying to swing for a fight. Launch pushes him away towards the back of the side and Cryo's pushing forward to try to get that kill. As he stays hidden though, it baits out the other players. He does get the kill. Nice little shot from Havoc.
Yeah, now they kind of have to go aggro and make sure he doesn't pick up the gun.
To assist and avenge. Finally he gets pinched by EU. No time, not enough delay for the players of Furia to rotate over to get some instant trades. It's only Nosware alone on a 1 versus 2. But he has done some damage before with the Sheriff. There's that first contact on Busio. And yes, the recon guard did ping the second player of EU. And it goes for the high-low.
Accepting the round and ecoing, they did enough damage.
Pick it up once again.
They definitely did enough damage, so it was for sure the right call. They weren't expecting to win, and they did enough damage here. I think Cryo thought his teammate was behind him, ended up not looking great.
It's so unfortunate when you saw that Vandal go down and it just bounced away from the
Koi Fish, thank you so much as well.
The Vandal just fall into my hands. That would have been such a different situation, but plays into the hands of 100 Thieves.
For the 4 months as well.
Hunter's Fury ready. Looks like they might get a bit more kitchen control here with a bit of 2 push by Havoc.
Okay, now we see it. Don't want to get tagged by this guy.
They make their way
here we go. Here comes an ult.
Nice little ping there onto Shanji. There's a Hunter's Fury to hit the first.
Cryo trying to make space with it.
At the same time, and there's pings on 2 players. At least thankfully for Furia, they have the heal to come up for one of the players. Khalil have to fight towards the B side once
wow,
again.
He's calm.
Lands 2 shots. Oh
my god, he's doing another power clip. I will never forget that Pearl game where he just one-tapped everyone.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Dude, that was sick, man.
Feeling these rounds right now. And honestly, the firepower, it's from teamwork.
The legendary Pearl game, it actually was, man.
I think that's something that we saw Furia lacking in throughout the season, whereas they wouldn't be getting these 2Ks.
He was real calm here, caught out of position, just accepted Angel-wise everything. That's lovely.
Khalil is just absolutely slaughtering kids today, all across the board.
Who was it against? That's a great question.
Let's get into the next round. We just want action from these guys. Flawless for Furia. That brings their money back into favor here.
Is it
and now
Lev?
it's going to be
you
a
reckon?
hero gun again.
I'm not going to argue about you. You're all saying Lev, okay? You're all saying confidently. I like that.
Khalil goes to push it every time.
Or at least doing a buddy system here for 100 Thieves to try to take down Khalil on this B side. Aljon does spot a few from the Thieves on the A side, so you're hoping that this forces.
He's so confident. He's here again. Oh my god. He's the raid boss. He's actually the raid boss. You can't go B.
No opportunities to get real value with the Blade Storm. And snappies from a lot of these players so far on the defensive side of Furia.
Chad, do you time out after this? I think I time out after this and just make sure I'm using util to take him down.
Push from
Recon to get close, drone to
still has those shots.
Push him off the angle.
Just has to backpedal before.
It should be a simple call though, but I don't know.
At least he has a Phantom. And he does have the time in his favor as well. Committed towards the A site. There's two players from Furia. Both being Noswer
30 seconds left.
And Havoc, but there's no Recon Dart 2 to try to throw to get any type of information. So this gives an opportunity now for EU to try to walk in. There's that first contact. And that swing from behind to rotate from Noswer. Crosshair placement was there. And
just moved his crosshair up.
And unfortunate timing for EU.
Another sick round for kill. 100 Thieves did decide to eco on that. I would be so fine with a timeout. I'm not saying it has to happen or should be happening, but I would be tempted to call one if they're not talking about using util to push this guy off B. Because he's going to duel, so you could probably catch him out with a drone. Black Belt 219 with the Prime, thank you so much. And Gontel with the Prime as well. Dude, I've never seen so many first-time Primers today. What's going on?
So that round really just not going in their favor overall. It's going to be a timeout, slow things down, get the comms back in order, and figure out how they can stop maybe 3 ults that would be defending this round for the side of Furia. You see Zix on screen, chatting it up.
We're growing, maybe.
Yeah, and Furia's been doing really good here on the defensive side with Khalil anchoring on B.
Khalil's been nasty.
Yeah, different ways of holding this B side.
Munch Laxton, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 9 months.
Side, it was just having
dude, look at it.
Rotating that around, and
Pat's Q with the Prime as well. Arthritis 420 with the Prime.
Rotate that around because they've been just
KY
both extremities quite well.
And a little
KYU Gaming with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Shifty with the Prime.
20 and 12.
Dude, everyone. Cole, 1275 with the Prime.
Kills are coming in, but top of the scoreboard for Furia right now. So they're definitely putting up numbers.
Everywhere
to be taking down 100 Thieves. Is Cryo sitting at 16-15 on the other side. That early up on the defensive side, a big reason they were able to shut down
the original
Furia.
Proxy. Thank you so much as well. Thank you. The FNS viewers, oh bro, we need this guy to stay for another year if that's true.
On attack side,
come on, NRG.
For 100 Thieves.
Come on.
They're trying to figure that out.
Come on, the boys.
Can they get past Furia's attack? Maybe in mid? What is this?
Walking down here for Furia. Turret will potentially have these 2 players just get ready to fight, and they were ready for it. There's that wall that comes up, trying to get that
I like the idea from Fury. It's not the worst thing ever. They know that they're going to go heavy over towards B, so they wanted to go for a 4-man push over towards middle. They have a res, so all they have to do is just win the duel, and Fury, it would be like a 4-1. Overwhelm the one, just get a 1-for-1 trade, and res, 5v4, retake B. It's like the plan.
Try to deny the lockdown from Havoc, who clears it, but does a check. So that they will not get the opportunity from Furia to have such a strong retake until these shots are happen. That forces out a pit. Cryo left alone because of that pit. No one there to trade with him. Counter pit then coming back here for the defensive
Time's
side
pretty
of Furia.
low.
Advantage on their side as well as Oscar.
Someone's gonna go for it.
That's gonna be great delay.
Yeah, they had too much util on it. The only good news, I say only good news, but it's still pretty good news, is that they used official on top of this as well. So good amount of ults.
Wow, that was. I'm kind of mind blown on that call out.
They're okay with money
from Zix and the team to just absolutely read Furia like a book to a T. Just a long double hold towards mid, instant, really kind of a collat there. And yeah, you saw the pressure.
Zera's
TV. On the side of Furia
Thank you as well, man.
Just trying to do a W take there as they get back into sight, but 100D's already take that round, and they have a really big timeout to switch the game up. Lockdown's there,
trying to throw some
available here, but I'm
stuff
sure they want
over
to try
towards
and
A to make sure they don't get the ult, because one away from server ult.
Jump spot that comes out first.
I mean, what's the timing going to be like on this? That's the real question.
Position, so look towards the garage. Dizzy does hit him though.
Okay.
He's just like Khalil, surely. And I mean, look at the amount of util that Khalil's made him use, and no way that Dizzy lands on top of the box. Can you get that?
So they're not going to have that flash again for the site. The lockdown going in. That's just to break the site a little bit. This will still give a defensive position for Furia here.
Is he going to have to jump up? Yeah, okay, he had to jump up onto the box, and then it just went.
With Havoc on his own lockdown. But
yeah, so he jumped up onto here and then jumped up onto the box, and it just disappeared. A little bit too late on that. So we got no Gecko flash.
And that denies now the plant opportunity. EU trying to force to fight back.
There's some big jewels on site right now as well.
Back to a 3 versus 3 as Havoc's trying to push forward. Snapping with those kills. And NW0 with the last one to once again tie up the game for Furia.
Oof. That was so strong from Furia to come back in. I think they played it perfectly on the
I kind of need to see Boostio's
POV. From Shanji was pivotal in making sure that didn't happen. An angle you can always take from Snowman when that wall goes up. But yeah, this retake coming from mid, only being pushed back ever so slightly by the lockdown in that area, is still a spot for Havoc to wreak just that and bring the round.
Bro actually fell off, man.
Now's where double fist bumps all around,
so
and they're getting ready to pop back into this.
Dude, what a round to do it on. They have to eco.
Push up to just a little bit again to get that early info and aggression. Khalil, he lives here, setting up shop at the end of that box every time here.
Even for Furia, they were able to win that last round without having to use the lockdown. So
that round was so funny.
For the last few rounds remaining of Icebox.
I should realize this is still our first map. Let's go. It's like, man, it feels like it's been quite a time here. Already 2 or 3. Let's go. Going into sight. Are they going to be able to push off one from yellow, though? Khalil trying to hold from a different spot. The operator over the shoulder.
Just saw him.
Oh, they are stuck, but not. We'll see how they get out of this sticky situation.
Oh my god. Nah, he's in the zone, bro. Look at this guy. Alright, I'll take responsibility for the last one, but he is two-tapping everyone close range. Yeah, absolute monster.
Khalil dancing on people right now. Literally dancing.
No, Joe, if I don't say anything, he two-taps that last guy, so that one's on me, but he still got the kill. I think he's maybe gonna dodge him, right?
They know that this is still taking work. The upper hand that they have is because they're reading 100 Thieves. They're playing it strong and they're attacking. They're going for 100 Thieves throw it on these low buys too. Really no hesitation to retake a site there when you know your opponent's a bit down on the buy. Here we go, back in to both buys. Though 11 to 10 is Furia
so far ahead in
map.
Wait, this is actually theirs. It's actually theirs to lose right now. 10-11. They're ahead. They're so far ahead in all econ and normal econ. 100 Thieves lose this after force buy.
I think they're trying to figure out where the op is. A lot like we saw
the force buy
doing.
Not going to be great
in that position when Cryo had the op.
So they're still trying to stick towards
and 100 Thieves on both pistols. Yeah, that's insane.
And even placing an alarm bot towards the garage just to see if there's going to be any aggressive pushes out from Furia yet.
It's a great call. See how worried.
Banking a lot on Boostio's utility here to try to make that right call in the mid-round. With these 5-player hits,
why'd you do that, dude? I'm saying as I see it, chat.
It's always these retake scenarios that goes back and forth. Furia, you got to give them credit on how good they've been on fighting toe-to-toe. against 100 Thieves in these situations.
Nazar's playing so far back with Hunter's Fury here. He hasn't really shown himself other than way back on the defensive side to look to rip this off once the sight hit goes in.
They still got a Sage.
They are denied by the lockdown at first, and now the ultimate probably
to get over towards sight. And Sova's gonna get close enough to use his ult. Dude, he should use his ult now. Just hit him as they run in.
Players, and there's that Hunter's Fury to support on top of that. Dizzy, Sean gets 2 kills.
Oh, I did it.
Azasana is finally able to trade it back. Hunter's Fury is not getting any kill inside of Furia. 13 seconds left on the clock.
13 seconds. Wingman with the spike, taking his time, probably shooting.
Denies the plant to come down. And Bang left alone.
Bro, Furia looking kind of sick on this map.
Map point now coming out for Furia.
2 seconds. Ooh, another hold from Furia, and super patience on that one. 100 Thieves was going on a fact-finding mission for the entire round, right? Even you said
two chances to end it, and what do they buy? Yeah, it might be 3 Bulldogs.
Trying to find that, and once they do get a sight, they're instantly delayed after taking the time on their fact-finding by a lockdown. Then they get into a Hunter's Fury that splits the team. Furia is literally just throwing everything on the floor. But 100 Thieves can't get through.
Okay, double Guardian
in the right moment.
They're using it greatly here.
Official, maybe. Might happen.
100 Thieves the opportunity to get the plant down towards the
if Zant gets a kill, he gets res.
Behind by 2. The only scenario that they have here is to try to push this into extra innings on the map of Icebox. If not, Furia will win their map pick, of
I'm
course.
doing great. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 3 months.
Looking to fight together towards this B side, a 4-1 setup.
You can feel the intensity, right? Last round was slow. This round they said slow's not working. Push instantly into this area belong. Nothing showing though. Still a very patient Furia waiting to absorb the aggression. This Dizzy has kind of confirmed a lot of what.
Okay, I like this from 100 Thieves. They hold over towards B.
So
they wait for the recon. They shoot the recon. Then they know for a while they can't re-clear this information, so they go back over towards A. The thing that they don't know is that Nozwa instantly drones pretty much as they left this area, and that gave them the space to take yellow, and then the person at yellow just is now jumping over towards B, so they can have 3, maybe even 4 people over towards A right now. Oh man, this might be it. Holy, what a kill from Bang.
Plant will also be successful, but it's planet safe.
Bit of util to get back in here.
Noswar just trying to delay so that Khalil can rotate back towards the screens. All 3 members of 100 Thieves playing inside the site with the crossfire set up in the front. Bang at high ground. Busia with the first pick. The trade right after to keep 100 Thieves in
everyone from 100 Thieves, there was like 3 of them over towards A site. Hit a lot of important jewels. 2 chances down to 1 lost chance. And Furia played that round pretty well, to be honest with you. Even the call from 100 Thieves was nice.
You said they stay alive and great opening shots.
They still overall played the round pretty well.
That we were not seeing 100 Thieves win before coming into their favor, and a big reason they were able to get through on that one. Gonna be a timeout. Just to slow this one down at the end. 100 Thieves momentum for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a
discussion. Ultimates, they have
big chance for them
ult to come back up with the res. And Asuna does have Thrash. I think Thrash gets a little bit more potential if you're clearing towards A, but you can always do a yellow clear and bring it back to long, get it back in your hands, and make sure that's safe too. So decent amount of options here. We've only had a few mid fights, and man, did they get bloody quick. But yeah, it's been AB, and pretty back and forth here.
Yeah, I don't know if Furia after this timeout want to try to go for another aggressive push down towards middle, but what, again, has been working for them is the anchor play from Khalil on one end and NW0 on the other. But now the situation is that you have less money for Furia in round number 24.
NW0 gets an op.
You have to maximize this positioning of this operator in the hands now of MW0.
What did he
for
do,
the rest potentially to just stick as a group.
Okay, on attack, Fish ult. They could maybe get Killjoy ult with an orb and a plant.
Maybe still trying to figure out what he wants to buy going into this. It will be a small shield and Vandal too.
I mean, this guy can just drop him, right?
Look at this Noswar. Okay, so Noswar has so
much
what's
going
money.
on
They're actually saving for another round to make sure they have.
You got a spectre at the end.
They buy through. Noswar's gonna go down. Let's focus on the strategy. A push up here for MW0. You're gonna have to get that Dizzy.
Oh.
When you fetch after it,
That's official.
move forward to capitalize on the first blood. And you saw the other two were just holding towards the rafter just to make sure that the angle, the back was being launched here from NW0 to allow him to push the way that he did. A great start for Furia in this round.
Well, there goes your whole plan of getting up to here, fishing sight, and then I guess walking, making space on B at the same time.
Fight while it's happening, so.
Okay, so now it's drone into A.
Trying to sell a fake at least with this owl drone, but unfortunately it's not going to work.
Shout out to NW0. He pretty much just arrived over towards B.
Second kill then.
And this push over towards middle, just don't overstep.
Yeah,
just count the numbers. And they get the op it. He overstepped, bro. So don't overstep.
Has been blocked by NW0. Dash across though, and that gives a chance here for Cryo to meet up with his teammates, so they could try to get this plant towards the A site.
Just a slow shock bolt. Nazar's dart should be coming up here in a few seconds as they play this.
And do they just leave sight, go res?
Chip onto bang, just about half.
Dude, that's what they're expecting. Cryo's ready for their res. They're double expecting the res. They're triple expecting the res. 3 people here. We got double shock dart, molly for the after plant.
For EU and for bang respectively, and looks like they want to try to leverage that. Furia now
no wolf for Zan.
NW0 almost ready to get that pick and almost punish EU right there. There's that first snake bite for the delay. There's a shock dart to swing by. And the second one was shock. Crowd swings out. That's a 2-for-1. Now the tap one is
no way, man. Sick round from Cryo. Unbelievable shots. Oh, Furia have got to be gutted. They actually really messed up. I can't believe they misstepped at middle here. Just let the op hold the angle. And the person lay crossing was Cryo as well, so the op would have taken him down.
So cold. So cold. 100 Thieves, little back and forth, delaying the map slightly. Wearing away just enough.
Yeah. I wanted to say a bad word because it kind of was.
Right away. How does Boostio
okay, two chances fully gone, and we're into overtime. Cryo gets the op, no armor.
The clicks. Oh my gosh! Operator here on this last round, or this first, I should say, OT.
Glass cannon for Cryo cells. And Furia does not want to give that momentum back in favor of 100 Thieves, especially after that ace, because you saw that the camp for 100 Thieves, the vibes are back. So they break the alarm bot, they break the turret very early in the round.
Now that's like a great amount of pressure though. In their mid default already, broken turret, broken alarm bot, all in middle now. Giant question mark basically.
Very different on the side of Furia. We've seen MWZ there a few times, but backtracking just to help the team. As they actually try with 3 there. And 100 Thieves is
and with the question mark, they could start using util over towards middle, so we saw recon here.
Style A with Molly delays.
Might have seen drone as well. Honestly, I wasn't watching for drone.
Down to a minute, they're actually going to look to anchor deeper in the site and get in the face here of Furia.
You just painted with the Dizzy, almost got that pick. And that was going to be on
still got mollies to delay the first wave of going through the wall. Oh, okay.
Out of the B side, but the wall and the execution.
Yeah, they go for Fnatic wall.
Utility delay gone.
There's a push forward. There's only one stuck.
There's no way they're going back. Oh my god, they're actually fully going back. Tap of the spike, they go back. 2 people stay here. Meanwhile, what has been going on? Kalel's got over towards B. 15 seconds to get the plant down. They're going to get here in time.
It's going to be huge here for Havoc, like you said, going up 2.
Yeah, we got a lurk over towards tube. We got a lurk on A. What on earth is going on? Wow, they actually owned them. That was kind of sick round. Fair play.
And Boostio has no avenue to go as he has to play against 4 players on a
God, who is this team, bro?
What a commitment
this is not Furia from Split 1.
Making 100
This has been a nice map to watch.
But over just at A site, but it was really happening at B. And there's the shot from Nazar onto Boostio. First overtime round from the attack side here onto Furia, and it hasn't been attack or defensive side for either team here. We've seen both teams fire off from attack or defense. So this is going to be a big one for 100 Thieves to go hard again.
But you were right on the call here for what we were trying to expect for 100 Thieves on the amount of times that we're defaulting on 3-2s on the B side and A side. They're trying to play that push and pull, but you're also not committing to a lot of utility that doesn't force these rotates to come across, so you're just doing a 5-player hit and it becomes wins potentially for Furia. And on that side, you saw this is what Furia is doing that 100 Thieves is trying to do.
Right, and if we think about all
that
the
looked
rounds
horrific to deal with. Yeah, there was so much going on. Top of the spike, getting out of there was someone still on site, dueling.
For so long. This was a different setup in the way that
Darkling
they played
Carpet,
that.
thank you so much. Thank you. Furia out. Yes, it's impossible for them, I'm pretty sure.
So a different style
they're
of
5-0.
allowed that lurking from Khalil.
If they get 5-5, right? Or am I fully wrong, chat?
So 100 Thieves
they could technically do it, I think.
Now we get the timeout in overtime here from
Zix. They can go 5-5, yeah.
Here as we see him on your screen.
Kelvin as well with the Prime, thank you so much. With 18 months and 11_28 with 7 months. Good evening,
yes,
mate.
it wasn't Bang that was there,
Thank
but there was
you
still
for calling me
Cryo that was
Steven.
watching
Thank you for
that
that.
angle. So using that util
MW0 has been a bit of a lunatic on attack, just like dueling A on his own all the time, but he keeps getting like really big impactful kills, even though he's not crazy fragging at the moment. Like the 17's been good impact. Gets up out on defense, no armor.
Zoom in.
Oh.
Zoom in. Oh,
well,
I thought that actually was
the
going to take
flash
his head off for a
absolutely
second.
annihilated
Super
him.
close. 100 Thieves is made to sweat right away, but they're falling into Khalil. This has been the kingpin here on B site.
There's 2 players at least. It's not a 1-for-1 to play back and
can you really blame Khalil for just
wall
playing
came
here
down,
again, seeing as he's literally just been 2-tapping everyone?
Against that anchor player on that B side, and that was probably that conversation at the timeout.
Just noting Dizzy did go down.
It was a nice call to punish this, but hold up.
They only need 3 more kills and a defuse now for Furia to win the
Yeah,
map.
chat, they have Sage Wall. Wait, Sage Wall is going to be giant here.
They don't want to swing out, but there's that mass utility coming out from Furia. The wall to move forward to. Nanoswarm towards the back. The util is beautiful. Up drop from Cryo. Draws back
Gets
down.
it half.
But we do have Shanji sticking onto that spike. It's more than halfway.
No way. No way. Wait, chat, that was impressive, man. That was nice Icebox from them. That's crazy. The Sage Wall was actually everything. Double pistol, and they don't win the map for 100 Thieves. Really nice from Furia. It looked like a completely different team from what I've seen.
Just an arm's reach away from 2 members of 100 Thieves. Absolute, just brutal first game here of a back.
Yeah, what a banging first map this
we
was.
saw the rounds that would give them the openings for the wins, the 4Ks, the 3Ks, that glimmer of absolute star power. But it seems like how Furia adapted, was able to continuously shut that down and find their light at the end of the tunnel here for a first map win on Icebox.
And if there's anything Bala was actually questioning here on the desk, is that structure. Noswar joining this roster, and they're in a build mode, in a system where they're trying to come back here in this second stage, and that structure looked very good. Great utility being used. It looks great utility for the retakes. And when it comes down to these individual moments, it now shows here for Furia. You definitely just saw it. They do have the firepower to make this happen. And will they close the series on the upset? We'll find out after the break, as Haven is coming up.
Dude, and we get Haven, new, well,
Every time I needed a new
I say
phone,
new
I
map,
had
but
to switch carriers.
I told him at Verizon.
all right, this was dude, what a first map to start off. That was awesome.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I didn't think we would get a game like this.
I need a lawyer for this.
Give
Those
you
were
some
hard
ads?
days.
Sure. I'll be back in a little bit.
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
LZR de novo, mas a troca acontece. MWZera vai sobrevivendo, vai trazendo os abates.
Are they going to clear Asuna here? Asuna's weak. It's Asuna who gets all three.
Smick standing here with Coach Koi as Furia takes down the Stage 1 champions in map number 1. First and foremost, amazing performance on that first map. It was really cool to see what Shanji is already bringing to the team. I noticed in one of the timeouts, he was actually the one that was talking to his teammates. Can you tell us a little bit more about the role that he has on the team outside of what he's doing on the server in terms of frags? How much does he help with advising the team on what to do?
Cara, é muito bom ter o Shanji no time. Acho que a energia que ele traz pra gente é muito positiva. Assim, chega a ser engraçado porque ele matando ou não, a energia dele é a mesma. Ele é muito hypado, sabe? Ele sempre tenta levar o nível do nosso time, cara. É excelente ter ele no time. A qual que ele passou ali era pra gente jogar um pouco mais agressivo, pra poder puxar um pouco mais de recurso dos caras. E deu certo, a gente confiou e é isso.
It's great having him on the team. It doesn't matter if he's killing or not. He's always hyped. He's always bringing a lot of confidence. Also, that call, it was him just trying to bring the team together, and so he has the freedom to make some calls.
It's amazing to hear, and it's so great to see the team coming together like this. Best of luck on map number 2.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Busio may not have known who he was playing today, but now he gonna learn today because Furia is up 1-0 over this Stage 1 champs in 100 Thieves. Absolutely incredible performance that we see from them. What a turnaround for this lineup.
That always backfires, man. He went for the artist. That's crazy. Loyton T, thank you so much for the Prime. Alucard backwards as well. Thank you so much for the Prime. And DMF234, thank you so much.
Stepping up, Havoc playing a really good game, which he needs to do more of, the rookie in this squad.
Stats, we can do a bit of stats, chat.
The chemistry on the team that is significantly better than it was during the first stage. It was
what
crazy.
Is that?
Yeah,
what is the main thing we're looking at? Dude, Khalil 62. Dude, look at the jewels, man. This is the only guy. This is the only guy.
Assuredness across the field there.
I mean, honestly, the jewels are real even.
Didn't just have
jewels are even spread.
Like Shandy, who were contributing
+3 fast kills for Bang.
You had
Asuna -4.
Noswer, you had Khalil as well. I mean, looking at this is the first half of Noswer's stats, and he popped off ball. It had such massive impact. And then even
Bro's got a 62 headshot percentage as well. Damn, Khalil really popped this game, man.
Members of the team.
Yeah, I think in the first half, he was insane, finding kills with the Sheriff while 100 Thieves was trying to go on a run. But then the second half was the opposite, right? It was Khalil finding form from like last year, the week 2 type thing, like way back.
Chat, we should be looking at this one more, right? Traded frequency.
It's the same sort of thing here. Look at these rounds from Noswer. This is very early when 100 Thieves is finding momentum, and he is just getting Sheriff kill after Sheriff kill, no matter what. Finally, he's able to actually work his way in, and I think he had a key factor in actually figuring out how to counter that defense from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I feel like to a certain extent, we can kind of analyze as much as we want.
MW0 didn't trade once. Bro, who's on A site. Who's on A site all on his own, that's why.
There's only so
the
much
rest of his team was running away from A, and he's just on the site.
Kind of standing long, getting kills. Silva just kind of peeking, taking those picks, taking those fights. Even the util was being used phenomenally. I felt like I was watching all these players kind of evolve into a new set of who they were before.
Yeah, I mean, this is impressive. We are excited because, you know, look, it goes without saying, we want to see everyone succeed. We want to see these players do well, but specifically, you know, teams like Furia, teams like MIBR, Wyatt, that are struggling right now, these are massive wins for them.
We wanted to see them turn things around, obviously, when they had the downtime in the off season. We don't want to just see these teams go out with a whimper that haven't been able to get a win yet. This is, I'm excited to watch more. And going to Haven next.
Flexing with the exclusive stats.
They could come in with
I mean, eventually, hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone will have them.
We'll talk about that in a second, though. For now,
it's nice.
Let's
They're
send
nice
it over to
though.
Coach
I'm not gonna lie.
Zix.
Nice to
Find out
have.
what's going on over at the 100 Thieves.
The traded thing's pretty cool. Dude, I love the Jaws one. Trade is really
here
sick
with
as well.
Coach Zix after the loss on map number 1. I'm sure that wasn't the result
The clutch
that you would have
scores well.
predicted before the match. Furia definitely playing their hearts out. I know you called 3 different timeouts, a lot of communication happening with your players. What are the biggest lessons learned from map number 1, and what's the game plan going to be heading into Haven?
I would definitely say our general fundamental play was not nearly where it needs to be, and that was what some of the timeouts were about, just tweaking little things about how people are communicating with each other. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that was a game where we definitely lost to ourselves 100% because we just played it pretty bad. But I think we got a pretty good reset coming in. Obviously, that was their map pick as well. So going into our map pick, we're obviously very confident. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, things change for the better and that we improve our team play.
Sounds good. We'll look forward to your performance on Haven.
Well, of course, there you heard the fundamentals being a potential issue there for 100 Thieves, something that they're certainly going to want to correct as they go into a map that we haven't seen in a while in Haven.
And you would not have thought going into this that they would be lacking in fundamentals compared to the Furia team, but I think it's also a testament on Furia's side to the inherent chemistry that some of the players have, this pre-developed chemistry, because a few of these guys have played on Furia together a long time ago, including Shanji with Noswer, with Khalil. Those guys have played for Furia.
It looks like Furia using old default comp, and then was that 100 Thieves with a Neon KO? No, it was Furia. Wait, okay, maybe I was fully wrong with everything. Okay, Neon Breach Gecko. These 3 are actually kind of sick together.
I could sense one of the teams was going to come in with the Neon Breach on.
I think the Neon on Haven is really strong.
Boring.
Oh my god.
Again, it's 100 Thieves that are going for more of a default.
They were playing Gecko before he was buffed. And now that Gecko is buffed, they're playing this boring old comp.
And this is very strange to me, given the fact that this is 100 Thieves' pick, right? Yeah. This isn't even a meta comp from Haven before. This is weird.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with what DFM did today, right? Where they pretty much just pick a meta comp on a map that everyone's played for a while.
Vansili and Riv for map 2.
This is looking to be very exciting for the second map of Haven, and that tweet that they put up on the
drew a
desk
pig.
here,
That's so sick.
That kind of gave me a little bit of this artist
The legacy lives on.
Billy vibe. Okay. And now that I see this composition coming up from Furia, I think they have an opportunity to do the funniest thing today in this game.
Yeah, get someone to retire. That's not funny. Not funny, but Boostio is going to step up. The 100 Thieves are going to step up here. I think we get a 3rd map, and I think that's what everybody wants too. 100 Thieves fans are going to be
comp. I tell you what, the KO's pretty good against.
We are getting.
I mean, it's good against the Neon, and it's good against the.
I cannot wait to see what teams have brought in. We already get the Neon coming out. MWs are going to freak out here off the breach utility.
100 Thieves on defense.
When Furia is on defense,
and Furia on attack.
Insta breach utility.
We got sorry, that's a lie. We got Raid Boss Cryo doing the same thing that Des pointed out earlier. 400 to make sure that he can get the op out early. So yeah, this just looks like their routine at the moment. Just Raid Boss on defense, and he saves the. He just buys armor and just saves the rest.
Pretty much on a one and done if this doesn't get cleared, especially.
Anyone to bait this out over towards C site?
Forward position though from Cryo, was able to trade it back against Shanji. Now towards the back, Aftershock pushes him.
Wait,
catches 2 off guard and picks him off. Now continuing to push forward. He knows that there's one around the corner and decides to play back with his teammates. An advantage coming out on 2 versus 4.
Oh my god, what a pistol. Okay, fast pistol for them as well. 2-1 in terms of pistols. Furia off to a good start. The Neon already looking great.
to the members of 100 Thieves. Just literally in the face. I think it was a cryo there for a moment as they took C site in an instant KO knife, detecting forward A. They hightailed it to C. Just MW Zera shaking hands right there as he gets into sight. Cleans it up. Nas was feeling good as they are pumped to win the first round of Haven here in the second map. So a few buys, sticking with 2 ghosts actually here on the side.
C is free, start a C hit counter. I mean, yeah, it's going to be 2 right now.
Cool. It'll be an open site.
Not even 10 seconds and they're in C.
There's only Boostio inside the smoke with a shorty. He's hoping that somebody's going to walk inside of that so he can get 1 at least. But unfortunately, it's the Bulldog bullets of Khalil. Bites him in the knee and drops Boostio. It's going to make it very difficult for 100 Thieves to retake, but you see the idea of these knives on a retake that could.
So they got 2 people that are allowed to hunt.
A lot of the utility of the players playing within the site.
Dizzy delay. Not seeing anybody just yet.
I would be.
It's going to be.
Chat, do you know what's mental? And I think this is mental to say. But I think out of this, out of all of this, like official free chalk probably should be the all she should be stacking. But honestly, after what I've seen with the Neon, I think I would prioritize Neon ult. I think the Neon ult is one of the most busted things I've seen.
They're pushing down and hunting for the kills. And that's why they had the smaller pistols too to try to have them push forward.
Yes.
That's Nas. We're now past halfway into the Rolling Thunder after round 2.
But you see the speed, right? We're at 135 on the clock.
Arch, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the gift.
C with the rest of the team in tow.
I'm gonna be saying that one.
Shot to the thigh. A Boostio there hiding in. And yeah, the absolute push through here. So Furia feeling good to start off this one. A little bit different than last map. 100 Thieves ran away.
We get Unhinged Flaming for missing some missed smokes on B. Right, I went in on DFM for about 10 minutes earlier today for picking Haven and just not knowing smoke protocols.
Icebox and Haven. Again 4. And they're going to push this time, not run away.
There's always going to be this trade of util between both initiators. A Dizzy to get information, but a knife to counter out. Does not allow for Furia to flood too much util until they execute towards the site.
Oh my.
These sight hits? Yeah, these sight hits look disgusting.
Does score the first kill. A push forward from Nas where
what are you doing?
And no support coming through. Just got dinked. Now NWZero answers back. As you drop here from him.
What's he doing? He forgot he's a breach.
Continues to push forward. They are not afraid to fight towards the spawn here for Furia. Finally, he escapes here and puts the wall up. Just delays that clock down as the spike is planted at the default spot. Paranoia though, there is that scope in to get the pick, but Cryo's now alone. Picks up the Vandal.
God, what absolute madness this is. How are you meant to play on site? I'm surprised 100 Thieves managed to actually play on site and get a kill and then got out of there. 4v5 after plant, Furia win. NWZero now has his ult. Could use it again. See this round here, personally, with deaths going in, I would be using this ult and I just send him in. It doesn't matter too much. He can take some risks. I'm not going to pick up a gun. But maybe the ult's so strong now that you use it by v by. I don't really know. Like old Neon ult, I would use it to farm ecos. Now, maybe it just wins you a by v by round.
Finish off on that round 2. We're still alive. Operator going to be down now as 100 Thieves not really finding a return on investment there. And we see 0 point always going to that A garden area to start off.
That smoke also thrown here towards this A long on the attack side from Khalil. It really doesn't give a
too good now to farm ecos. Yeah, I kind of liked it because you could normally just, you know, similar round to like the second round where you have a ghost and you just send someone into a site to check it. You can kind of do that. Doesn't check the corner.
But at least these off angles, corners not being cleared off, now is able to at least get one. So finally, after Sean pushes them out,
that's a sick play. If they push in, that is a sick play from EU. Might not pay off on this one, but
position again. The timing might go away though.
Yeah, he probably just missed out. The thing that's playing in his advantage is the smoke did have a gap that no one was watching, so maybe they don't expect it. Bang with the jump peak might.
This is just going to be an all-out battle. I think Fury are okay to take it too, knowing there's a bit of an upgrade in the site.
The Dizzy, yeah,
right now to initiate
but he doesn't have it, right?
So it's waiting off the fault line. Wingman to push forward.
No way.
Stinger shots missing in. Shanji and Nosworth gets these picks.
Oi, chat. It is falling apart for 100 Thieves. It is crumbling. Everything's falling apart. I know it was an eco, but that is a devastating round still.
But they're adapting well in this situation. Like, okay, there's problems we've created for ourselves in this situation. They're doing a great job at repairing them. That was interesting too. MW Zera diving in. Whenever you have somebody jumping behind that box, 90% of the time there is someone watching for you to enter. They're just a looker. There is someone else guarding that person jumping, making noise in sight.
Okay, now yeah, so they saved the ult for the big buy rounds.
They continue with 4 now.
Good news is MW Zera doesn't insta pop his ult. They wait, they find the knife. It does hit him, but
now from Austin, throwing down towards long C. That
knife into garage and he sends it through. Sorry, stun into garage, he sends it through garage.
Inkling here that you're gonna go for a lot of ults towards the C side, and indeed it will.
Oh, he didn't check corner again. Gotta check the corner, my guy. Yeah, really gotta check that corner. You just lost your team around.
Easy kills for Boostio.
Okay. That's the second corner we haven't checked.
Yeah, we really got to start checking some corners.
100 Thieves complete that
Can't be half clearing these.
Deja vu?
Yeah, double ult use as well.
Here. At the 4th round, we see 100 Thieves get there first. A little bit of switch of the script here. 100 Thieves are going to start feeling good now as that operator comes online. Boostio, I love the way he played this. It was only to make the call. Him trying to shoot under stun would have just given away his position, and not shooting, full trigger discipline actually.
Thank you so much. Subbing to say how clear left.
His teammate off the comms too. So really smart.
But that's twice. So someone in the team got to mention it.
Looks like they're waiting for the 0 point this round.
We do the, that's sort of funny, man. You do the dazed, I can't remember last time I talked about dazed. They do the dazed shock over towards A. They get people using util here. It is so fast right now. Oh my god, the stun backside. Wait, was that a... No, yeah, okay.
Just behind it towards that B site. And the positions are quite good here for Fruity on the first fight on B.
This is so hard to play against.
First B strat is an absolute banger here from MW Zera. We remember when we used to see Neon on Lotus, you can sometimes have those relay bolts you throw off the ceiling as you enter over towards A rubble. Getting the same thing there in B, throw a high relay bolt and it connects to the ground. There's no way Boostio is going to really see that coming and get stunned right in the backside of B. Really neat way to enter the site and make that theirs for this round. So they just search out Bang. Trying to save this.
Every site looks free at the moment. Yeah, it actually feels like every site is free.
So far, it's gonna be okay.
With an agent that can.
Definitely, you're seeing the beginning of these rounds.
Okay, so let's talk about stuns for a little bit. Because stuns are fine, right? You see all the time a pro player getting stunned and then just hitting the one shot when they're stunned up because they're like hyper focus, and then obviously it's like normal movement to kill someone when you're stunned. A lot of times pros will hit that one shot when someone goes into their crosshair and they've been stunned up. But when you have a Neon that can either go fast or either slide past the angle, when you're stunned, stuns get incredible buffs right now because of the Neon speed. So the breach is unbelievable right now, and Neon has a stun as well.
Upgrade now on this slide and accuracy. Well, sliding.
So before where stuns maybe looked a little bit cosmetic sometimes in rounds, it's actually so scary.
Try to clear towards the back of C. Trying to dodge it. Cryle's there for the support, though, with the dropout. And a dropout from Boostio to be
yeah, everyone's having to make mad plays at the moment. Bang gets out of there.
Move it in together and work in tandem. There's the wall bag and a spray to get the pick up onto Nosworth. The updraft to get the information onto Havoc, stuck towards the C cubby. And Khalil's trying to fight on his own on the other end. And it's the right click classic from Asuna. And the last kill.
Bro, Prius is working overtime right there. That's so funny.
Whoa, I think Furia learned a lot on that round of how Boostio.
I know Prius is just sweating at his PC, man.
They did not all think they needed to go
This is 3 jewels at once. Just flicking between every single POV. Prius did well, yeah. He actually did. Maybe a Sapphire.
Really nice control of what Furia was trying to do on this round. And quite a few members alive, too, to get out of that one. And take the 100 Thieves timeout, too? Yeah. So they actually like the flow they're getting. Maybe just want a little bit more out of it to stop what this Neon's going to do.
Feels like a Paper X game. Yeah, actually does.
For the last 2 rounds, you were They haven't been doing the following up the conditioning on the A site and finding success.
It's so funny that we were calling we were calling Valorant with like KO Gecko pretty muddy. This is mental. Like I don't even know what to call this because you don't even need info. You're just absolutely sending it with XX. It looks so fun right now.
I was trying to see who's talking here on the side of 100 Thieves because I did not see Zix talking. I think they were listening and just getting things in order on the side. So this was more of like a reset. Let's go forward. This idea, I think,
Hurricane Valorant
from the whole team is an idea. Very interesting here. Did see Naswar with some words of wisdom for the team there on the screen, though. No one who was chatting from Furia, but we're back in 5-2. We get our weapons in. Definitely discuss how this lockdown's going to be used.
Pick a site
as they retake a site. And Furia are going to flex towards mid again.
So they're still trying to put cryocells towards the A side to support the initiators, but this time taking control of sewers. So locking that area, keeping B open for information utility with Boostio's util. The wall comes up towards the B site once again, and it seems to be
all over towards spawn. He's stuck at the Omenal.
Catch some players off guard.
Man, the people everywhere.
Actually, sick protocol to run right after the timeout
it's the C split through B, but with the Omen all towards heaven. It's like Vision Strikers strat mixed with, and they put an Omen all. Someone in America used to do this in tier 2. I can't remember who it was. TSM? Yeah, it is TSM. You're right. That is it.
Naswar is the one planning it.
Full util for Cryo to go crazy here. A little bit of assistance from the drone. Is it going to be enough?
Oh yeah, the timing on this.
Ring around the road.
Go on, go for
so much confidence, but there's an extra step here from that breach. They heard it as they're trying to fight back towards the garage.
Yeah, he's just called W King. Yeah, just called W King too much there.
Waiting patiently on that. That was actually huge for EU to stay alive, and the timing he had to get out of there as the dart was just coming back
MW0 lives in a world where corners don't exist.
Huge stuff. And that was an incredible start here. We have to remember, this is still the round where we have the TP. We have the push through in from MW0 through B. Yeah, but 100 Thieves are still able to collect themselves and come back into the site for the 2v2 retake.
Nice! Good round, boy. Good round. Me and Matt both have the same place.
Yeah, getting themselves pumped up. That lockdown's still available too. Havoc getting out the Guardian here as there's a few drops in weapons going to the team.
Boostio has his ult for retake.
Seems to want to try to tempo back, making a lot of noise here.
Honestly, Aftershock just one shot
having the Neon fall back so they could slowly move up here behind the smoke.
So yeah, they can't really play retake on A.
Oh, there's one shoulder.
We'll keep an eye on the we'll keep an eye on if he uses the Aftershock for anything else that isn't the ult.
They're still going to work towards A here. They've avoided that early 0 point for once on this time.
He's just waiting here with the ADS, and that smoke though is going to allow for Furia to cross
1, 2, 3, 4, making it across.
Maybe no choice now for you to fall back
has to call his teammate over.
Play the retake, and he knows this already.
Okay, they're going to retake, but
the breach utility that you can get out of sewers
this breach is going to annihilate this Killjoy.
Dead to rights if you try to play in sight. Great move by EU to get out, but it is going to be the retake here from 100 Thieves. They have the flank watch. And EU's going to prepare from the top side here.
There's got to be a strategy.
Does he go for
Heaven one? They should know that Boostio has this lockdown to work with, and they'll use it towards the A site for the retake.
There you go. This is getting insta. This is getting insta damage, bro.
Ready for it, trying to get position. It's not going to use it. They're going to try to potentially fight back towards the spawn. That's MW0 trying to find the timing through it. And it swings out. Manages to get one. That's not enough. 100 Thieves able to move inside the site right now. And the recon dart does get the ping. Shock darts to do some damage, but Khalil's there for the save for the first kill. But it's traded out. Advantage back continues on for 100 Thieves. Shanji's stuck in the corner. That's 2 in his name. And now it's defused at halfway. And as he swings outside of the smoke, Shanji once again waiting for him and gets it 3.
It's like they decided to do it on hard mode.
The way they actually played that was kind of wild. Like you said, you thought the
call
was going to be going
say don't do it?
The lockdown. He played almost inside the lockdown and used the aftershock
for the entry
point that they would use to deny the entry. it still created a hell of a fight here at long, and it just took a bit of scrap for Furia to find the kills they needed, and Shan really staying alive in that situation.
Aftershock doesn't break it anymore?
Furia.
It does,
squeak another one through on that round as 100 Thieves looked like they were bearing down for a W.
It does 2 shots it, right, Jack?
And just to look,
do you need a shock
like
these
that
days?
play by MWZera. Look to get past the 0 point for no detection and get a quick shot on.
Okay. Then it's all making sense.
Cover everything and make it safe as we rotate back to C here.
And see Havoc trying to lurk. Do have a lockdown on the side of Furia. 4 players leading out towards long C. First
Been out of the game for too long? Yeah, I think so. Apparently so, man.
Despite 100 Thieves winning
I'd lose my team that round. Get fired.
Taking the front, couldn't deny here the wingman
He's
to
a
come through.
savage solo.
To come out on the defense though. And it's a 1-for-1 in a trade of utility. Wingman does get the plan and Havoc does get the lurk.
Boostio down to Aftershock there.
He's gonna hear the rotate potentially from the spawn. If not, gets the timing towards the back. There's that first, but he misses the shot at least. Gets that
The recovery is incredible.
to get the pick onto Asuna.
Do you expect another?
Bang trying to train it right back, and finally does so with the Guardian.
God, they can't even go for it, can they?
I feel like 100 Thieves right now is just pulling their hair out. Every time they turn a corner, there's a member of Furia between them and their teammates.
Just too good. They have perfect reads across. And the last one standing inside the smoke is Bang once again denied. Wow.
Dude, look at this, man. How many rounds do 100 Thieves realistically need?
But nope, a one-way comes up here on the
Is this comp not incredible on defense as well?
On this map here of Haven.
I think one thing Furia is doing really well in the moment
Can they not just always take A control?
When they came up, you saw the wall go up and Boostio stepped in the wall. A lot like we used to see on Fracture. They're going to come up that lane, just stay inside the wall, take down Neon. But then MWZera hesitates. The wall actually wasn't used.
The only thing it's not good at is getting info.
Of reaction
but it's so good at taking fast A. Maybe one of the best comps we've ever seen for taking fast A.
All over at that point. It is absurd.
It's insane for
retakes. On the map
retakes.
right now, 100 Thieves are actually ready for the C
It
play.
just can't get info.
Left and right.
But if you just gamble every round, it's okay.
Too good of util. At least we get some sheriff
Speaking of
shots.
not getting info, sending it over towards a site where they stack 5 does happen sometimes when you got no info.
Safe plan on the A
Furia
side, to watch the flank.
walk into a 5-person site hit and manage to come out with 2 people though.
Oh, lockdown's ready for next round 2 here. Furia just setting themselves up in these rounds. But Asuna could easily make this happen.
He's got to hurry up though. There's 2 nanoswarms onto that spike, so they could run the clock in their favor. And Havoc doesn't even need any help from Khalil. Winning the duel against Asuna.
It's a lot of rounds, man.
Furia
It's a lot of rounds.
5 rounds ahead.
I mean, Vans, what if we think about it?
No Flash, nah. I mean, he could be.
Work off of right now.
Well,
what precedents are they seeing? Because
I think he's trying to get a kill
kind of
first.
Absurd. The different ways MWZera is getting into the site, what sites they're hitting, how much they're hitting it, the ways they've hit it. It's a new look almost every time.
Happy to see Haven back.
Yeah,
I
you're
love
gonna
this
get the
map.
same util, but the timings they're switching up, the positions they're coming from on these hits.
Double
it's crazy.
off.
Like I
They
said
got
before,
so
I think
much
the best way
money,
to
they
play
can
it is
hold the
100 Thieves is
default for
coming around the
double
corner
off.
and seeing Furia members between them and their teammates.
Both the ops are picking C.
You're not. This time they play the 4-1. A little bit of a different look here. With Nazwar towards the right side. Rolling Thunder is ready. They're just so set up to be able to tear
Actually
down a
fired
site
them both
and make this tough
at the time so you could hear that they got 2.
W0 with the op trying to get a pick here towards
This
long C.
angle is
Almost
pretty
looked like it was gonna
legit.
be an
Thank God
honest
he's
C
got a
take, but
dash
with
to
the
get out of
breach
here
not
as
there
well.
to help with the initial util to decide the group together towards the A site hit. Pharrell forced a dash away. So you heard the op shot coming out once again from NW0. Rolling Thunder and the overdrive to commit towards the side, and a Dizzy will allow
Yeah, here's
Furia
the
to
OP
clear
ult.
the corner. Players now
Okay,
falling
ult to
down
cancel
for
the
100
ult.
Thieves towards the A site.
As soon
Flashbang thrown
as
towards the
they got
spawn.
about a
They were trying to push
5-second
back
window to
very
kill
quickly
everyone.
for 100 Thieves, not giving a
Okay.
chance here for Furia to set
Gotta
up.
try to get another
Advantage
because this
coming
Killjoy
back
goes
here.
over towards
As players
short.
are suppressed, they cannot get the lockdown available. Finally, you place it down for Havoc. Here's the aftershock to try to delay though, and a paranoid game pushed forward. Khalil on the other side of long.
Wait, Asuna
But now
would
it's
stick
diffused
this.
and halfway, trying to stick it, pushing
Ah,
forward,
it's
though.
so unlucky,
Boostio gets
man.
the pick, but Havoc
9? They got wrecked, bro. They got 9? Okay.
9-3 first half. I mean, the attack side should be your side. You have a site to choose. You can put your numbers there, and you should have the advantage. Furia take it, and they run with it here. The Neon Breach composition just stunning one after the other. Relay bolts into Rolling Thunders into fault lines. That's incredibly tough to play against, but 100 Thieves are going to have their chance to choose the site, to choose where they're going, and see if they can avoid this util, create a little bit of their own problems.
Definitely. Usually here on the Mackay Haven, it's a 3-site map. There's still an opportunity to work here on the
100
attack
Thieves
side
have to win
come
pistol.
back for 100 Thieves. But Furia so far definitely looks
How
really
do you stop
good.
this confident attack?
Agree, Analyst?
Judge. Just judge close in the smoke before they send it and hope they don't spam you.
I do agree, Vince.
Stack sights. Retake.
I agree. Oh man, but yes, you
They
know
got
what,
nothing
though?
really
They
to
were
clear
looking
judges.
so good, and part of it is just the fact that they're doing new things. They're trying to experiment, have a little bit more fun out there. Neon playing a big role in that,
which is why
You
going
get
into this,
stuns? Nah,
it's
none of
crazy
their
that 100
stuns go
Thieves
like in the
pick
smoke
Haven.
of a
They
choke
had
point
less time to
close.
play on the map than a team like Furia who weren't at Shanghai
Op,
and had a chance
can't
to
really
develop
op. You're gonna get
a game plan around
stunned,
around the new
slid
buffed
on.
agents.
I just love this.
I mean, MW's going
Look
crazy.
where we're watching.
It's
He's
ridiculous.
going into smoke.
He's just
not
flying.
checking his corners.
Absolute madness there. I gotta say, like, very impressive. Whoa, 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 whoa! We didn't need to show this.
That's not me. See, I'm Athena with an X.
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
That's definitely not me. I have less hair.
I mean,
so
who would have gone for Furia here,
You guys
realistically?
all retweeted that. Like, it's on Twitter.
Joke's on you.
Unless some, and the only people that would have gone for Furia are people that are
That
playing
being
them in
said, we were
Brax.
caught off guard there, but it looks like Furia's in a good spot. Thing is, we are flipping sides here. I'm curious to see what we're going to be getting in this next half, right?
A Neon running at the other team is what we're going to
Do you think that's it? You think it's going to be straight up just running?
I mean, fighting for A main is going to be a nightmare for 100 Thieves early. When you're going up against the Breach and the Neon, the stuns there, that's going to be super tough.
I think there's so much potential for that defense side on this comp as well. I mean, this is rough, and the scoreline is already so drastic that I don't see a chance.
I mean, I'm gonna play a little bit of
There's
devil's
no
advocate
way
here
they
because
2-0
100
them.
Thieves, they picked
There's
it.
no
They picked
way.
Haven. Surely they have a really
Why do they
good
look so sick?
No, hear me out. Hear me out.
Let her cook.
Surely they have good protocols against an aggressive team that can only be so 2D on paper because all they can do is be aggressive.
Well, let's see if that works out.
Is the only thing they can do be aggressive? I think this comp can just gamble sites retake.
Thank you, GB, and indeed, we'll have to see how Furia are going to play their defensive side, and I do agree with Watt. There's a potential here that it's a Neon and Breach just trying to run it down against you when you have fault lines and relay bolts to try to really stun that A choke. But at least when you start this pistol round for Furia, it's a full KJ setup on A site. Only a classic for Havoc, so it can use the alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms
What is
to
this
anchor
lineup?
up that
Backside?
side. And the rest now pivoting more towards B and C for fast rotates and support.
All right, a lot is on Cryo here. Kind of create the same problems for the side of Furia. Beautiful.
No way.
More than one.
They knew he was trying to swing with the recon overwhelm. Wow, and W0 gets an extra kill. Chad, did he do the Neon buy? The frenzy slide stun? Like double slide stun? It's insane that you can buy all of that in one go. He did? Yeah, it's such an unbelievable buy for a Neon. Okay, that is a must-win pistol that they get. Overall pistols 3-1 on this map 1-1.
All right. It's going to go here for 100 Thieves, a much-needed pistol round on the second half of their pick a Haven. Turret up towards B as we see this replay. Little jump around. And nice, the dart they shot towards backside has revealed so much info. Might not have gotten that many kills, but allowed them to take the site a bit more confident. And we start off the second round. Turrets are gonna fight mid. Just a few Timmies as they make their way over towards A.
Okay, as soon as the util goes out over towards A, we get a stack.
Fault line over their shoulder.
Flash.
Dizzy, flash.
Surely you
Fights are still good, though, for
breach
100
flash fast,
Better
and then
weaponry.
Dizzy.
And a trap play denied.
So they turn the flash, but then Dizzy just pops them all as they're turned with their back.
Does come into contact, but there's those protocols from 100 Thieves at least. Something that Zix mentioned. Gonna be
Okay, some
fighting
armor
with each other,
rebuys.
training with each other, and swinging
Double.
with each other. You're seeing
One gun.
a great hold here while one was stunned to allow 100 Thieves to convert their pistol.
It's a great point. Zix saying that is kind of odd because usually when we talk in between games or even after a game and kind of the winner's seat, he's saying, you know, we're identifying the teams we play against aren't using their util too well. They're not doing this and we can attack this. And it seems like they've had trouble doing that, the Furia, this game, this series. But that's starting to come into action here after we did switch now into Haven from Icebox. shaking that rust off. Over towards A once again, and we are getting the insta fault lines. We wondered if Noswar would hold that.
This is what the comp is insane at doing. Bit of a miss stun.
Towards the A choke. Now fully blundered of players. It's back and forth, but at least again, power numbers for 100 Thieves allows them to take the advantage in this round.
How did he get another kill?
So trap plays, fault lines, relay bolts.
The extra speed actually dodged the shot.
For Furia to really get full control of the A site.
Like Wyatt said, it's going to be a party here for a
honestly,
lot
I think if
the
that stun
rounds
hits,
based on
maybe it's a
Bounce
different round.
As it comes to
this is a good sign from
gonna be
100
the
Thieves, though,
full
proving that they can
rotato
actually
around
hold
here
on
for
to this
Furia.
over
They're gonna
towards A.
both try to come
Because if
from that
Furia
flank
lose
side
hope
and
that they
at least get a
can't
bit of
take A
timing.
main,
The thing is,
that would be a
timing
giant win for 100
goes
Thieves.
away so much once that spike is planted.
I wonder if they're going to smoke this year. Khalil does have a smoke available, and Havoc should be close enough.
Boom.
The turret's being recalled.
That's pretty good timing.
Range of it at this point.
There's that smoke.
He took away the turrets, leaving the go in
back towards the
C.
C site. The plant's now coming towards A.
The turret pull, I think, kind of sold that for them. Not that they meant to. Boostio just wants
He
it. He's out
resmoked
of
it.
range there,
Wait.
but yeah, they think it might have gone the other way.
Didn't they turn the corner at one point and see it?
And now EU's going to be first contact.
That's cracking me up.
It'll stay in the corner,
I'm
though,
so
so
confused.
that cryo cells can now rotate from the A site from the default. Cloud burst to allow for him to push back. And that will nullify the paranoia, the opportunity of Khalil to get a pick following that util. And now it's up to the discipline. Oh no!
Oh.
These shots are hitting.
You got
One
smoked the
versus
spike.
two. Boostio now has to stay alive. Gets the first one.
Oh, the turret.
The turret is fighting against Havoc. Tap on that spike. And
No
will
time.
he have enough time? He will not.
Oh my gosh. The fact that Boostio pulled the turret back comes into play. He gets the high shot there, causes Havoc just a few more seconds of distraction.
All right, they got an
100
eco.
Thieves do get
They got
that
an eco.
round. 6 to 9.
It's doable.
The bonus in their favor, and it's exactly what they need to be doing. I feel like they're going to start getting a lot of confidence here in these rounds. It's been a lot of 3v2 wins or even 3v3 right off the bat because of these fights, and 100 Thieves has been able to persevere with the numbers.
Expensive rounds, yeah, but
whether
so
or not
nice.
they have initiator or the right util to make it happen.
They can make money back,
I think that's where Boostio shines, is in those tight moments where you have to make the call that'll work. So you sometimes see 100 Thieves creeping around their opponents and being behind them on the defensive side. This is a fast one, though.
Oh, yeah, maybe missing some shots we would have hit on the first map.
Cannot land that shot.
I like the push idea on this round, though.
Being picked up by NW0 at the beginning here
util.
towards Long C. As 100 Thieves are committed towards this A site. Won't have a chance to use the overdrive as I say that he pulls
And they get the ult out of them as well. Okay. Asuna also gets the plant down, gets his
Trying to
ult.
get in there. And just like that, they're 2 rounds away
Fury
from
with a
tying this
timeout.
one up. And that's gonna be a Fury timeout.
Gotta prove to 100 Thieves that you can take A main
Not
control.
as much
And if
success
I'm
in the
100
rounds
Thieves
and
here,
not
I'm
as
rushing
much
C.
ultimates. Fury was, like I
I'm
said,
for
was
sure
doing a
rushing
very
C.
good job off of,
But
having those
I
rounds
think
from
Fury are going to talk about the
Noswar
fact they have to
and
prove they
Khalil
can take A
on
main.
Icebox. But the way they were able to cycle the ults, fake out 100 Thieves, kept them guessing. 100 Thieves is really putting a stop to that here on Haven on their attack side. And it doesn't seem like Furia has an answer yet. So the timeout is going to try to formulate that, as they have been 4 rounds in a row to 100 Thieves here on the second half.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves also at the beginning of these rounds haven't really been waiting for where the util is coming from of where NW0 could be pushing towards. So they're still playing their own game here on the attack side, and it's working quite well.
See if we get a switch up too from Noswar, how they've been using the Neon and the Breach utility. It's always nice to know you're stopping your opponent if they are at A. Whether or not they're there, the util is it's going to be effective because they can't get in that position.
How low is the 100
It's just,
Thieves
do they
money?
change it? Do they want to?
It's not that
Is there
low.
something
That
more
round
important to stop
there
on the side
really
of
helps.
100
They
Thieves?
kept that one clean.
3 ultimates ready there.
I'm surprised by
This will
both
surely
of
be a
these
tough one,
reactions.
as they're
I
gonna
thought 100
collect
Thieves
or
would
use
rush
those
C,
in
and I
unison
thought
here, as it
Fury
looks
would
like they
try
want
and
A again
show
with
that
a
they
little bit of
can
a
hold
mid-touch.
A
This
main.
is what I was wondering too after the timeout. Will they try to take advantage of B a little bit
Dude,
more?
if
'Cause
Furia
Thieves
give
haven't
up
been
with
committing
A main
too many
control,
players at the very
100
beginning here
Thieves
to get information.
are going to be laughing
So
at me.
NW0 is already there. The fault line's about to come out towards sewers to indicate potentially that same type of conditioning on that side. But we're walking down here to try to get the contact.
Util kill denied.
And NW0 will be able to score
Don't
that
do it.
first kill. Khalil to try to
Khalil,
support, but he overextends
don't do
instead
it.
of falling back to give the numbers advantage for Furia. We're tied up evenly on a 4 versus 4. Asuna already pivoting forward, gets the headshot into MW0 as he activates null command.
Oh, that's a big crouch diff, man. The shots go over his head to be crouched. Clean round from them. That overstep over towards Garage cost them so heavy. No smokes to do anything.
Heading into Garage,
Trying to so focused on doing a 1-2 move.
And yeah, 100 Thieves just taking out anybody that stands in their way on those rounds. There's a good push down mid, and that caused the adaptation here from 100 Thieves to change up the way they were receiving the round. Bladestorm not even used. Bang still has all 2 if they need to switch.
Okay, now they go aggro over towards A, but they're gonna think they can't hold A if they do it against Nico, like with eco guns.
Especially
I
got a
think
judge
3,
here
2.
for NW0. You're trying to dance across, but you're denied right away. But there's a push up from Sewers, and the kills are coming out.
Holy hell, Khalil hit some shots here. 2v4.
Players are dropping. Spike is down. Bang could flip the map if he wants to, but they need to get kills first. Wingman to push out within
35
the
HP for Bang. Oh man, Khalil popped this round. Give me a replay. And they now show that they can hold over towards A, which the comp is pretty much... Again, I think it's one of the best comps I've ever seen for taking A main control.
Neon and the Breach, it's almost unstoppable, as we see. And that Furia timeout is going to ring true as they come into this round.
Shot.
And this was a fight 100 Thieves wanted to take, right? They saw the smokes come out. They teleported through the smoke to give assistance to Cryo to not be the only one peeking.
Sometimes it's just meant to be, I guess. That is an absolute shot.
Just coming in a little stronger.
Yeah.
Towards A again. And yeah, this fault line just continues to disrupt the fast hit and allows a little bit of reset for Furia.
Dude, they're kind of making it's weird this comp that the Fury have. It kind of makes A main play a little bit like A on Lotus, where it's like prove can you get out over towards A or can you hold this, because people can actually get close now. Dude, I have a KO, a mosh pit that covers all of this. It would be unbelievable for this comp.
And see if Boostio can hear any rotates or punish anybody that's moving forward here.
I actually think you should never lose A with this comp.
Never seeing Naswar and MW0 apart here. Going towards A.
Nicely done.
But if he's watching behind, he's watching short. You know, no one's short, and you know there's 5 here, pretty much.
That was the move that forced Furia to push forward for information.
Yeah, nice util on this one. Nozwa has to go huge. It's a great flash, man. The util on the util on the side hits are incredible right now. Boostio with this gets his everyone here, gets reset, 1-9 loss bonus, 2 people can't buy, sitting at 2K.
Protect and then played again off of the shots that Shan had on just a little sliver there. Nicely done. In one round there, it seems like Furia already had a pretty good economy, so it's not going to break too much. But I thought a lot more was going to happen in that long area. 100 Thieves are doing a really good job at adapting to, let's say, absorbing that Breach and Neon utility when it comes time. And being able to still make a play.
Hey, they're getting stressed out, man.
Furia feeling that was a bit of an error. Locked in. And no push on that. 100 Thieves thinking they're still going to get a lot of aggression from short and from long in these early part of the rounds as they make their way towards C with just the lurk rather on Boostio.
A decent buy for Furia. They do have 2 Vandals, but lots of ults to work with. Ooh. This might allow for them to play a pretty clean retake with the Thrash and the Rolling Thunder. And on top of that, if NW0, from the way that he's playing, can get any type of first blood once again.
Yeah, planning ahead for the next big buy round as well.
Pivot back here in the favor of Furia in these
post-spawn scenarios.
But early in this round, 100 Thieves are just staying back towards that spawn, playing more patiently this time around, and at the minute mark, using.
So it's nice from 100 Thieves though that they left A all the time, so they're worried that one person is holding down A from this angle, so they drone, clear back, make sure that no one's close, make sure that they have double question mark over towards A, so there has to be 2 people here, so they know that B or C can't be stacked.
Towards Sewers, especially since you're figuring that Furia heard that drone. And they're going to go for a re-hit.
Okay, and then they go for a fake on C with the smoke, with a bit of util with an ult, and they send it over towards A. Khalil, 20 seconds. And wait. You could definitely breach all this. Oh, I would have been well tempted to breach all that. That lovely flash once again from Asuna. Okay, Brewster's just running in with him.
You could see a little lost on that one for Furia as they were run ragged across the map on that one. Great util use on A. Like I said, you're expecting people to hear that. Then they patiently play off it for the re-hit again. We saw it a bunch on Icebox. Boostio loves to make those late re-hit calls with a little bit of protection already towards that site. And it works for them again.
Yeah, and you can tell they're on different pages because they fish ult, but they didn't use breach ult, and if you use breach ult, then you kind of want to fish ult on top of it. They end up just using once. Now they don't have any kind of combo.
To a third map. We're now 10-10 after that.
And that combo would have secured them around, and they no longer got that combo to secure them around. And if you're Furia here, you gotta go aggro A and just leave one here.
That was something that Nas could have done with that Rolling Thunder on that previous round. If that was engaged and initiated with 20 seconds left on that clock, it would have created chaos, havoc towards the A site where Furia has been pretty good in this situation so far in this series. But they'll just have to regroup. The timeout for them to calm down and to figure out here how they could leverage these ults that they currently have for the last few rounds of the half. On the side of 100 Thieves, they still have some pretty good ults.
Here we go.
For their aggression as well.
Yeah, and the true, I'd say the true counter, if you will, to the lockdown in the Hunter's Fury is on the side of the Thieves. You still have the aftershock if you can get in a position, or util if you find the right spot.
Sending it up
but
to
if
B.
100 Thieves can put that lockdown.
This is a nice setup from Fury right now. I have a lot of faith in this setup. See how badly it gets on.
Get denied with another lockdown.
So they're going to try set Leon up to this angle.
Just by the pressure.
And then
big push and pressure here from
they're going to go rotate heavy over towards B. So one person to lock this one down. We've got mollies to break this.
First B here from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, lovely. And then they can get to the angle and they can stop all of this. Alarm bot's still in play. That's giant.
Furia decides to hold on to them for now. So a stalemate, but less util towards the B side, at least with the Nanostorm.
Wait, he committed over towards here? FW0 can't sit still, man.
Still giving them something to think about here lower.
Okay, this is nice. A similar thing to that happened earlier, right? Just push back the player over towards A, create double question mark, 100%, and then you know the rest of the sides are weaker.
Make sure they could kill that. So the way that
smoke goes over towards long. He jump peeks the smoke. No one came up on radar.
Interesting here.
Surely.
And do they go back? You think? Maybe again? Just one more alarm bot's going to let Furia know.
Stick 4 here. Maybe he wasn't facing fully to jump
being thrown to try to find information towards the A side that sees nothing. So they're going to get ready for this. The commitment now towards this B side. Rolling Thunder hits a lot of them. Front line those does hit NW0.
Dude.
But the rotate comes across.
Look at how many ults we have. Huge play. Oh, it's a huge play, man. Get out of there.
With the lockdown going out, it does attain one, giving a chance for EU. A window of an opportunity to try to fight a 3 versus 1. Does spot the first one, trying to clear out towards the site. 12 seconds left. Spike is out of reach.
Wow, what a round from Khalil. What a round, man. The TP was really sick.
A B playground for him.
Yeah, much better though. Like, they need to keep doing this over towards A. I think they win every round when they do this on A.
And that Vance, I'm eating crow.
Even though 100 Thieves is still doing the right thing to force them back, it's like, that's good.
Able to counter,
like, they have to use a drone to force you back. That's incredible.
Lockdown will have a lot of effect on, and these guys flying.
Not sure they'd be able to retake B again without the breach, but we'll see.
Utility. That's kind of tough to guard.
And you mentioned
it's knife might hit 2 though. All 3 again.
Didn't even get used, yeah.
Exactly for Furia, so they have a lot now, and they want to run with that high, that momentum here for Furia to aggress once again. Shanji walking up towards the
flash is insane.
Swing across a dash and a slide from NW0, and the sprays across, and still EU was alive for a bit, but couldn't punish any of the players.
Yeah,
so
I don't think 100 Thieves can fight this.
They want to fight so bad on the side of Furia, and it's actually throwing 100 Thieves for a loop here on each time. They'll hit A sometimes, then they leave it open. We've seen a full round where Furia doesn't even touch it, and then these rounds where they attack seem to be the ones that 100 Thieves also call to go A. It's absolutely such a read here from Furia. And now we're back to them in the lead. numbers up on this round, and that means Furia.
Yeah,
most
and it's
likely
the new
doesn't peek
turret
until
at the
they hear
moment.
plant here.
Spots long. I mean, you can put it a little bit further back, but
Even
spots long and
more.
spots
Easy detection. Or they could
There's
skirt this.
Can they squeeze around the corner? Oh, I think they could have, but
a little too much to worry about.
Just trying to make sure that he can't get pushed towards the spawn and he can watch the angles. The spikes will still get planted.
he's so unlucky. He went
400
left
Ds
side
and
as
they're
this
forced to
guy
play the long
crossed
range.
through the door, so we
Smoke's
didn't
still
see him.
available for Khalil, which could be
Yeah,
good
this
here
lurk
for
on
the
garage
defuse.
could be a
And it's
lot.
being used all
Smoke
the way
goes
towards
down.
the choke of C.
We got one smoke for the spike.
Lucio on the
No.
most important lurk. 1v1 against Havoc. Loses it.
Someone
Now
tapped
they're
the
shooting through
spike.
the smoke. We've been here before.
There's that tap first. There's the sprays. That smoke's about to dissipate. But there's so many players for Furia on the post plan. It's now at halfway.
They got their
Khalil
own.
with the first kill.
They smoked it.
And there's Khalil with the second.
Really nice, man. Yeah, every time they take A, I think they're just going to win the rounds. Two chances. Two chances to 2-0 100 Thieves. They're going to go A aggro again. 100 Thieves just need to hit C.
No one for 100 Thieves
Just
is
C
near
hit.
and all 3 orbs away for
Okay,
each.
it might be a time
We're gonna
after
get
this.
the
They go
timeout coming
fast.
in, I believe, here. And the pressure
Unless they think that they can
Furia
maybe
has been
like
putting on,
dash
the way they're
somewhere.
playing around each
They could
other
dash
and the
somewhere to beat some of the
teamwork that they're
util,
bringing to
like
the table.
KO,
I mean, you
flash,
saw one
short,
go down
dash.
there
I
and
don't
there
know,
was
man.
still help from Nasr. Shanji was still ready to fight. He also had more. If Nasr says, yeah, work to do, calm down.
I really like the
Let's keep it
Furia
going.
comp. I think
That's
the
thing you
Furia
lose.
comp
You put
on
yourself in the shoes
Haven
of 100 Ds in those
is
hectic
really
moments.
nice.
You're
Like
able
I
to
would run
dodge
this
all
in a
that
team.
utility. You're like, when are these guys gonna
I think I
pop
would
through
probably
for me
run
to
this
try to get one, and then
on
you see
Haven,
them
no
isolated.
matter what.
And then there's more players for Furia there on the defensive side for these trains, and it's just one of those days here for 100 Thieves where it doesn't really work in their favor when they're trying to find these timings against the aggression of Furia this time around.
Khalil and Nas were topping the charts again for the side of Furia. Khalil this time 24 and 12 right now. 7 assists on that. That's the Omen. Literally just playing around the map right now.
Yeah, maybe,
Finding a lot of those
Lauren, maybe.
mid-round kills, not the opening ones. That's during the chaos, during the util usage. And at the
You
end of
swap
the round,
Gecko
when
for a
LMS,
Sova.
Khalil
That would work
is stepping
also,
up. Nas
but
were right behind
I kind of
those
like
two
the
on
Gecko.
Icebox.
The Gecko
We're
creates a
also
lot of
melting
pressure
all
for
of 100 Thieves.
flooding into sight as well.
We'll see if they can keep it
And
going. 2
with
rounds
some of the
in favor
flashes you
Furia
could do
here
here, you
after
could always ensure that they're going to
4,
turn
5, 6,
flashes
7,
and that your
8, so
Gecko
many
flash
rounds
will
for
get the
100 Thieves
people
this
that are
time, but
turning if
seems
you
like they've
timed
been
it right.
stalled out as we got buys on both sides for round 23.
A timeout here for 100 Thieves.
Huh.
Furia takes advantage
Oh
of that
man,
to try to
Furia
figure out
have
if
owned
100
this.
Thieves
Surely
will
they
try and
fake
progress
A
once
pressure.
again
They have the
towards A.
Killjoy
They
here,
have
so they can
stuns and
stack
different
CB
stuns
heavier
and the
2
slows on that
2
side.
1. Oh
But
man,
as
it's
they
a
meet the
really nice
opposition,
call,
we
and they
see
did
the
the stun at the
in-rotate and early
beginning,
rotate from
and
NW0
they showed the
out
neon
towards the
stun.
C site. Another hit coming out from 100 Thieves. Well, you'll see the
It's a
paranoia come out from
really
Khalil.
nice call from the
They
coach,
still
man,
have
in the
great utility
timeout.
to stall.
100 Thieves
Waiting.
going for their
Haven't
play
even
of
left the
droning
attacker
back,
side
right?
yet.
Droning back over
This is
towards
where
A,
the-
double question mark.
the Lucio loves
Yeah,
to do the re-hits.
with a smoke.
Again, drone clears
Feeling
out
like they're
towards
going
A.
to have 2
It's where
people
they've
to
been
hold
fighting
it. Furia,
so much.
so fine with the one person holding it, so they stick
You see
2-2
those
strong.
re-clears here. EU just went for the drone back towards the A side. Remember, there's an Alto nerf. You don't get too much distance.
Oh, he went for
on what
this
you can
smoke,
clear.
even though he has flash.
And they're going to have to go into the site, blind it once again. Because he
Paranoia.
used so far to try to get a recon into the site. There's finally the recon coming through. There's a flash also. And there's the overdrive
4 people
from
side
NW's here on
chat.
the top of logs. The
4 people on defense. No way.
100 Ds are fighting for it. Shanji alive still towards the logs.
No way. They got wrecked for the person on the site. Dude, he smoked here and on the choke point. They had the
Stay alive in the
perfect
game.
flood.
Wow. And to potentially see some more extra innings as Havoc is falling back to save his weapon.
And looking at that too, 100 Thieves smashing through. We've seen a lot of this back and forth on what they want to do on the rounds.
Oh
as
my
they
god,
take
it was
site.
it was
With
such a
MWZero
good
using the
call from
overdrive
Furia's
and going
coach.
up on the box.
They should have won
Actually,
this.
kind of a mistake there, as you're going to only have a sliver of someone to shoot. I think overdrive, you need to be flying in the open, trying to hit things, not a sliver of somebody. Yeah, that was punished by the side 100 Thieves, and they'll try to punish for more of these rounds. Seems like they take it a little bit more serious each time that game point's on the line. And they have these 4 alive rounds where it's just cryo going down because of the aggression, and we see that 100 Thieves that we're used to.
Asuna's util's
as they
been
keep
great
it here
so far.
and now bring
I'll
us
give him
to
that.
round 24. What can they do on this
Got
one,
some
though?
big
is the
knives,
question,
big flashes.
Right? The ultimates are still pretty far away from coming up. Asuna could have the null command. but a clean site take as they all were ready to fight on the front side.
I'd be so gutted after this round. Because it was a genius. It was a genius play. Okay, now they should just go aggro towards A because they've won every single round, but they've gone A and had a Neon close, even the eco. So surely you will go for it. But they get out the op and they put the op over towards C. Whoa, Fury invested an Omen flash for A. Don't think you need to do that with this comp.
Big aggression. That 0 point's going to let them know that Furia was going for the A aggression again, so they have a chance.
Misses the shot though, dashes away. Null command now coming out, and he's just going to try to play the one and done, but there's a lot of util coming out for 100
They got the Omen flash to retake this.
Furia now has no choice but to play the retake.
It's all up to the shots now. A lot of util for Furia to come back in with, and everybody is in the forward position, at least 3, I should say, for 100 Thieves.
And they have Flash Dizzy for both of the initiators, switching out weapons as well to give a chance for MWZ to fight back with the Vandals. Sprays are coming back on the attack side though on the post plant, as Asuna and EU are holding their grounds. Nice trades coming through, but Nazar is fighting back. A 2 versus 2. Spike
Time
still
is really low.
ticking down. Nazar trying to get some
EU should
util
just
out
win
to
this
allow
no
the
matter
players
what.
to flood back out towards the site. And now the off angle from Bang. A 2 versus 1. No time moving in for
Oh my god, 100 Thieves. Dude, it's the same as the first map, right? 2 chances to win. Done. And we go to overtime.
Let's do it. And this time, it has been attack that's taking the rounds. So how much are we going to go back and forth now, Van Silly? The first suppression. So the fact that 100 Thieves can do that every round is just such smart util usage. You get that 0 point to hit on those initiators, and you are going C. You're going to a different site. It's just that bit of info they need to react, and that's how fast things are happening right now. We're going to get OT. We're going to get those extra innings, like you said, and we are going to get the cryo operator.
Imagine removing this map for Breeze or Icebox.
Right here from the top of B site, on top of the box.
It is insanity. I agree.
Round 25 now.
That's
different positioning.
Exactly. Yep. The different positioning here from the op. Just trying to fight towards the
What a
front,
shot.
and it will land. Why try
They
to fight
take
against
down
towards the A site when they've been walking
Gecko.
out
That's
towards
a
the front
really
B?
big kill.
A nice little call and read here from Boostio and 100 Thieves to start off
2 passing on
and
C
kick off a good
site.
defense.
You gotta expect, how nasty is that of Cryo to draw
Yeah,
the
Bang
dizzy
takes,
shot, but it
sorry,
hits the wall.
Boostio takes
of course you're
first,
gonna peek that.
and then Bang.
He takes out Shanji right away.
And you know the hit's coming towards
Oh.
the C site now.
Oh, the Omen
That
flash.
paranoia is too much. Bang falls on the top
My
of
god, that
logs,
Omen
and
flash
Furia
is
has
so
a
good.
chance to fight back
MW0
towards
maybe
the
didn't
C
take
side
enough
and
space. That
even with the
they have
Navas
no
run
idea
pushing
this
back,
guy's
and
back
Boostio's
side.
trying to find a timing here behind the boxes. Lurks around, does get the first, but cannot swing on that second one. A flash coming out from Austin, but 100 Thieves are pushing back towards the back of C. But
Got a double.
lands 2 lineups.
He got a double and he hits both of the ult. There's no way that hit you, dude. It was on the edge. Okay, sick round from Noswell. What a play. Plant into double kill, and then the ult hits both. Bro, how is this the most hyped game? This is incredible.
All the right in the world to peek, thinking Dizzy had hit one. So what a start. And then the 4v5 conversion because of the Rolling Thunder OT usage. And the 4K collector here from Nazwar. He's the one that was calming everybody down, but he's also the one that's pumping everybody up.
Look at this guy, man. What a beast. MW0 gets the op back. They don't go aggro A. They won every round that they went aggro A with the Neon, and they choose to not do it. I mean, honestly, the other round at 12-11, if he hit the shot, it's probably a 1 round. And he's probably thinking, just let me hit that shot again.
It seems just like the fact-finding mission again we saw them doing on Icebox once they couldn't get the rounds in their favor. They want to know how Fury is going to react. So it's almost been different every time, even if they see.
Okay, now they know the
agents
Neon,
at that
yeah,
site.
and they're fine to hit over towards A, but they got 3 people here. But 100 Thieves' X-X been really strong.
They're going pretty fast, Van Silly, setting up
Do
the
they
heaven
shoot the
smoke already.
recon? Like, it's all about the recon. Oh, he didn't check right.
Get the util to answer back, but this corner's not being checked. The flash, he still stays alive, and somehow it's a 2 for 2. Right inside that smoke, Boostio's trying to keep the dream alive for 100 Thieves. MW0 with the up now, looking back towards the spawn. Spike is about to get planted for 100 Thieves. The smoke dissipates, and you see now EU backing off.
There.
Oh, they're trying to guess where it could be.
Oh, shot.
What a shot. The step up by MW Zera hits a quick one.
And now the turret gets broken. A 2 versus 2, clearing out towards the graffiti with the nano swarm.
God, Boostio really wants to swing.
Does not want to overpeak, but stays around the angle and does get the headshot.
Oh my god, nice swing, bro. Nice shot. Okay, we go again.
And we are going into another overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
100 Thieves just creeping in there with 4. And what an indecisive start to that round, seeing one but not wanting to pull the trigger, giving 100 Thieves a bit of the sight. And then EU with the final shot, as it did come down to the last drop there. We're back in it.
Right there.
They're gonna fault line back and try to stop any of this aggression from 100 Thieves right off the bat themselves.
And no up this time around and avoiding the knife too.
Oh, they all wait for the knife. 4 people here from 100 Thieves. He drones in the smoke.
Paranoia to answer back in a flash to
Oh, really nice. Just saw the elbow before he turned the corner. Yeah, they got so many people here. And 100 Thieves kind of survives the spam over towards long.
To that numbers advantage.
These are some awesome battles at the beginning of the round that these teams are trying to adjust to each time here at A main. Love that we're getting to see Haven again. It is such a battle between these teams right now, and cannot wait for the rest of the season. Still 4 towards A here for 100 Thieves. They are relying on Boostio to make any of the calls with his utility strewn from CB right now.
Remember here on the 4 versus 5, he was converted back for Furia
yeah,
last time around, and
they don't need to move off.
Was punished a long time ago on
they
this
just
map.
Don't need to move off.
Could find a good timing here, but the rest of his teammates, the rest of his team,
info.
There's a wingman to push first.
2 tag
to bait out some shots. Asuna with the first, and Asuna and Bang are trying to hold their ground. Shanji is now alone, as he does spot one on top of Heaven, and that's
trying to pick up the spike. Dude, if he gets a plant, he gets Fischl. Not that it's the best in a 1v2, but if he gets it down to a 1v1, he's pretty scared that someone's flanking behind him.
Now has a Thrash to work with. A shot from the spawn.
Yeah, tempted, but he's just like, is the other guy down towards
him? He might get dropped down from Heaven is his thought. Also looking behind, they're both going to go
fact
towards
he's not
the top
facing,
side
you
here.
gotta think he's coming Heaven.
This whole time he thinks that there's somebody
inside. Really?
He thought that there was somebody
he was just real on edge about someone flanking.
To take map point.
The length of the round and not hearing maybe the utility or second vandal of a person, yeah, kept him.
He was so focused on isolating, getting 1 kill, and then being able to use the Fischl. Just so in his mind.
This hit towards A.
Okay, and that's the defense round. That in theory is the hard one.
Or was the breach fault line, that gap in the front, actually what he was sitting in just in the corner there? Because I thought that hit Cryo too, but he was free to fire and it had big kills in the entrance to that site. Wow. Going to another timeout.
I like the Valorant or the CS overtime better? I prefer the Valorant one better.
1 round away from next map.
That's what it needed.
I actually think eventually CS will make it. I'll be honest. They're all about trying to make the games more compact at the moment.
Which would be a miraculous play for this Brazilian roster.
Yeah, look at that. EU faces, Cryo faces, the Bang fam in the house, here to support as always, as 100 Thieves looks to capitalize on 1 more round. See, definitely a lot of words going from everybody on the team here, from Furia as the coach, Nasr, everybody getting that info, and Havoc as well.
It's definitely very vocal at this point now, and
yeah,
it's not to calm down the nerves on maybe lack of synergy, because it's looking still pretty good for Furia. It's probably now to see how they could fight against 100 Thieves in these stop and goes that 100 Thieves have been doing here.
They have
overtime rounds.
I mean, they live basically here in the beginning, right?
Is this them finally going for the C rush, knowing that they're going to go aggro over towards A?
Pace has been the name of the game, and
really good call from 100 Thieves.
Furia go for the same defense. They want this brawl every time at A.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really favored at the moment, minimap wise.
For themselves, it seems. The util still spread between C and B here, so you have the Killjoy doing a little extra work, trying to keep tabs on everything.
An open sight for a hit. Alarm bot watching towards A long, so Boostio knows that there's a push coming through. Bang has slipped through towards the garage.
One
big advantage for 100 Thieves on a pulse plan, and you see them inserted. Oh my gosh! But Boostio gets caught by NW0.
There's someone in the crowd.
Back to a 4v4. Nozler still has 2 flashes.
In the
which
crowd.
make it difficult for 100 Thieves currently playing inside that site. No long-range sprays being played. Flash inside that smoke. Baits out the shadows who go 1 for 1. Nice crossfire set up here as 100 Thieves are trying to keep things alive here. Double push towards the back, but Khalil wraps around. A 1v1 now. Asuna,
2 bullets.
On the spike from Khalil. The swing out.
Oh. Holy, we still go. We still go. 33 HP.
He was looking the other way.
Yeah, I thought he was done for.
Khalil is a different beast today. Incredible play coming out of Furia to make that one count.
Yeah, how on earth have they done this? God, Boostio's kicking himself with that at middle.
Oh my gosh, Khalil again. Oh. Wow, this pressure is intense right now, Van Silly. We go again. We go to round 29. No operators are going to be coming out here as the play is getting too fast, and the retakes are.
Oh, they made such a good call as well. Dude, both of the there's been a couple of coach calls that have been like spot on that haven't led to a round win.
Open up garage immediately.
Piggies came first for the fault line just to get rid of the alarm bot. Now it's time for Boostio to
Boostio
do a stop and go.
At least it was a normal flash there. I like the Reaper. Now you got to force them to go through a one-way smoke again.
The opposition, but Bang also gets damaged down to 38. Not a good start here to try to surprise Furia on the garage take.
Havoc calls turret on top of that bookcase, left side B, so they know at least where they can kind of get a free entry and only have to look for an alarm bot here. Patience. Remember, Furia was inside C-site.
Like the idea from Furia, they do the smoke that double blocks vision. It's their version of pushing back over towards A.
The wall comes up here to just trying to clear out the site, but not on the top of the platform.
There's too many people here, right?
Oh,
bro, look at the trades, man. Look at the trades. It's non-stop. Gets his ult. Official.
This time with the thrash, and he's going to use it this time around. Trying to find the info, and EU is forced to fall back.
Oh, he got him. Does he get there in time? It's close.
He's trying to hide around the corner, and there's that kill.
Okay, man.
No way. And Shanji, the one to do it.
Damn, bro, he's out here sending it.
You can see inside this player's mind, even in a latch clutch, a little tense in that.
And technically, they won every round still where they put the neon to A at the beginning, even though it was a Metro retake.
No loss of confidence there, and Furia again, like you said, on match point to shut down 100 Thieves here for their first game of stage 2.
Wow, really, dude? The replays guys just ensuring that he gets fined. What is this?
You heard it in the video. This is the match that Shanji wanted to.
100 Thieves literally call the same thing because it's like, well, if I didn't whiff a middle, we win this round.
Also to clear the site, the updrop dash in, nano swarms to not allow players to swarm outside of the garage. So it'll be once again.
No Omen flash invested over towards A though. Wall goes in. Omen flash is good. Hits 2. Oh my god. How is Cryo alive? Oh boy.
There's only 2 left alive against 3. 100 Thieves are trying to hold.
Oh my god, they did it, man. They 2-0'd 100 Thieves. That's insane. Hey, they're giving it.
Furia with an incredible showing today.
That's sick. Dude, what a game this was. What an absolute game.
Momentum that they had, but it wasn't these 3 or 4K rounds only being the reason they won. It was teamwork. It was cooperation.
Man, I've missed Haven, chat. I've missed Haven so much. It's such a sick match.
You got the whole package today from Furia. It took a bit to get there, but stage 2 is looking a little brighter here as they are able to start off taking down 100 Thieves who put up just as good of a game, but come up slightly short.
You mentioned that it took a bit of time here for Furia, but that should have happened on the side of the 100 Thieves on paper, and you're seeing how Furia has performed since the beginning of 2024 until now, not winning a single series, and also not putting the best fights against their opponents throughout the stage of VCTs in 2024. This should have been a victory for 100 Thieves all along. But Furia comes out with that firepower.
There goes everyone's pick'ems.
The fundamentals. They come out with a great macro. They come out with a good game plan that is well executed. And now in those moments, let's talk about Shanji here. Maybe not the top fragger in the server, but his util is great. What he needed to do now for the team too, when he had to clutch, he will also deliver.
Exactly.
So back to the dream's alive. The Furia dream is still alive. They can technically still do it.
Is what matters. That's why you don't look at the scoreboard. You look at the impact, and it was huge from Sanji all around. We actually had the Sage play as well on Icebox. It was for him that brought it in. As well here.
Don't take it away from Furia, bro. I loved what they did, man. That Icebox was sick. This comp was sick.
And we're gonna get more of these different compositions too from teams.
Khalil was a monster. Khalil, Nozwa,
from teams coming out here. It's always been a staple and such an early retirement for Boostio. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
And I love here with Fruta standing up here with the upset victory. I saw that Boostio did like, you're still 1-5.
There's
still some nice smack talk between these two teams. But overall, though, I have to give an honorable mention to Havoc. Somebody here that we also critiqued when he came onto the stage. Wasn't doing so well. Remember his debut on Breeze?
Got a lot of
not doing well
in the community.
Exactly, and on top of that, he's been a duelist player, had to go into initiator role. This time switches over to a Sentinel and makes that work. So overall, once again, this team is looking very good. And yeah, magic, just like on your shirt. But now let's toss it down to the floor where Spix is ready for the Verizon post-match interview with MW0.
Thank you very much, Vansili, and congratulations, MW0, as Furia take down 100 Thieves 2-0. An amazing accomplishment. So much must be going through your minds. Not only was this your first match with Shanji, but also this is your first win of the whole year after fighting so hard. How much more does that mean to you, taking down the Stage 1 champions in 100 Thieves?
Parabéns pela vitória. Primeira vitória de vocês no ano, né? Depois de um ano difícil, no começo difícil. Primeira vitória com o Xande no time. E vocês ganharam dos campeões do primeiro estágio. O que tá passando na cabeça agora?
Pô, a gente tá muito feliz. O primeiro stage a gente não conseguiu mostrar nada do nosso jogo. A gente entrava muito nervoso. Eu acho que o Xande ajudou muito nisso, né? De deixar a gente mais calmo também por ele ser experiente, igual eu tinha falado na primeira entrevista. A gente entrou tranquilo, a gente entrou pra mostrar nosso jogo. E, cara, a gente tá muito feliz de ter ganhado a 100 Thieves. É um time excelente. Apesar do trash talk aí, a gente sabe que os moleques são muito bons também. Não é à toa que eles ganharam o último VCT. Então é isso, a gente tá muito feliz e a gente quer mostrar mais ainda o que a gente é capaz de fazer aqui no VCT Americas.
Yeah, we'll be very happy. We finally show our game today. You know, we had a very difficult first stage 1, and against these guys, you know, besides the whole trash talk, we know how they are. We know how good they play. And having Shanji now in the team, it's like he brings a lot to the team. So we're all very happy.
That's amazing to hear, and we absolutely saw it. The vibe with Furia just looks so strong right now. You talked about it earlier that Shanji is a veteran. He has so much experience playing. When we talked to Coach Koi, he said he does a lot for the morale of the team. Now that you've actually played your match with Shanji on stage, tell us, as a player playing alongside him, what has he brought to the energy of the team?
Yeah, o Koi comentou sobre como ele levanta a moral, o Xande levanta a moral do time. Você no começo do dia falou de como ele é legal ter ele no time, a comunicação melhorou. Cara, o que isso representa para vocês?
Cara, a gente fica muito feliz. Com certeza a gente precisava um pouco mais disso. Um cara também mais experiente assim, para ajudar, principalmente os moleques mais novos. Havok e Khalil são muito novos. A gente tá feliz, mano. A gente com certeza deu esse step up dentro do palco, assim, e com certeza ele tem muito crédito nisso.
No, he's a very experienced player, so it's always good to have someone with that experience. We have two young players like Khalil and Havok, so it's really a step up, and we give a lot of credit for him for the moment we're living now, and we're all very happy with it.
Okay, one last very quick question. We saw you on Neon for the first time. I know that you're also a very good initiator, and we saw Shanji play Neon last year. What was the reason that you're on the Neon and we saw Shanji on the initiator?
A gente viu você de Neon hoje. Qual foi a razão que você jogou de Neon e o Shanji escolheu outro agente?
Eu acho que a Neon tá muito forte. A gente entrou muito pra surpreender, pra jogar rápido mesmo, tipo, principalmente no ataque. A gente só tava apertando o W, jogando rápido pra surpreender. A comp deles ajudou bastante. A comp deles não travava quase nada da gente. E é isso, era muito pra surpreender, jogar rápido, botar nosso estilo de jogo, botar ritmo no jogo, né? Eu acho que isso conta bastante no palco e era mais isso.
Yeah, Neo is a very strong agent. We wanted that. We wanted to play fast, so we were always pressing W to go forward, and their comp helped us with our plan.
Well, it was amazing to witness it live. Congratulations again, taking down 100 Thieves. We are going to be right back, and when we do so, it'll be Loud taking on Evil Geniuses. See you then.
Okay, this is a cool interview. Cool interview. Okay, Cass, thank you so much. G-Dush as well with the Prime. Thank you. And Apple Juice as well with the 100 bits. Thank you so much, mate. P-Blow as well. I think I missed your sub if you're still here, dude. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Chat, there's no way this game lives up to that game. There's no way this game lives up to that game. That was incredible. Am I down on 100 Thieves? Not even, really. Like, they just came off of Masters. It can be hard. They're like a little bit behind with the adjustment over towards the meta. It feels like their Icebox, they were definitely the worst team. But I'm not super down. I think a lot of the stuff that was going on was like pretty sick from Furia. And it won't look as good second time they show it. Dude, Zand must bring so much vibes because they looked way more confident as his players.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, and let me spam some ads. But this was real sick, man. This was fun to watch. I'm actually excited to watch Furia now. That's really cool. That's something that was not here for Split 1. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
You know, we're still in playoff contention, but need to win at the start.
Trying to get cheeky with it. Nature swings. Over the strike, but Demon 1 sticking. It's cleared out the position, 7 bullets. 3 left. Nature! No way!
Eu acredito que o nosso primeiro jogo contra a EG vai ser bem difícil, principalmente porque vai ser estreia, eles não jogam faz muito tempo, a gente não joga faz muito tempo, vai vir esse novo meta, a gente não tem ideia do que eles vão jogar, porque eles também não sabem o que a gente vai jogar.
Trying to prep for Loud right now, it's a bit of a head scratcher.
You know, some people have said like, oh, is Tui's duelist, is this person duelist? We don't really know.
And with all these new duelist changes, so I don't know what to think at this point.
Sadok has got like 120 games on Neon this act.
He better play Neon. I'm convinced that he's gonna play Neon. A part of me thinks that he's been watching this duelist all split one, and he's just like, you know what, let me do it myself.
The rest of his team, but they've lost it. Track of their round somehow. I mean, Sadaki's just slipped his way into the back line today. It's working so damn well.
Todo mundo quer saber quem é o duelista da Loud, dia 23 contra a Virginians.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this very hot Sunday, by the way. It's like 90-something degrees outside.
That's our second block party.
It's the second block party there. Of course, you're joined here once again with the Golden Boy alongside with Myrna. You also have Wyatt. And, of course, we have SIVA Open champion of 2009, Bala, here today.
God. I didn't know he was like that. I didn't know he was nice like that.
Expert analysis.
You want any signatures? What's up? Like,
yeah, he won a 4-team tournament. It was incredible.
Whoa! Come on, man.
Stepped all over it.
All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we're going to see here. We saw a little bit in that interview there with Potter a bit. There's some question marks here. We don't know what's going on with Loud. But what we do know is that Pankata's back, baby. He's back in the lineup, and I'm excited to see this guy rejoin the Loud organization. He won a world championship with them back in, 2022? Feels like 18 years ago. But, yeah, it's great to see Pankata back on this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he made his name, right? This is the first real organized team that he played on, and they went crazy. They lifted that Champions Trophy, and then the dark time. I mean, it was dark for Pankata last year. Obviously, there were some bright moments, but yeah, I mean, it was
it just didn't work out, you know?
Most of the bright moments came from those cool clips when it was him and Saucy alone in a 2v4. Yeah. And then they would start calling in Portuguese and kill everyone. So, yeah, it's time for him to just get back to a Brazilian team. And I'm happy to see him back with the Loud, 3 of the 5 original players from one of the best teams that we've ever had in this game.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting, and there's a lot of other exciting things as well with this Loud team because Athena, who's the duelist? Is it Sadok? Sadok is out here claiming that he's going to be playing duelist for this lineup. We know him traditionally as the IGL, but he says that he is Loud's new duelist, and I'm laughing because it's like, what the hell?
I mean, literally at this point, no one can tell if he's trolling or telling the truth. And I feel like that's kind of like the secret weapon that they have in their back pocket. Whereas Sadok, he can just go crazy. He has the fragging potential. He can just IGL and be like, yo, guys, I'm running it down this round. Let's go. Everyone follow me. We got this. I have no clue what to expect. But if he actually is on the duelist, kind of like what Potter said in the interview too, with that Neon, I am so excited.
Maple Brown.
I have a
Maple
theory.
Brown 2. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the 10
months.
months.
Openly advertising him playing duelist and talking about it this much if there wasn't some kind of bait and switch. There was an article, I can't remember who was interviewed, but they were saying that it was EG
as
Loud
well with
were
the
doing
Prime before I left as well. Thank you for doing that, mate.
In the scrims.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't think he's going to be the only duelist. I think that this is all a bait for something. Like, yes, he will play ISO or Neon, but there's going to be another duelist. I mean, there's going to be something else going on.
Last year,
I think it's a bait. That's my theory.
Last year, the split comp was Jet Rays. He was playing the Rays when they were messing around with some of the duelist stuff. He was playing the duelist sometimes. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay, he's just saying.
Might be onto something.
That's my theory.
He's just saying. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. We got Sadok standing by with Smix.
Sadok, it's great to see you as always. You made a big announcement with a role change. You are now going to be the duelist for Loud. What was the biggest reason for this change, and what have you been doing to prepare for this role change?
Biggest reason I think is Pankata coming into our team. We had to move some pieces around. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling super confident. I think we can make it to champs. Yeah, I've been preparing as usual, playing a lot of games and studying the game. So yeah.
That's great to hear. We're looking forward to it.
Oh, we know he's been preparing. We know he's been preparing. He's been he's been ready for this moment here.
That's
insane. I'm so in. But you know what? If he came out to the stage with the wig and all that, I'd be totally down. I'm just saying. Do it.
I think the worst part is, like, in the whole interview, I still can't tell if he's, like,
he's got that smirk, man.
Yeah, he's just so. No, I can't tell.
I was fully convinced up until that point, up until that interview. I just don't believe it anymore.
Wait, which thing?
I thought he's gonna be doing this.
He put on the outfit.
I know, man, but this is some Kendrick, like 200 IQ type stuff, man. I don't know. He's thinking way ahead.
It's gonna drop like right away. Then drop again. I don't know. This is wild stuff here. All right. Well, look, it's no surprise that Loud has had a bumpy 2024, and the thing is, though, you know, to get a little serious for a moment here, right? Sadak has talked about those struggles, right? He has mentioned how they haven't really found the solutions to win. And that is a glaring thing to hear from Wyatt, a guy who won a world championship just a few short years ago.
I think a lot of what he was saying during this downtime after failing to qualify for Shanghai is very admirable of a leader, honestly. He was taking a ton of accountability for what went wrong with his team, and even outside of his own performance, taking accountability for where other players may have struggled. It was very humble and honest from him, and I also think that with having some downtime
Overcooked
now,
2.0?
I am expecting some big things from Loud.
At the very least, we won't see Phoenix.
I think for me, like what he just said in that interview, he's thinking about champs. This is a team that's always thought about champs. So talking about like what he did in the downtime, talking about QCK and how he thinks he failed him and all that. It kind of is weighing heavy, man. They're 2-3 right now. This is going to be real tough.
I mean, when it comes to a team like this, there are so many factors that go into winning. It's literally not just performance. It goes into the mental. It goes into how each player comes into practice every single day. And I feel like to a certain extent,
don't cuss the comp like that, mate. They're not running at Phoenix.
If they lose, it's kind of on them. They feel like it's their fault. But then when you have issues that are beyond the calling, beyond the team, beyond the performance,
so they're sitting at 2-3.
Like, what do you do? And
wait, both these teams are sitting at 2-3. Okay, this is a banger.
Yeah, and they're going through quite a bit. I mean, we look at the standings here, 2-3 total.
Who does the 100 Thieves loss really
benefit?
This
is going to be difficult for them, right? Like, they need to
maybe
NRG. Immaculate run. And now with Furia playing the way that they're playing currently, that also kind of potentially throws a
100 Thieves are at a scary spot.
As well, Wyatt. Like, there are a lot of question marks for Loud of whether or not they can make it to playoffs.
They picked up a couple good wins at the end of last season. They had beat Sentinels, and then they beat G2 in the last game, which is where they actually
9 champ points, bro. They'll get annihilated champ points twice.
So
as soon as people are in playoffs winning games.
For EG here. Yeah. But they did peak a little bit. It was just in the playoffs they got destroyed by 100
points.
Thieves.
They're chilling. Chat, I'm not sure they're chilling.
Reset button had to be hit, but they did well enough that they definitely have a shot.
Yeah, they have a shot.
I think always the middle of the season for Loud, they start to struggle. All the way back to when Pankata was on this team at Copenhagen, they bomb out in groups. Then here last year at Tokyo, they bomb out after 2 rounds. And here again, they had this struggle in split one. But they always come back, and they always make champs, and they always want to run there. So I never doubt Loud is all I got to say.
That's very true. I couldn't agree more with that. But let's go ahead, though, and shift focus to their opponents on the other side of the stage. You got Evil Geniuses, and Potter's returning with the same crew that she had in stage 1. And this is a team that, you know, they are finding themselves, an organization that is finding themselves in very similar positions.
Lev, MIBR, EG Loud.
Previously. I guess the question that's on my mind is, and on the mind of a lot of people, is whether or not EG
can
find success again. Can lightning strike
playing
twice
EG a little bit later after this, showing all their stuff's pretty big.
Yeah, I feel like when I watch
Loud,
EG, I'm just such a
after
big
they've had a
fan
lot
of
of practice,
rosters
isn't
that
great,
stay together and try to push past these problems that they're having. Whereas for me, I don't feel like EG has big glaring
They're not chilling.
issues.
Sentinels has 10, 100 Thieves has 9, third spot, team has 7. Yeah, and as soon as they go to playoffs, man, people are getting extra points.
Because they have the firepower. They have
Yeah, I
the ability.
agree.
They
I
have
don't think they're
seasoned
chilling.
veterans that have played before in all these situations. So for me, I have faith in EG, but I just need to see them kind of push past whatever obstacle it is that's holding them back.
Man, you're seeing a very, interesting statistic here, right? EG, a slow start team is what you're talking about. Loud in the middle of the season. Well, EG struggles with that at the beginning of the season, and then they start to find that success. And I think to what your point is there, Athena, like them sticking together, them working through these things could very well be that recipe for success for this team.
And we even heard in the interview that they're cooking stuff up. Like we've heard that they're being like one of the newest, most creative teams. So maybe they finally found the answer to whatever it is.
Yeah, no, that excites me because they were peaking at the end of the season. So it was a bit disappointing that we didn't get to see them in playoffs after beating Sen, beating NRG. But all right, they get this time off. So not only were they reaching that peak, but then they had the opportunity to practice with these new buff duelists, play maybe more of the deadlock, which is coming more in the meta, play Haven, whereas these other teams that went to Shanghai didn't have the chance. They have a real opportunity to like hit the ground running and have a really strong stage.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there. But let's go ahead and hear from Coach Potter. We got Smick standing by.
Morning, Potter. Great to speak with you. Obviously, there was a patch recently. A lot of big changes with duelists. A lot of people are thinking EG is cooking. What can you share about that?
Well, I mean, I think Valorant is in the most exciting state that it's been in the last at least 2 years or so. I think a lot of personality is going to be coming out with these new duelist changes. So with that being said, it's time. Derek's been asking for it with Reyna. We've been cooking in the lab. So you guys stay tuned. We'll see.
All right, well, we're about to find out. Thank you so much.
Reyna.
And the mystery
Reyna over
continues.
ISO. Come
We'll
on.
find out what happens in just a few short moments there. But EG, of course, missing out on Stage 1 playoffs. And, you got to kind of look back on it. We were talking real high about what EG was accomplishing toward the end of that stage. One has to wonder if EG had that opportunity
India, you got to bay with
could
ISO
they
though,
have
man.
been
No one's
the
going to be
team
playing Reyna
that
at the
was
moment.
going on the run. Maybe not G2, maybe not 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively to those two teams, I think those two teams peaked very, very well. I do think EG could have done the same sort of thing, though. I'm not sure if I would say at the same level, maybe at the same highest potential, but I think they had an opportunity to make a run for Shanghai if Loud didn't put them down at that point. Because at the end of the season, those wins that you're talking about, Sentinels, NRG, they looked phenomenal. I mean, you saw some of those rounds a couple moments ago with Giacomo. The guy was playing out of his mind. And now I think they have the opportunity with the meta change and all that to ride that momentum and ride it even further to much more improvement with this roster.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there is certainly going to be a lot of questions that will be answered in just a few short minutes here. But here are the predictions and how things went down. We got a split field
That's
here.
a lot of EG believers. Chat, who on earth did I go for this? Does anyone know?
And Bala and I for EG, little split desk here. Okay.
Listen, I don't doubt Loud.
Yeah, me
personally. me personally would not doubt.
I went for Loud.
I had Loud as my dark horse team, yet I predicted against them. I have no consistency whatsoever, man. Absolute
I would
joke.
say EG's a dark horse team, though, too.
It was either or for me.
Split one, yeah. For Loud in the position that they are, yeah, okay, fine, you could say that. But EG, they could go on a hot streak. That's what I'm saying.
What makes this match really exciting is that you have two teams that really need these wins. They're desperate for these dubs. So this matchup is going to be absolutely pivotal. But
big
the good
opportunity
news
with
is
100 Thieves losing today, too.
That's right. That is right. So let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and see our two teams make their way to the stage.
Riot Games Arena, chegou a hora do segundo jogo do dia e eles estão chegando para uma estreia eletrizante. Faz barulho pra Loud!
That's what sent it to him.
And now give it up for Loud's opponents.
Well,
it's Evil
we can pretty much
Geniuses.
guarantee that he got a big percentage of the his contract that he just signed. Probably a big percentage in there. He's doing that kind of stuff. Respect. Look at that skin money. Higgs Bacon, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 26 months. Just woke up. How did 100 Thieves lose to Furia? You should definitely go watch this game. It was one of my favorite games to watch so far. It was so stacked. Both maps, honestly.
It's a matchup where both teams are in a very interesting position because neither can afford to lose and both need to get these dubs. Playoffs is just around the corner, even though this stage just started. It's only a few short weeks. So for Evil Geniuses and Loud, this matchup could mean everything.
Yeah, and I think for both teams, they feel like they have a chance right now. These teams have played each other once before at kickoff, and it was a very, very close affair. And so now as well, when you're thinking about what happened for EG at the end of last stage, where they had a chance with those 2 wins to make it in, and Loud snuffs it away from them with that G2 win, it's everything for EG to actually come out and beat these guys.
You're talking about that game back at kickoff. That's when Loud were doing all that crazy breach.
The New Jerseys are way nicer.
For the entire first part of the year. And it just had such a short shelf life that as soon as it expired, we were already into stage 1, and they just never had time to adjust to anything else. They were so slow to get back into that upper tier of the teams until it was too late in the season. And I can't think of a team outside of maybe Sen that could have benefited as much from this downtime as Loud.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Loud is certainly going to need to put some work in here. And here's the series layout. You got Lotus, Sunset, and
Lotus,
Icebox.
Sunset, Icebox. EG getting rid of Haven.
EG picking the Sunset here. What do you guys think of the series layout?
Ooh, I think someone's
I think we're thinking the same thing.
And Loud's wanting to.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Loud's kind of wanting to
thinking
play
the exact
Icebox
same
or
thing.
Bind
Basically,
instead of
what
a Sen
we
is
saw for
interesting as well.
John.
Oh, okay. So you think we're going to see some deadlock
ODG
action
logo?
here?
Yeah, they're back.
Well, wait a minute.
It's back.
Isn't he supposed to be the duelist? Sadak?
Yeah, you guys are trolling.
You guys. All right, well, Les is gonna play it. Yeah, someone's playing Deadlock.
Someone's playing Deadlock.
I will.
Oh, I saw an
We
ISO.
better not see. Like after all of this hype,
Wait,
if we
I
just see
saw an
Rage
ISO.
fade. All over the 6, I'm
Saw
gonna
an
be
ISO
so
and Lotus. It is one of the better maps.
So bring it back, because I don't know what these two teams are going to play, but I do think that EG is still the underdogs in this matchup. I still think that
Okay, we
based
got
on
an
the roster that
ISO
they have.
on
You
one
guys saw
side,
it?
we got a Neon on the other. Bro, what else is here? Fade, Cypher.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Theo Sadak's about to go crazy.
I mean, I'm so excited for
I
this.
actually think the Neon is going to go crazy on Sadak, because I feel like Sadak is one of those people that are super creative with his
Sadak
veto.
Neon, yeah.
I feel like going.
There it is.
You're going to be excited for EG's comp too.
Bro, they
I'm
use no,
guaranteeing an ISO from Jogamo or something
no
like
breach
that.
for this?
For sure.
I don't know.
They go for
That
Fade
guy is
instead of
built
breach?
to play.
He really is.
I mean, I guess you
even
gotta
though
get info.
I love
but
Jogamo is also impactful on those movement agents.
Do
as
you
well,
if you're sending
so there
it?
could be opportunities.
He's been the guy that's been flexing to all sorts of things. He was played the deadlock on that. Yeah! Let's go!
Breach, Fade, ISO.
Jog got surprised.
Cypher,
Same name for
Omen.
Loud. This is exciting.
Jogamo
I'm pumped for this
ISO
game.
could be
You know
disgusting.
what? Let's hit it all 3. Give me OT
Do we get a
each and every match.
we get
I don't give a
Jogamo
crap.
ISO?
Let's do
We
this,
get
baby.
Sadak
Riot Games
Neon.
Arena, make
This
some
is so
noise
sick. This
as
is the
we
best
get ready
patch
for our
ever.
next matchup. You got these 2 guys on the call. They're genetic freaks. It's Brennan Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. Yeah, this is a match that is sure to be delivering, man, on every single capacity. You just look at these comps, you look at the ages being played on either side of the stage. You got Sadak on Duelist, Pancada's back on the stage, finally playing in a team again.
2E's initiator for the first time.
Yep, 2E's initiator. You got Jogamo to Dorgamo himself playing ISO as well. I mean, you got a lot to look forward to.
I've had to pull up Sadak's tracker stats to look at what he's been doing on Neon. He's been winning 70% of the time in Radiant playing Neon.
Okay.
What is going on out there?
Casting with at least the range VLR fan.
Yeah. 75% cast as well. I'm scrolling through all of these tracker stats.
Damn,
You really are. I mean, it's sure to deliver. He's definitely been putting in work.
I'm excited for it. I mean, we've seen
Ah,
him
dude,
play some
yeah,
duelists
this is
before, but it's always been the secondary. To me,
this might be a stacked day. Okay, Loud on defense, EG on attack. We got an instant Omen flash, sorry, over towards A, 3 passing. They want to send it.
Slide into this trip.
It's a brave angle by Icebox right now. It's going to be swarmed over Wham.
Oh, there's our first death for Sadak.
Scot-free. Pankara going for the squeeze along with Kawazine.
It's nice. It's a pistol round that's a little bit similar to what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when have we ever really seen B A crunch apart from like Paper X maybe? Someone did one against 100 Thieves. Either way, I like this.
Would love to start some kind of snowball popping with ISO, but he's not going to be given any chances of shots from his position.
Yeah, no player's going to be walking or wading right into him. Instead, it's just full mount control jump spot.
Hey, sorry, yesterday? Okay, well.
Seen a few players
I must have missed that one.
That one, but the shot's going through anyway. Damage
Save that for the VOD review on Tuesday.
Major disadvantage right now. EG need a miracle and need a few kills to go their way. In which direction will the round end? Currently filling up the feed with a bit of red still. Everybody will topple.
Yeah, very, very nice for Loud. Keep an eye on the pistols. 1-0. Yeah, I love the pistol.
So much to choose from that you could talk about in this map. We literally couldn't get through it all, I think, if we tried.
Really
but if you're just looking at towards Loud, Les has
he's slowly going to do death mine's the same, man. My room is so hot right now. This PC is on its last legs.
We're seeing him back on the Cypher role, which he's played tons
I'm
of
so scared to do a sideshow and open it up.
The fact that we're seeing 2Es then transition over to Initiator, I've got my eyes on him. He used to be a duelist. Most people were expecting him to be picking up the duelist until recently Sadak announced that he was going to be running it down on
they're allowed 2 deaths.
And listen, if you're talking about Neon maps, Lotus and Sunset, you don't get much better than that for the first 2 in this series.
I mean, they've been proven even before the buffs.
Absolutely.
Definitely play that particular agent.
Yeah, there's just so many opportunities. And I think good spots as well for Sadak to be the one that entries for the team and makes space for them in a selfless manner.
Yeah.
And then you've got such excellent people to follow up. That's where Pankara and Les thrived in the past.
Ooh, a bit of a strange fight occurring, but
I thought we were going to have double first death for Sadak there.
Same kind of thing. Sadak doesn't need the kill necessarily. He just needs to
Jogama?
set up these other players on the team who've got good supportive ideas.
Kawazine going to seek to push back this offense out towards the side. Shots going a little bit
what
crazy,
is going on
wild here from the EG players.
Yeah, Sadak's pretty low.
Directly, the targets they wanted. Now Plant stuck by Derek, committed all the way. Getting themselves into the post, but the flash is good.
That should be
paranoia. Derek's isolated, so
wait, why did that look so
very
weird?
Little in terms of the chances available to him. They eventually do take him out. So second round there, 3 players surviving of Loud, and you know, talking about the wider stakes as well. You can hone in on players all you want, but you know, both of these teams are 2 and 3 so far over the course of our season.
That's
right
not
now,
great.
this year it's not great. This match right now is a real turning point for both of these teams. It's almost fitting that they're both sitting exactly in terms of the same, you know, match differential standings overall.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the case that both of these squads want more. Both of these organizations have seen the very heights of the game. Both orgs have literally won champions, and yet they find themselves here. Different rosters had to make changes.
Bonus is looking good.
I need this
We
to be the
got
turning
a
point.
lot of light armors. We got no.
It's a bonus round for Loud. Do they have something aggressive prepared?
And Sadak invests his stun over towards A, and they have a
just trying to double up and take this
fade
fight
eye.
Already.
Wait, Jugamo tanks some damage there.
To slow them down, but barreling forwards and through. Wait, the door's open wide. Stop them in their tracks there. Nice, even exchange. So Loud.
Yeah, they wanted to duel so heavy over towards B here. This is really nice from Pankara.
Incredibly important kills just to halt that momentum.
Sadak, he's going for a little bit more.
This is 3v5 at its peak.
For some information. He's not expecting
They're still kind of just committed.
Spotting less though. Superman has to take risks in this spot. Derek.
Oh, and there goes the bonus.
Facing up into the double face of Loud. 3 in a row now for them.
Brendan, there's some sick part of me that really wants Sadak's stats at the end of this to be better than Aspas's, so that we can run some kind of bonkers.
Just do it a head-to-head.
We've entered a dimensional portal kind of head-to-head stat, where we compare the 2 duelists. Look how nice this one is, though.
I mean, honestly, if you did a head-to-head on, Neon,
in some sense, like
it wouldn't be too bad, right? The Tokyo Neon did not hit too much.
A lot of experience with the roster, but not recently. That's
Could do
somewhat
it.
similar to what Loud are up to right now.
Just don't put the Jet in that, because you get fried.
Play in once more, shots getting fired and rattled.
How is that a headshot on that?
Only the pistols on the hand of the EG players, but almost coming out on top of that fight.
Keep an eye. Well, this is going on the whole time. Apoff is just strolling through B.
He just can't quite land a shot. One would have done it.
Brutal.
2 years being low enough.
Apoff's worked his way all the way through B. He's found a gap that maybe he can exploit on a rifle round. This kind of thing, weirdly enough, Apoff might find more value in the long term by disguising the fact that he walked through B here.
Yeah.
In order to do that, he'd have to kind of walk all the way back through one of the sides.
Just so that, you know, Loud don't,
but
Loud don't realize there's a gap in the defensive play, right?
Exactly, exactly. So sometimes
What
it's
is
better
this?
not to
You
even
just
try to
missed
maximize the
him
value
walking
of
on
1v3
stairs
here.
as
If he
well.
gets a free kill unless, you know, magic could happen.
Slight
Yeah,
anticipation.
he went for the check just in case he's insta-swinging.
Not happening, so 4 in a row now for Loud. This is a, steady lead.
3 people surviving on that one armor rebuy. They get the op. They get the op out on Sadak.
Operator, round 5, all right. We're seeing it all here today.
One enemy remaining.
Now that to me doesn't make as much sense, Brent, with the way that they want to play.
It
seems like he's
he puts it away.
For that.
Okay.
Yeah, just gone for the
He wanted to.
Yeah, setting up.
He was at least tempted to. There's a backup op. We got Fish or and on attack. We must be close to an ISO surely by now. Okay, 2 away.
UG being the team as well, that they're struggling to find a lot of value here, but fault line, undercut, flies forward, at least gives them access to front C. Loud ready for a refight though again. Look at the proactivity off the charts again, the double tap.
It's mental, isn't it?
Sky can't be removed. The raid boss,
It's so
finally
silly.
broken and taken out.
Shot in the back, cowardly maneuver. 3v3 though. And they're lacking that initiation ability to get in onto sites without having the raise, without having that ability to burst through. So EG forced to play things.
Okay, Sadak whole time just holding over towards A. If this
Noise,
door
and
opens
last
again,
time,
there's,
Loud
I
went
mean,
for a
yeah, there's going for
re-explore.
info. That's nice though, they saw 2.
Yeah.
That's
a bold
to be
door.
used and offloaded just to try and push them back.
Oh my god, Sadak sending it.
Aggressive. Sadak opens the door, bit of a distraction play.
Oh my god, he's
Okay,
actually sending
overdrive.
it.
Popped up, but he can't land
He
anything.
stood still a little bit.
Skew whiff into this round here,
Whoa!
but a few straight shots
5
maybe might do
HP,
it.
5 HP,
Into the
28
cage.
HP.
Blind as a bat, really. Pure
Oh my god, he's gonna have his
instinct is
ult
what he was
again.
operating off
He's
of.
got to have a
Still
reload
2
at one
years.
point.
They're so
30
weak.
seconds
Yeah,
left.
in a
Okay, we'll do
1v2,
that.
definite chances for him.
There's 33
Wow,
health.
that's unlucky.
I mean, if they lined up, you could kill them with a single
He's
bullet.
got to go
gonna
break
have
the
go
other
through
trip
both
as
of
well,
these trips.
and then he's going to have to
Great information
go
about
across the
exactly where
camera.
Tease is coming
They
from
get
and
full
the timing
info of just
involved.
every little bit of his movement.
But a Thrash available, and like I said, barely a soft breeze would knock over Nature and Apoff here.
Yeah. Nature and Apoff as well, just biding their time.
Playing as
Nice
far back as you
and slow,
possibly
yeah.
can to avoid Thrash.
Full avoidance. Even just holding the util. Nature. He's going for the major wing cons here. Thrash. It's an instant cancel.
Does it
Not
make
sure if that's a
sense?
fake
Not
out or a
really.
mistake or what, but still a tap onto the spike now. Fault line. Slight delay, forced out. Apoff getting a bit of a run on and a move on. Of course, they know he can't quite beat on it, so 2 years not quite winnable for him. Time running short.
It is good damage, nevertheless, onto EG. You know, removing a lot of those
Yeah,
players.
that is
economy
very true.
Booming right now. The players are almost max money. Now,
Just
to
unlimited
talk about
shields.
this for a moment, if you have been playing Valorant in ranked right now, ISOs have been killing you. I'll say that as just a straight up fact. Even if you're playing ISO, you know the terror that is ISO in ranked currently. But at the pro level, there's so much spam into smokes and so much chip damage and good utility. Jorgamo is going to find it a lot more difficult.
Okay, but he has his
Those
ult, and at the
ridiculous
moment I
snowball
rate this
rounds.
as the best
You
ult.
see, even in that situation where he's able to pick
Like
up
in
2,
pro play, this should be the best ult.
it's tough
This
for
should
him
be
to
a
get
round win
out
every
of that
single time.
situation and
Because even if
stabilize
this
with
guy
his
doesn't win the
shield.
duel, it's a trade,
This
and then
time,
you
though,
should be entering the
ult
site
online,
with
who
good
do you
util.
actually want to get for Loud? Surely you're looking for less.
Yeah, if you get less, takes down the entire Cypher kit, so...
Yeah, but he might kill you. It's less.
He might kill you, that's true, but the shield's active now. Doesn't want to opt for using it, just backing away. Jorgamo, what would you like to do with this? I'm waiting for it, man. I want to see the gulag. Pull somebody into it, the 1v1.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Just prime and ready with the undercut. A bit of vulnerability now. Spice things up. You can see with that damage.
God, Pancada nearly went down there. That was a lot of damage.
The shield's offline at this point.
Yeah,
wait, how's oh, it's Teva.
Now
Okay.
still with complete control. Look at this.
Teva
Just holding
spam.
onto the position. The cage might make him think twice about it.
But the fact you don't have shield available and you have the ult, so now you've lost the advantage if you want to go for an ult.
Yeah, that's true.
It seems very weird here. Hesitant from EG. They could have
He's going to go for it anyway. There's 3 people here. Sadak wins the duel over towards A. Yeah, no shield for this. Does still win anyway. Now he gets a shield.
Almost instantaneously.
Wait, that's not right. You don't do that anymore, do you? Unless you popped it.
Chance to even it out, maybe. Not quite. Sadak in a 1v3.
Yeah, no shield if he's never active now.
No disruption. The post plant is pretty impeccable stuff from EG. Nice little setup.
They still have 2 breach flashes.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they got in without even having to use those, without choosing to use those.
Nature's just going to be taking contact here. It's basically unlosable. If you are the EG players. The horn forces the issue for Sadak. He's definitely anticipating.
This is a nice try there. Tried to get a kill before that fade eye popped down.
Those shots straight to the cranium. So second round out for EG. Maybe starting to string and chain together.
At least with the ISO ult, I'm thinking it should have an insane win rate percentage with the ult.
Being able to get that entry.
That's at least one.
Into the ult.
Not exactly how I thought it was going to get used, but they still flooded the side. They were ready to trade.
Those in the future. Here it is. Instant shot. And Kawanzin perhaps looking to try to take the fight there a bit more aggro because he knew that that shield wasn't active. He got punished for it. Getting that jump spot, seeing if there's an operator on the other side.
Pretty standard utility being used as well. Again, the full line. Vulnerable. Prowler as well. Heavy committal just to take the seam out control.
And
but
the fact that they're prioritizing the ult doesn't surprise me at all. Taking orbs over towards
C. So heavily prioritizing this
Dude,
ISO ult to be able to
it feels like there's a weird little mini game going on where there's just like a game and then there's just Sadak and Apoff just 1v1ing every round.
Useful addition.
Looks like other people are going to get involved in this one.
Sadak picked one up last time in this exact spot.
It was Apoff. They made it feel like Apoff is the only solo lurker once more, but the
double
jump spot we'll see too.
It's a really nice jump
Gives
spot.
the game away. No reinforcements really. Gonna be fast onto the play, slowing them all down with a couple of stuns. Jorgamo looking to gain some ground.
The sound bug is so brutal.
End themselves over towards A side. Sadak still anchoring out towards the back, but he doesn't win his fight out. Util flying forward, just trying to set this one up.
What's going
it's
on?
sheer dominance from them.
There's so many jaws right now. Brius is melting.
Pure domination.
Yeah, nice shots from Les. Let's get a replay on this.
How Loud played the defense side there. You noted that there weren't instant rotates. Kawanzin used a Prowler. When they got the confirmation there were 2 players rubble, Kawanzin walked forwards on C, Prowler mound to know that it was clear, and Sadak actually turns around and walls up to heaven, which allows these players from Loud to dominate the heaven angles, but then also flood into sight if they need to with that cover. That's really nicely played. Good protocols on defense from Loud, making sure that they don't get hit by a fake rubble take and it's actually going towards C, and also having very good ideas of what Sadak wants to do in order to get help on the site. Love how they played that. And EG's economy tumbling.
People want to watch the ult. The problem with watching the ult and the other one was
Nature would have that one available. A big breach ult.
There was like 2 on site, so you should just go with the numbers.
Yeah, they are struggling.
Because if the ISO ult, if they play slower in the ISO ult, you could miss like all the kills on the
EG
site.
side, but probably going to be using this round to try and build up some ults.
Yeah, and I think the next big opportunity for EG
It feels
to
like
start
it needs
something
a picture.
happening is
Yeah,
with that ISO and breach
it needs a
ult.
picture-in-picture. I agree.
Loud should have a bit of a freebie here.
They should have a picture-in-picture ready every time there's an ISO ult. Have the ISO in the picture-in-picture. Everything else going on.
Yeah, you never know.
Difficult.
You never know with Jorgamo, especially. I mean, that guy is capable.
Yeah, but I got to say though, I am impressed with what we're seeing from Loud right now. There was a lot of confusion in my head about why they were going in this direction rather than putting 2Es on duelist, as he was in the past.
5 on the defense. I mean, 5 on the defense is already really good.
Before he joined Loud.
Loud. First time now we see Sadak over towards C.
He wasn't dominating.
So changing their setup.
He was like a good, solid duelist player, and they crafted him into a more passive smokes player. High-low setup.
Whoa. That's the danger that we were talking about. It was a high-low setup, and Jogamo almost ends up winning
that's the
it.
hero
I mean, Tui's was doing a bit of whiffing, actually. He's at the top of the scoreboard right now, though, so we'll forgive him that one.
Sadak in a
not cleared.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What? Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
just plays full patient, waits for it. Prime timing here. And yeah, takes his time with it.
No problems. But yeah, I quite like what Loud have ended up going for. Tui's, like I said, generally a bit more passive while he was playing on smokes. But we're seeing him actually find those opportunities to take fights a little more now because he's on Gecko. It's not a super passive initiator. It's more of a dump your utility and then go in and scale with the team and take fights.
Okay, ISO ult. Do we get another? Is it just going to be 100% every time we see it? Probably should be.
Tui's on Harbor was like very towards the back of the pack. Didn't have as much fragging impact, but from what we've seen so far this year, he's certainly capable of it. He was really good to start 2024.
Yeah, it's very proactive. Loud, not afraid to try and fight over it.
Sadak, man. Dude, Sadak is one of those guys that you want to have in a team, for sure.
A bit of that initiator util.
But this was the round, Brent, that we were talking about, where ults get back online.
He can actually do it all. It's crazy. Vibes, IGL, duelist.
Positioning. Looking to target.
Yeah, I think he can play everything.
That they missed
I think he can actually play everything.
Yeah. Hoping that they just end up free firing it. So thinking ahead with the ults they've got.
I like the idea here of Kawanzin just sending a Prowler to make it feel like he's playing on site and then running away.
Backing away.
Yeah, like little shots like this, and then run away.
Alachi TV, thank you so much for the prime.
But you're playing on a nice edge. Obviously, you don't want to get caught.
Appreciate the support.
Might be looking to try and take the fight again. He is
Here
right
we
in
go.
front of this one with the ult primed and ready. It's more. I thought that was going to be missing.
Yeah,
not
this
quite.
will be a trade no matter what.
Another chance of redemption for Kawanzin.
Yeah, not even a trade.
The shield refresh.
Just so strong and pro play.
Really trying to gain that advantage for his team. Space.
Oi, Tui's, what are you doing?
He is out into the open. He's going to be falling for it. ZG set up nice and tidy. Sadak. IGL himself though. To do something, a bit of spam blindly firing straight into the smoke. The shots are connecting, but this wrap-around flank, not anticipated. APOP.
Sadak's just melting people out on site.
Sadak on 7 HP, he's got a little bit too much to do. Have to be a miracle.
Okay, very nice. Still 100% record with the
so big
ISO.
Get big results there for Evil Geniuses. Able to catch Kawanzin. You can see what he was doing. He's trying to get in front of those ultimates.
And maybe they can get one more before the end of the...
Previously, George just straight up won a 1v1 against him, but this time, even a shield in his
What's he on now, 2?
It is a bit weird, though, that Tui's ripped that ult off in the middle of waterfall.
Yeah,
no cover?
Yeah, it was a really bad fish ult, man. It was a really bad fish ult. I have no idea what the brain process is there. I got nothing to defend it. It was really poor.
Uncomfortability, you know.
He wanted to insta-pop around the corner.
Also, from Loud's point
like,
of
I
view,
get that, but...
You're not really that worried about the rest of the rounds in this half, because EG have only won when they've had big ults online.
My ult is ready.
Bring them down.
Derek earns his way up. Again, Jogamo. It's not hiding his
I'm
intent.
pretty confident he's going to get another ult, right? Before the end of
This
this?
battle of attrition. Superman who wins it.
Especially if they go out A and get this ult
They
here.
have had a slight angle. Can Sadak punish
Loud
him?
lose.
He's been punishing him consistently. I mean, APOP.
Whoa, that
really
was
caught out
really
of position here when he's just trying to look and create some of that space. Superman might be popping off for him. Jump spot almost anticipated here by Sadak. He's not giving it up, is he?
Oh my god, he's fighting.
Wall still. Traded down for the start. Has to prop it up. He can't quite escape. EG.
Dude, the amount of confidence he got from that first shot is insane. I can't believe he stuck around.
Just walking. It's watched for though. Superman is on fire right now.
Very good awareness. I don't think there's anything that Les can do in this spot. They're not even going to bother going into him.
Yeah.
Do lose one on the way out, so you know maybe if they just grouped up and overwhelmed him, there wouldn't have been any danger anyway. But they're choosing the safer option.
Yeah, I mean this is the ultimate amount of respect right
here.
Get
on site, get the crossfires set up. And quite a nice round. They are punishing these repushes for information that Loud are
just
going
avoid
for
him, yeah. It really is just, well, the guy's a beast. Just let him be.
Less left to do the most. 1v3. EG's post plan again. It's so many backup policies for them, isn't it? Derek's going to be the one taking that contact, just jump spotting, backs away now. Nature, making sure main is accounted for. As soon as there's a tap onto the spike, or even not, look, shot just lands. Yeah, lovely. One to the cranium.
2 more.
4 rounds now for EG on their attack side. I've got to say, breath of fresh air, not seeing a raise on the attack side.
Normally, 3 more.
Listen, we'd be talking to death about a showstopper and going for the initiation into the C side.
Yeah, he ate this fade eye. Oh, what is that though? Wait, that was the first kill,
really
right?
Is. I would say that Americas is the most resistant region to change.
Yeah.
They like tried and true, tested ideas, refined. And what we've actually seen so far in stage 2 is...
It was a relatively unlucky, man. That's your first.
Yeah.
Oh, he messed up.
Not just adapting to change, but embracing it.
Feeling like there's a bit of an A fight.
Yeah, I mean, people just like playing
It was not the cleanest.
I do. And a switch up there. I mean, A-pop once more dropping onto the
Yeah, you got to insta headshot this guy.
RFF popped off here.
You can't afford to give Jorgamo a kill. ISO's already snowballing, but he's also 1 away from the ultimate. So if Jorg gets something...
It is
without the
so
shield,
confident as well. It is the best ult in the game right now.
Wall up.
In pro play.
Any damage coming their way. Gives them access to it. Sadak, what is that, man? It's flying
Holy hell, they called to absolutely send it.
But does he really want to try and use this one? Well, he could just win the round for them.
Yeah, they can just ult this guy.
Isolate a 1v1. Superman could just run up straight onto the body, but they don't believe they know where he is. TP, it's for information.
Oh, to try and find out where he is. Yeah, unless knows that he can't give away his position. Ah, it's so lovely. Yeah, he kills him anyway.
Ended up losing it. It's an instant win.
Great round. Love the way they play it.
3 rounds out of 5 that are from the ISO ult.
Again, Loud choosing the more aggressive of a few options. After Les gets this kill, there are players.
5v4, right?
And they just kind of send it there into tree.
5v4, and they just send it over towards door.
Take the fight, 2 evil geniuses.
And honestly, they went way too early. They should have Omen flashed it.
Jorgamo is picking up the operator, looking to try to take a fight. There's 4 players, paranoia in his face, and Sadak running him down.
Yeah, backup gun though.
Finds anything though. So the weapon's going away. Doesn't want to give anything to the opposition.
Oh. Not out the map in case they want another one.
Full A control over the rubble. That's for Loud. They're doubled up.
Look at this trip. This trip is so nice as well against what Neon teams will often do, which is to aggressively slide onto the A lobby player. Apoth just defending himself and stopping from flanks from coming through with this setup.
Not much really changing in terms of the game plan for EG.
No, but for Loud, the slower these rounds go from Evil Geniuses, the more Loud have been incentivized to go for some kind of aggressive option for either map control or more often information.
Yeah, and so they create pressure over towards C, and as we can see, it's going to be a B hit. For the... Okay, it's going to be a B hit, where they send Jorgamo solo into C to do a lot of damage. And they need to be careful here that they don't pivot into 2Es and give him a kill so he gets fish ult.
Good cancel there, because that almost certainly would have been a mistake to run back into Pancada unless 2Es has a lot to do.
Certainly does. Does he want to choose and take the timing?
Lovely. Omen ult over towards site so we can take a timing, but the trade was great. It was still a nice idea though.
Pancada and Les. To them now. So they can turn around the fortunes of this round. Smoke popped up, a few bullets firing. All it takes is the one to bring down Pancada. The secondary player there.
It's a good recovery from EG. I think Loud will take this.
What a recovery. Overall, great recovery from EG, to say. But
this is going to be interesting because the A lockdown should be really strong. Double damage and stun.
From what we're used to seeing on Lotus, it could still be anyone's
The problem
game.
is they got no one to fight behind it.
Will be very happy on the attack side, and Jorgamo might find it a little more difficult to pick those good timings to take fights, pop the shield, that kind of stuff on the defense. So this is still absolutely anybody's game, but none of that changes the fact that 4 in a row was excellent for EG to close out the half.
Well, earlier we spoke with Pancada about how he found his way back all the way home to the Loud roster. Let's check this one out.
Os rumores sobre a Fúria foram verdade. Eu tive a negociação que estavam até avançadas, mas eu tive alguns problemas pessoais, problemas de saúde, que acabou que não encaixaram no time e acabou que deu isso. A Loud apareceu e agora sou Loud. Quero voltar pra Loud agora. Foi uma decisão até aqui difícil, né? Eu tava passando por alguns problemas pessoais, mas acabou que as coisas se encaixaram. A gente teve um time muito bom. E sem dúvidas os meninos ainda são o melhor time do Brasil. Então poder estar representando o Brasil no alto nível e com os melhores, com certeza pesou bastante na decisão.
Fair enough. And Baylor with the prime, thank you.
He's found his way back onto,
yeah, it kind of worked out all right for
like
him.
You said, he thinks there's some of the best Brazilian players, best Brazilian team in the scene itself. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of wasted on the bench, right? You know, it's a difficult decision, I think, for a lot of pro players where, you know, you sit on the bench, you're getting paid still, you have a bit of security in that aspect, but you're not playing. You're not getting that game time, and you can fade into irrelevancy pretty quickly in esports. You know, it's a short lifespan.
Yeah, we have actually seen some great players of prior years.
Yeah, and we can just see here, coaches just reminding,
hopefully that doesn't happen
reminding the players what to expect in this half or what to be doing as well.
One of the former greats
they got 2 minutes 45 to tell them. So
honestly, I don't think Furia, with their win right now over 100 Thieves, are going to be too bothered that they didn't end up with Pancada, because they're looking like they have been revitalized. So perhaps the rejuvenation of the Brazilian scene is here in stage 2. But I don't want to speak too early because we are very, very early days in stage 2 here. Happy early birthday, Jogama. I mean, you could say that to somebody at any point through the year.
That's true, yeah. It would be an early birthday wish. I mean, it must be running up soon any time.
I would assume so, but I have no idea when it is. I don't know those levels of trivia about every player. You know, the brain it's not capable of packing that much.
Not scouring a Wikipedia page.
No.
You're on the tracker, though.
I'm on the tracker, GG, but I'm not on the Wikipedia for birthdays. That's absolutely true.
These two, man. All right, pistol-wise, we are 1-0.
Pistol round. Again, like I said, kind of up in the air from what we'd usually expect of Lotus being played.
And we don't see the frenzy.
Both of them are really going to be performing. EG with a heavy emphasis, looks like, on fighting over this.
That's why we don't see it. Wait, the wall goes all the way over towards the door through the top. That's kind of cool.
It's all kind of fake pressure, though.
It is.
They're making it feel like it's an A fight. In fact, this is headed towards nature.
This is the Prowler, all combined up. Free access. Plant out into the open here with a wingman.
Once they get it on the corner so they can see it from better angles.
In this engagement, even still with a shield.
Oh, bro, Coun's injured. Unreal. Wait, he gets another on 22 HP.
It's a 1v3. Damage under Kawazine, but he's got so much more to do. Got to remove a few of these players. Right close. Putting in that work, but only 18.
Yeah, nicely done from Les. Just moving on to the off angle where this is going down. Yeah, I like the swing into the smoke again to make sure that his barrel doesn't show at any point.
Headshots straight into them.
Yeah.
I was amazed
2-0 for pistols.
And so it seems kind of fitting that we're now watching Loud dismantle Jogamo in some of these spots too. It does feel difficult for Jorg to be able to take all of the advantages of ISO and actually convert them into this momentum that, listen, we all know it's possible. We've seen it in ranked, but it looks a lot more difficult in pro play. As you would expect, of course. But that's a great pistol for Loud to be able to pick up. And here Jorg trying to make something happen again.
Just the one shot.
And he's been alone the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, they can try and get a fade out as early as possible. CBD4. What's that actual buy? Okay, so
but having said that,
they want to keep 3 guns alive. They're allowed 2 deaths.
Could be pretty fantastic for defending C.
Yeah.
Superman's on 17 to 9. Wait, really?
To engage, they're going to be taking massive amounts of damage from that.
You saw it on the first half as well. I mean, EG were using it as part of that conditioning.
How's he done that?
Like a fault line, a bit of the vulnerable, throwing it out.
Just consistently fragging out.
Yeah, it's very powerful on defense, but the trade-off in some sense is that it's more difficult to find your shield timings, especially if Loud are going to play slowly and contacty.
Yeah. Jorgamo in the danger zone here. And yeah, there's really no chances there for him.
What are you meant to do here?
Yeah. And of course, doesn't have the vulnerable in this round, but, you know, just thinking towards the future. If Jorg's got a rifle in that spot and some of the some more abilities to be able to work with, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for Loud to get through that choke point.
I mean, they have 2 people that could hunt this, so at one point, especially with Kanzin being this close, you might see a swap of guns.
EG just aiming to go down to the spike.
Yeah, there we go. Swap of the guns, go hunting. Even a death is worth it for Counson.
Yeah, want to farm up a couple of these eco kills too. Get them into these players.
Wait, that's a nice person to get a kill closer to the facial. Sadak loses the stinger, that's okay. Yeah,
doing the hunting.
And it's not getting here in time.
Will Apoff even go down?
Whoa.
Hello, Apoff.
Oh.
He's got
Oh no. Oh no. He's sitting at 2,700. No way, he's got a judge.
Anti-bonus round. It's a good job they've drawn up that judge setup.
Chaos, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Chaos 404. Thank you very much, man. Welcome in.
Built that judge setup for a reason.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Appropriate reactions, man. Appropriate reactions. Okay.
These replays were sick. Always there fast.
Punish.
Sadak keeps using weapons that just ruin Jorgamo's shield as well. Whenever Sadak pops his ultimate, that's incredibly good against the ISO shield. Huge amounts of like fast ticks of damage. Stingers being used out there as well.
Les has got a kill.
Just ways of melting through and not giving clean.
Didn't want to take the timing. Mad respect, to be fair. If there's any point there you feel like you've got a timing, like well, I would say 99 out of 100 players swing here. He realizes they got the advantage, and then he's just going to play real late into this one. That's insane. I actually don't think I've ever seen discipline to this level.
Keep them penned into place and position just for less with the cleanup.
99 out of 100 players, calm, have a timing, insta-swing that.
Spotting the jump through from Apoff, yeah.
He doesn't want to make it back into a 4-on-4, even though it is probably the most the most stacked timing I think I've seen.
It's impressive, that somebody's right in front of him. That one was a freebie.
Yeah, we really did miss the beginning of that one, but I'm curious how the punish even went off. I saw Sadak didn't have a stun at the beginning.
Yeah, wasn't it just Dizzy Flash connected and then he dumped on him?
I mean, part of the problem with playing against the Neon
that's all it was, right?
Normal peaks that you would take at the beginning of the round.
Yeah,
just going to get punished by the pace that Sadak
and then he had a stun.
The stun catches there onto. It doesn't look like Jorgamo's mad out of position. Just jiggle in the corner, looking for a bit of info, maybe a cheeky kill at the very start.
Gotta go down to an eco, so double pistol, and on top of that they want double bonus, right?
And unfortunately, these last few rounds, the pistol into the bonus, and especially the little blunder from Apoff may have, well, I suppose, to be honest with you, they weren't winning that round even if Apoff had a Vandal, so it's unfair, I suppose, to put all of the blame in his department, but these last couple of rounds slide in the way of Loud.
Little mistakes that are just adding up.
Yeah, they've set themselves up with a fantastic chance of taking a dead even first half.
Is that better than actually just taking the time, though? It's very situational.
Bit that conditioning.
But because the Prowler didn't clear this corner, like you've either got to insta-go.
Forwards into B. Spike is nowhere near to
but yeah, it's very situational.
In any position here, Cows even has the ult as well.
It is the safer option. No doubt about it. But
there's some danger here, but the slow play just working out in Lau's favor. Everybody going for these risky maneuvers on EG's side for any sort of win that they can get.
And I like this. They've kept Pancada up towards Rubble the whole time as well, giving them another option in the round. They get the info, it was a B push, there's only going to be one person here.
Dork, oh, that's fancy. Just running at him with the bucky.
Sadak's running off the site while the rest of his team are dueling the guy behind him.
Yeah, covered.
It's just
that's unlucky timing for Pancada.
Unless Pancada gets timing here, but surely not.
That's funny.
Les's ultimate as
okay,
well.
yeah, good rounds. I mean, good ult from Les. Bro, Les is... This team is just stacked with players that you kind of want to have on your team. I feel like Les and Sadak are just so sick.
Winning this map. It's Loud's map pick, of course. But you're looking for a little more on this half. It's just been too easy, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Loud have not been challenged. This might have been one of the more close rounds. On a tactical timeout as well.
Timeout for EG. I think it's necessary.
I don't think it bodes well, though, particularly because if you're taking the timeout now rather than the round before, I think that indicates that Potter perhaps wasn't confident in the adjustments that EG were about to make heading into the rifle round. But, you know, now she gets her opportunity to influence the state of play. And Potter's usually got some really good stuff to throw at the team.
What are they going to do?
Usually on point, right?
C?
In terms of wondering what to correct.
I think it's tough, though. I think
Insta-fight C with more util?
It's not like Loud are going for a ton of fast hits and just walking into trips.
Yeah, that's true.
They're slowing stuff down, and EG's composition doesn't have the most info in the world. You've just got Derek to kind of play around.
I mean, I think they could set up a bit of a bait and switch, maybe with Jorgamo on C. Jump spot, see if they can punish, try and go for a bit of, you know.
I think they're very worried about jump spotting on C. Jump
So
spotting
a
on C
lot of pings over towards A, so they want to go aggro A, and instead one just aggro A so they can stack these two too.
Using to get a lot of these round wins.
But in theory, this comp can't get aggro A, but they're trying to make up for the fact
Nature.
whether they have no dualistic in like movement by opening the door and then getting to mounts. And he ISO double damages from here with a stun. Well, no, okay, the stuns if the eye gets broken. Because they have protocols on it. It's nice though. It's a good call from Loud, by the way, as well. I think Loud actually thought they were going to heavy focus on towards C or something. But either way, the call to insta-hit B is very nice. Got to keep an eye on Les, by the way.
The dirty work. That's going to be the Nightfall. Forwards now, a bit of decay damage kicking in.
They get so much map. It's so much map control with the Sadak kill.
In action.
Yeah, and then to speed up, and the plant's still pretty good for Les. Oh, he goes down to B main.
Stepping up to the challenge and more. They've overwhelmed this site now with that retake.
Oh, they heard him out of here.
Try and contest that one with the full diffuse.
I like this whole round in general. It's nice. Jorgamo gets his ult as well, so we can keep an eye on the counter. It shouldn't work as well on defense as it does on attack. On defense, maybe they like gonna play more to leave sight. Oh, that's nice.
But yeah, coming out of the attack timeout, going for an instant B hit when you've normally been running slow rounds, change your tempo, throw them off their game.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Dude,
you add that spam into how T1 used to play aggro A, like with an Odin here, that makes that so strong. You can pivot here and spam this.
Stack on A again, and we get to see Loud without pulling something fast out of the strat book. How does the slow play work against Potter's adjustment?
Yeah, I think they're just going to play C site to leave C site with the ISO.
Vulnerable. It's going to be called by less. They're going to expect that there's going to be a lot of players, but it's an instant rotation. So it's a lot of noise being made. Jorgamo just peeks up.
Yeah, just straight up. Joe doesn't even want to pop his. Maybe too obviously he pops his shield, I guess.
They have that mount control, but they don't have the spike. Slowing it down, just seeing if they can walk into one of these angles. Maybe get a free kill or two. Kawazine? What? Yeah, what is that? You should never
what is that?
You've got bullet tag
Is that a double dink?
The Odin should be favored. Sadak's walled his way in.
There's no way.
Apoth doesn't even really know that he's in.
No way.
He knows there's a chance, but he doesn't know for sure.
It's all about the game. The timing's in a head spot.
Really nice timing on this. How is this falling apart? And does Jorgamo pop his shields? Yeah, pops his shield. Does he want it all?
How much more eager do you want to get, Sadak? That's the question.
Ooh, the Fado, even though it doesn't hit anyone, they get so much info with it.
To work off, though, if you are Sadak, you can back away. That's an ult.
Chat, where's the spike? Okay, Wingman's got it. I was looking at the minimap like, what? Jorgamo loses his ult? And they can get a trade?
And he knows where the last two players are. He's got to push them back, him and Sadak. Sadak's going to be holding this cross. The position is good from these Loud players. Fault line. No stun there, but it is finally for Sadak. Slow to a crawl. Superman couldn't run anywhere. Nature in a 1v2.
Ah, they're playing it so well. What an absolute round from Kansas.
In this round for Loud. Not willing to give anything up. The high-low setup. Full patience, full discipline. Waiting for him to walk right into the sight line. So, up to 11. And like I was saying, man, nasty turnaround from Loud.
Yeah, really well done. That was a 3v5 that Sadak basically wins. I'm not going to say on his own because Kawanzine's pick on B was also bonkers. That is so good.
Yeah.
It looks like from his POV, he barely got slowed by the Odin bullets as well. But Sadak walls in on C, dodges all of the spam.
Right, into W key past his wall.
Totally sure that the new duelist of Loud has infiltrated the setup. And Sadak picks him off, top fragging for Loud, 19 kills in 18 rounds.
That was a bad round for EG, man.
Like it could be that heavy fight and sets up. Sadak doesn't win it. Not with the shield activated.
Yeah. I think that aggro A is pretty nice.
Away, over towards the seaside, onto Mound.
For a comp that in theory can't take aggro A, they've got a good aggro A.
Could be here. They know that there's a big setup on the other side. In fact, I think they know that all 4 players were over towards A. Now Loud looking to slow the pace down a little bit, though. They realize they don't want to hit into that Cypher setup. Can they hold off EG's lower weaponry?
The soundbug, yeah, it's really
EG are going to want to force the fight.
Just trying to take a time in over the trip.
No map control for the attackers.
It's all over the place.
Got a duel.
It's a flash and a peek.
Ah man, they timed this so well. Wait, that was sick from Loud.
So, yeah, Nature's not going to be long for this world. And Superman
That was sick.
Up to 12 Loud.
This guy wants some help.
One more round will do it.
So he goes to flash, and the rest of his team are going to swing. And as they want to do it, this guy's opening the door and just dueling them in the sides.
Yeah.
Does appear to be a smokes player rather than a sentinel player.
Really
Don't know whether
nice.
everyone ever told sentinel.
Mate, Pancada's causing mayhem on both sides of the map in this area.
Another hard committal. This round could really just end
Okay,
almost
5.
instantaneously. It's on a nice edge.
They got double pistol, double bonus to help them get to 5, but some of the
EG.
Byron's still been looking good.
This committal, it's Superman. Head ripped straight off the shoulders. Door opened up, shield still active for Jorgamo, but nobody's giving him that easy fight he was perhaps hoping for.
No agents capitalizing on breach util. That is very true, yeah.
Taking a timing. What?
That's like the part that doesn't make the most sense.
Look how quick there the spam is to counter and break the shield.
Everybody falling onto EG. 2v4, just to stay into the map.
Shadows traveling.
It's been a masterful
I think the train of 4 is because you have to have some kind of aggro A on defense,
really
otherwise
has.
you're gonna lose.
The way that they've adjusted the
So
tempo,
I guess
playing some
they
quick
tried some
rounds,
other stuff, other initiators, and they could never get aggro A, and they realized they needed a stun. It's the only thing I can think for the breach, because I do agree it is like a...
was a 6-6 half, and since
Like
then,
if you have a
EG
breach,
have
and
been
Neon
held
just makes so much
to
more
only
sense.
1 round on their defense. And it's not looking like the scoreline
But
is
also,
going to get
give them
any
a
better
pistol,
in their favor.
that
Loud's might
maybe
pick a Lotus.
they would have been a closer one.
I mean, the util they've got alone should be ending this one. If whole line actually does save the day there for Apop. Stunned up in position, he's not enough though for him to gain that second kill. And Sadek's just toying with his
Sadek's having way too much fun.
All over the bloody place. Thrash below him, he's just trying to isolate one of them, but he can't do it.
Okay, that is a nice one, Loud, though.
Will be that scoreline. Loud.
I like their comp for sure. Any kind of Neon I'm on board
All
for.
the classics back for Loud, but in the most bizarre of ways. Less unkillable, looking absolutely bonkers. The KD was 20-9 for less. Still the star fragger for Loud, but it's Sadak, I think, that drew the spotlight for me. Also had 20 kills, 300 ACS, running in, finding openings, calling really beautifully on the attack side too.
Oh yeah.
Showcasing that he's got the ability to do it all. I mean, it's the reason why he's winning 70% of his games in Radiant, I guess.
Real masterful showcase from Loud, man. And steadily impressed with his team as well. I mean, and this is a match that is a turning point. We mentioned at the beginning for both of these teams 2-3, but we're going to be stepping away. GP and the Analyst Desk breaking it all down for map number 1. Don't go anywhere, you know, you don't want to miss it.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Man, I never know when people are doing the 100 Thieves question if they're like baiting or if they actually don't know. You never know. You swear you didn't know? Dude, you should go watch the match though, legit. If you get time, highly recommend it. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Cauã pode pegar a primeira kill, o strafezinho, segura o dedo, controla o spray.
Making sure that nobody can really take it. Adjustment. Right away. Giorgio.
Smick standing here with Coach STK after an amazing map number 1 against Evil Geniuses. I wanted to ask you about the role swaps that we've seen. Obviously, Sadak is now on Duelist and Tui's on Initiator. I think there were some people who definitely thought maybe it would be Tui's with Pankara coming in as controller. What was the biggest reason to have it done this way?
I think that Tui's is his characteristics are more defensive. Like we can tell them like in soccer he's the center back, you know? So for him to play Duelist will be hard. So I think that Sadak has this play style more aggressive, so make more sense for us to have adapt to Sadak on Duelist and Tui's in a more sports role, like playing Gecko, this kind of stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Well, it looks like the stocks are high for Brazilian Valorant today as Loud picks up a map win against EG on their pick, Lotus 13-7. But this is a fascinating turn of events that we have found ourselves in here, not just because of, the fact that, well, Brazil's having a great day of Valorant, but also like just seeing Sadak play in that role, seeing Loud with so much cohesion as well, especially when we flip to the, to the second half there. But I think the conversation really has to start with the surprise picks, right? The Neon, the ISO on each side of the field here. Wyatt, I feel like we kind of saw the limitations of ISO, right, in a lot of these situations, right? Just spamming through smokes, crack your shield.
We also saw the benefits of ISO, and especially when you have a skilled duelist as Giorgio on it. He did go 8 for 1 first kills to first deaths, which is a bonkers stat line. They weren't able to capitalize off of it as a team to their detriment, but in moments like that, you can clearly see the value. He was winning the majority of the duels in the kill contract. It just wasn't consistent enough, and part of it, I think, as well, was just the comp. I don't think was ideal for supporting or playing around the ISO.
Yeah, well, I think that is an interesting point there, right? Was the composition something that EG is going to need to have to recook a little bit if they end up in this situation again?
Yeah, I've seen it twice so far. Not feeling the ISO in pro play. I feel like, while the first kill stats is kind of crazy, it was just very easy in some of these instances for the top players to just cancel it out. With that being said, Sadak on the Neon was phenomenal. I was very surprised with the way that he was more of a, I guess, technical Neon in the way that he's not zooming all around and stuff like that. He's like specifically going for these timings and making sure he gets good stuns and stuff like that.
Not playing like MW. He was not doing that.
Speed MW up here. Sadak chilling, vibing, and he has IGL from the role too. So it's a very interesting dynamic.
I mean, I talked earlier about how I felt like he was going to be super util heavy, and I feel like he really showed that because he was able to set up his team, even on those retakes or those post plans. He was able to set up each of his team to kind of go into site and like capitalize on what we saw. Whereas on the other side, when we have that breach that has the same stun, that does the same thing, it didn't really feel like they were able to set up the ISO. And so I feel like that's kind of where in both comps there was like that big difference and why we saw Neon kind of go crazy.
Yeah, well, I want to hear from Coach Potter and see what's going on with the EG camp as we get ready for map number 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after we see Loud win their map pick. 2 really quick questions there. Obviously, it was that second half where you struggled when on the defense half. What do you really think went wrong there? And then lastly, Neon, ISO, obviously we saw Jaw do Jaw things. What was your reason for ISO?
It's really Jaw. I mean, Jaw, whenever there's an opportunity to set him up to have fun and do Jaw things, that's what I'm going to do for sure. It's just the same problems from Split 1 for us. Pistol round and then losing both pistol rounds and both bonuses definitely did not help at all. So coming into map 2, we've got to have a stronger, faster start here.
Sounds good. Best of luck.
Yeah, seems like those glaring problems kind of back again. That was a thing that I remember Potter talking about.
Look at some stats,
in stage 1.
Anything crazy on this one?
Again, to what she said.
She tracks
anything
that
crazy? What's going on?
With how good EG has been in the past with those specific rounds. So to see it fall short once again here, I was kind of scratching my head because it was a very close game in that first half. They got bonus.
Wait, Jogamo is 8-on-1 first kills, really?
It felt like the entire time Loud was in control, despite all that.
Yeah, they were in control because of those rounds.
That's actually wild. I had
about.
no idea
Interestingly enough,
that was going on at the same
10
time.
gun rounds played.
Wait, what was the first kill diff
which
then?
is pretty
Everyone's
hard to
minus
believe
it.
given the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said also like the first kill, first death or something.
For him.
Yeah, and they still on a losing effort there despite such a great result from EG in those categories. Certainly are going to sting, but
yeah,
we're going to need to worry about that later. For now, they got to take their way over to Sunset, see what happens over here. Remember, this is going to be Evil Genius's pick, but we have started to see what this Loud team is cooking, Wyatt, so there could be some unique compositions that we get from this.
We have not seen Loud on this map since they were still
yeah, I mean, the
Phoenix
pistol run's a big
comps.
thing as well.
It's been a while. It's been months.
That's right.
And what I'm really excited about right now with this Loud is that they are finally playing Cypher. They are playing
my stats from it
really
crazy.
good
Yeah, they actually
Sentinel that
are.
has been meta-defining all year.
I think Potter kind of summed it up.
Les had played Cypher this year 3 maps, and
Double
Viper
Neon.
23 maps. And it's going to be
Neon.
on the Cypher again,
Sadax,
which I'm happy to see.
Sadax
We've
back
got
on
the
it.
Neon, which we saw in our
Cypher.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Reach.
Get some sliding.
Yeah.
Some drifting.
So it's
Tokyo
a fade and a
Amazing.
gecko
I'm
diff.
so excited for this. I just
where's
want to
Dorsey?
see how this is going to unfold.
I'm so excited for the
Thank you
Neon
so much for
versus
the 18
Neon,
months.
but
Thank
the
you,
thing
thank
is,
you.
I feel like Loud just has that experience of Neon from playing on the map before, so I feel like Sadek is kind of going into it with that
The
fresh mind of
stats,
like,
the
okay,
exclamation mark
crazy,
insight,
let's do
but
it
it's
again,
only for
let's
ranked
call
at the
around it.
moment.
But now when you have
And we're
Dog kind of on it, we've seen
we're
him
beta
go
testing that
crazy
everything's
before, just in
working okay
general
for
on the
pro
duelist.
games.
But are
And
they
then
going to be
hopefully
able
that
to
comes
set him
soon.
up? We saw the breach not really being that utilized as much, but I don't know.
we love
I'm
stats.
excited, but we'll see.
Well, it's going to be the last match that we have between these teams. And we went the distance last time we saw them take the stage. Is it going to happen again? Let's find out. Send it back over to your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
We'll certainly see heading into Sunset. Yeah, it's going to be EG's map pick. They made only the one change, right? It's
Anders is insane. Yeah,
and,
dude, Anders
you know,
has
some
a
major adjustments
Anders
overall,
has
I
a
guess,
really
Raze
unique way
falling
of
out
looking at
favour
the
into
game.
meta. But
It's
they have to
cool.
do it here if they want
Even
to
Mini
try
said
and
the same
extend
to
their
me
play
behind
in the
closed
series
doors. He was
overall,
just
and it's an
like,
important one.
Anders'
Been
way of
mentioning
viewing the
it, 2 and
game
3
is
is what both of
so
these teams stand
like it's
so
so
far in their
good to
season,
have
and,
because it's such
really,
a
you need
different
to win
way
on the board
of
at this
looking at
point. We're getting
things.
into that middle section beyond that point, 5 weeks away from champs.
And
It
any
all
kind of
really
like
leads to
outsider
that.
or any
Yeah,
kind of
every win
different
counts.
POV of yours that
if
can be
you're either
backed
of
up
these
with
teams, you
logic
have to make your way
is
into
good.
Stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah.
You've got to at least get
So
a
yeah,
good enough record, probably
he looks at the
somewhere
game
around
really
the
weird.
500 mark,
I'm not gonna
to
lie,
be able to
but
get
it
into
is good.
playoffs and then
He's
prove
smart.
yourself to have a run towards
Okay, Loud on
champions.
defense, EG on attack.
And it's going to be very difficult for both of these teams. Though, of course, with the talent on the roster, most people would be expecting Loud to do it if only one of the orgs did.
Yeah, and let's see if
But
EG can get a
surprised last
pistol.
year.
They gotta start better.
EG getting their way into B, a fairly free
I mean, this
side.
is a good start.
Both
Are
of
we
these
just gonna
team
stairs
compositions
plant
are gonna be
after
really
plant
happy
B
with
main?
taking.
Oh, double dink. What the?
Hello. This is going to be broken there. Really fighting over this one, Jorgamo. It's not willing to let them get even a foothold in. Double dash going to be used here with a Salah.
Wow, man.
This guy is on fire.
Okay, that's how they win their pistol then. He's just gone nuclear. Dude, he double dinked the guy through the wall at the beginning to start this off as well. Didn't get the kill
If
for
they
him.
gave ISO a dash, I'm sure he would have farmed even harder in.
Yeah, I mean-
but to me, when I think about Jorgamo, I think about a player who takes unexpected, aggressive timings, pushes, and tries to turn one advantage into a huge advantage. And I
One
think this
sheriff,
Neon is going to
two
be
sheriffs.
very different to the way that Sadak plays it.
2 deaths
I think we're
allowed.
gonna get to see the full range
Maybe with the
What this
sheriffs,
agent is capable
that
of.
means that an outlaw
Play
might have
style
some
wise.
impact. We'll see.
Bit of a contrast between the two. It's an easy orb over towards A. EG just taken up. Over towards market control. Second wave of things there as well, making sure to try and take that fight. Lesto caught tucked into the corner. Won't be able to escape any of those bullets. So EG will be able to get that plant down.
And focusing all of these ult orbs into Nature as well, who's almost halfway to that first ult being online. And the fact that EG are getting a pistol under their belt, getting set up to, you know, run one of their bonus round strategies rather than have to fend off one of Loud's. These are all great starts and exactly what Potter was talking about. It is baffling, absolutely baffling, that Loud only won 3 out of 10 of the like true gun rounds. Those that weren't bonuses weren't.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
Gun versus a half-buy kind of setups. But a lot of those EG had big ultimates for. Or they came towards the end of the first half. Clean execution.
A very good bonus.
The round from Apar.
Very, very good bonus.
And 3 of those guns, all that were invested.
Jogamo 1 away from his orb.
Saying, right?
Yeah, some really good firepower coming into this.
From his ult, sorry.
What we watched when we were watching Victor play on this map for NRG, he brought the attack side all the way back into overtime, playing against Sentinels, because these tight areas on Sunset,
what if you move this wall to B main? Yeah, I mean, honestly, any kind of change in this area would be good. I would just remove the plant spot. I think that's the easiest.
I'd like to see
they could just
try to
do it in 10 minutes.
Go for kills like that. Set up for a B
I
split here, maybe
that's
on
like the best one. Don't have to change it too much.
At least for Loud's going up against his
I think any idea to make the after plant be better would make I'm down for.
Into a map like this here, and already
Jogamo might just really heavy farm. What the hell is that?
So good.
Wait, this guy should be on this every single map, man. I get that he got 8-1 with the ISO, but
guess what? Jogamo's already
in terms of fast kills, but man, just keep him on
Neon. Be trying to challenge market backside. Jog's already there.
He's rapid. He's just playing with the
Look at what he's doing.
He could leave. He could go back in.
No, this guy's having way too much fun.
He's 7-1 already. He can do what he likes.
The decisions made for them, and Loud's saving away at his 3 rifles. Sadak low enough there.
Yeah, they've won some 3v5s so far in this match, but this is not going to be one of them. Trying to get back into the site. Everybody in B main, these kind of post plants are very difficult to break at the best of times. So it's ridiculous, honestly, that you're looking at the stats. If you only looked at the stats page of map 1, and you see, 13 first kills for EG on Lotus, and then you're seeing Jogamo 8-1 in first kill to first death, 300 ACS on the ISO. You would expect that the scoreline would be closer, and Jogamo would have felt like he dominated the game.
They get their own pistol, they get their own bonus.
Down to only having stats impact, whereas now he's on the Neon, he's unleashing devastation.
Let's see how easy the eco is for them.
And creating so much space with what he's doing as well.
Important final kill as well, that he managed to wrangle the rifle out of the hands of the one Loud player. Only got the 2 to work with in this one, the rest of it a bit weaker with the weaponry. See a standard taker market. EG been doing this with a fault line, a prowler. It's all going to be accompanying Jogamo. He's quick to really just evade that one as well with a one-way and a flash heading his way.
It still has another slide as well.
Can afford to use them on stuff like that. Now, Sadak's just trying to play this in a more standard, reserved manner, where he's taking some space on the opposite side, playing an aggressive angle, giving his team information, not trying to dominate the game with his rifling. That's what I'm talking about when I say that both of these Neons are going to play so differently here on Sunset.
That's just not with a crosshair placement in this one. Open access over towards the B side. Jogamo, just don't know which direction.
I'm so down to just watch his POV the whole game.
Just walking. Ult still out though, stunned up. My God, might be getting ahead of himself here. Up onto the flank with Apar falling. Creates an opening now for Loud to really capitalize. Do they want to jump onto this one here again? Stun, locking him and rooted to the spot. Jogamo, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Sadak. South now into the back of the site.
Crazy.
To worry about with Apar, who was cleaned up prior.
It really is just a different game.
It's going to be used, the first wave of defense here, to try and push them back and away from this one with a couple of bullets and a raw spam. Might be enough to take away a kill or 2, but it goes either direction. And who can win out this fight? It's a very difficult retake to even make happen. Cowards in sticking. Mancada! He comes in all though.
Yeah, we actually see a round loss over towards here. I know it's 2v3, but still, stick with the spike. Shout out to Pancada.
Sadak and Pancada was fantastic. Another situation where Sadak does not dominate with the rifling, but sets up another player on his team to have that impact. And yet another round, by the way, where EG get the first kill and end up losing. Felt like they should have been able to get extra kills through the smoke. But that is just the nature of post plants like that. Sometimes things are not going to quite go your way when you're relying on pinging.
Does he see nothing? But full line still set in Sadak. This guy is eager to draw blood. No one willing to stand and fight the guy though.
Such a
delayed
it's so
paranoia.
weird to watch.
Will force out a lot of util on either side once more. 2 years spamming down a few stray bullets. Just catches onto that.
Wow, man. Imagine tuning into this game the first time you've ever seen it.
Galvanizing with his performance. And hopping in the spot. Superman with nowhere
Dude, it's
to run.
fast to keep
finish
up with.
to that round there. Loud finally getting their feet back underneath them with a second round here overall in the map.
Dude, I'm telling you, clip that round and show that to someone new. You'll be like, what on earth is this game?
Over to elbow. Couldn't see him, but just thought that would be the kind of spot that Jorg would try to fight in, helping the rest of his team. And playing off the thrash there, coordination beautiful from Sadak and 2Es. On the other side of the map, by the way, complete opposite side, no action happening, but less throwing an aggressive cam, looking for information. And this time they've got a cam that spots A main. And again on the other side, playing for info, so really heavy info setup.
Yeah, camera, all done.
What? Okay. Wow. Look at the catch that one. They do. The stun is true. Right on to 2 years.
Dude, the breach neon is insane, isn't it?
The players just
You're not safe anywhere on the map.
At least for Loud, making sure that all the stragglers get caught there. That was all over the place from EG.
It's a bit bizarre. I think they were trying to hope that Loud would rotate to try to help 2Es in that spot, but
you've got to give them time to rotate.
Yeah, and Jorgumo and Apos were just ended up away from the fight. Jorg's got caught.
Seemingly just walking straight into the trip. Less play for his life.
Now that is a lovely wall.
Nature with the plan. Nothing to push him back and away from this one, so into the post we go. Full line's good to slow. Same with the aftershock, but they know these players' positions now. At least they got it. Stun's good.
I know exactly.
Paranoia even better. Apov has to defend him now. Has to be the bodyguard. Get down, Mr. President of Nature.
They actually have a really good chance,
turn
man.
up into the fight, pushing past it. One player left alone. It's him. Isolated. Attack from Pancada. He needs to fight though. Nature, will it be granted it? Will it be given?
They gave it a really nice try. I thought once I saw the guy backside just eat all this util, I thought it was done.
And even 3-3 up for the scoreline.
It's another round though where EG have a set
Last year's meta versus this year's meta can be completely more opposite. Yeah, I agree.
I don't want to say half-baked. I think it was
it's gone from protocols being like high priority info gather to just the best send it comps you've ever seen.
I think if you're going to commit your breach out like that, you might as well be going for an A split through mid. But I'm not sure whether that was a bad idea, failed execution of the idea.
Yeah,
difficult to know when that's the first time
Fnatic maybe going to struggle a little bit. I'm not sure it's the best meta for IGLs that can't frag too heavy. Don't want to like drop names, but
round was good. It is even better.
It does feel like you would get exposed a little bit.
These players who are caught, really isolated, pop down into the position. Derek is rattling away. Shot to the Sheriff, but finally brought down to his knees. Plan from Nature though. That space given. Jorgumo, not across their placement. I'm expecting the player was going to be there. Nature obtains the upgrade, but the plan position is not good for him if he wants to play this angle here. Unless he gets this kill, but Pancada is
Dude, Pancada looks crisp.
Top point today with a lot to prove.
I'll give him that. Nolan, thank you so much, man. Nolan 9K with the prime. Thank you.
But just so solid in his positions. Every time he's asked to do something, he delivers on it. Very stable player, Pancada, and that was exactly how he was when he was up at the top of the scene with Loud. Now on map 1, the frag differential was massive between these two squads. EG only had 2 players that were popping off, and that was Jorgumo and Superman. Superman's down now at the bottom of the scoreboard, only 1 and 5. The other players are turning up a bit more, finding their moments. You just saw a 2K from Derek in that round. You know, they're trying to find their footing. The more supportive elements of the 2 initiators and the Cypher, but they're not really getting that extra firepower coming from another player, and it feels like
yeah, It's going to be a...
once they get the opening killer, still
after watching these games, it is literally embrace Neon else you're behind.
Outrageous, this match so far. Things that shouldn't be happening.
They can't be letting them get away with it.
Yeah, and it kind of fits a pattern that we've seen from Evil Geniuses all year, that I think a lot of people will be putting down to the fact that it's an inexperienced roster. They have good ideas to set themselves up
Thank
for
you so much for the Prime. Thank you with the 9 months.
Crumbles when the pressure is applied to them. Maybe that's just a factor of time to hone those issues out, but time's ticking.
The double Sentinel be a counter. Yeah, you could lean heavy into Cypher, Sage, or a Deadlock. Cypher being the must, and then one of these, I guess.
Thinking it had been eliminated already, but
just get passive info from stuff at the beginning, but you are able to slow down sight hits.
Unless Boostio really thinks he was playing against MIBR, in which case that's even more disrespectful.
Yeah.
Does Sage work? Neon probably dashes through the slow anyway.
Nightfall. Being used the supplement. I'm not sure if that tagged onto the corner, but the Prowler.
Whoa, wait, that's an impressive shot.
Really just sliding straight to Pancada, not able to gleam anything more out of the round. Still, with him dropped. Sadak with the op. And that's just a contact play to get back up onto the angle. What a committal by 2 years.
Yeah, Loud are finding these opportunities where they feel incentivized to go for the info peak, to go for a play because they're down at a spot. And that's where EG have been finding success, is by adding these pauses, the slower pace into the game like this, and then punishing Loud for going for the stuff like that. Apot's wiggling his way through on the other side of the map, trying to find out where these players are, playing for information. The only disaster here for EG would be if Les is not spotted, but the spike is headed over towards B.
Yeah.
Now, if both of the initiators die, though, on A, that would be bad.
Would be dire. Les. Hello, this guy's catching it. Apop, though, surely. Be here inside.
What a weird round this one is. But Apop should be alright for one.
You said it could be bad. You got to be worried in this spot.
The time, though, is off massively on EG's side.
The patience.
Might lose him.
He's missed it.
Surely he doesn't get punished for it.
Yeah, he might lose him. They were worried too.
Les knows where one of them is, though. There's the cam. Spike's ticking,
Cage full stick. Got the tech? Nah.
Goes the chances. Cage doesn't quite cover the spike either, so
we'll never win it
we're going to be
anyway.
aware that nobody's on this one, and already that's going to be the win into the round, so... EG.
Okay, good news for Loud at the moment is because they won so many in a row, and especially getting that kill, we've got 4 people that have to rebuy, and then if they win this, they reset, and so there is a lot on this round.
Only Superman's able to
and you want to see from Loud all of these ults, as many ults invested as possible.
Is what they need to be going for. Map control at the beginning, nice. Trying to take fights. We've seen how good Neon is over towards elbow, and then slow it down. Do I agree with Derek and Nature hanging around in elbow for that long? No, I think they should have doubled up and left, but they still had the round secured at that point, basically. So I don't really need to nitpick. Is Cohen's even going to think about ulting into A lobby if Sadak gets pressure?
Oh, that's a lot of util. The aftershock match, I mean, slows paranoia.
Okay.
It's all use. It's a foul combination once more. Anyone send the roll in for
oh, he TP'd past the ult. Oh, that is a huge play, man.
Now, floating it with the overdrive in his hand. No one in sight.
Oh, give me a full replay of that. That must have looked so
Rapid
good.
Start and basically finished the round. Still a 2v3 for Loud. They might see if they can.
That's so impressive.
Maybe get a kill. Maybe make a go of things, but it's a hard ask. Reload, Herd, Superman has to reposition. Neurotheft going to be revealing that position. Doubled up now. Side by side through market. The swing needs to be good, and it is. Movement and shot even better from Les. Same needs to be set though for these EG players, and they do take the fights together.
Giacomo got him sliding.
Nothing slips. 2 years
Dude,
drop
it's
to just
so
30.
fast right now. You'd hate to be an observer.
It won't take much.
So easy to miss everything.
Really topple this guy. Cage dropped. Doesn't know where the player is. Only 7 bullets now. An impossibility. It's got to back away. Maybe force them to just stick around. Maybe take a few guns away.
Go, go, go!
EG up to 5.
And despite losing a player over towards B lobby at the very beginning of that
Yeah,
round,
and they maybe missed their opportunity to reset him here. Giacomo is so good.
Superman with a really
12
nice
at
play
6.
as well. It's crossing up Loud over there. This is how Nature died at the very beginning of the round.
I mean, that's where our attention
Yeah,
was,
stun on top of it.
But this is what was occurring over towards mid and market.
Oh, he missed the
market pressure just ended up being way too much. And
yeah, that replay could have been better. Because I'm
behind.
pretty sure
And I love the idea of
he
doing that.
ulted,
Apex getting a bit more
TP'd in
aggressive on the
front of
lurk.
it.
Off the back of that distraction.
Definitely missed the main bit of that.
Oh my goodness, I mean, Sadak's head of all of it.
I think that's only Jorgamo's second first death all match.
He's been dominating.
I think he's 13-2 right now, if I've been, you know, if we're keeping track correctly. But that is monstrous. Huge to get him out of the round early on for Loud.
Loud 3-person swing at middle.
That's been that sticking point for Loud to be able to get those rounds on the board after shock.
Haypuff still gets the kill. That's pretty impressive. I do like this triple swing over towards middle with a breach though. Like this is the only thing that they can hide behind and you can breach damage it.
And it's just bullets flying forwards into these smokes. All the angles that are
Dude, a lot of the time it looks like Loud are getting early kills and then they just get wrecked.
Just going to be pushing him back into safety. Quick hops. Nice moves all around, and he is being defended. Overzealous by Nature. It's 2v2.
That's a rough mistake there. Asking for way too much. You're in a 3v2
Yeah, he
scenario.
really went
Play
for it.
crosses, make it tough for Loud. They only had a Paranoia to work with.
Does the Omen flash hit this guy's sight?
Already swept through and used.
Oh, he already used it.
Now, Derek. Great kill to find. Pancada is left alone. 1v2 jump spots. Or from Derek just seeking to buy a bit of time here. Superman is nowhere in sight, but Pancada's surely got to be worried about this one. Setting up a bit of a smoke in the one way. Still Derek's buying that time. He's such a nuisance and annoyance. No way, Pancada. Absolutely no shot. Ticking. I believe the opportunity slips away.
Touch and go just for a moment. But EG managed to win a round without Jorgamo getting the first kill.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
Jorgamo,
maybe
throw your life away.
It's not like they've been converting many of their 5v4 rounds. But this map's been a bit better. It's again another fairly competitive first half. But EG is starting to pull out into the lead with 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's a nice skin test. Alright, Sadak has his ult.
Had his ult online. He was destroying
And
people
for
over
the
towards
last
A lobby.
rounds, whoever
They're gonna
loses is
make
going
it
to
feel
have a
like
low
the
amount
same
of
again.
money. We
This time
Omen
he's coming
flash.
dialed.
Insert and pressure. It's been
Okay,
applied
I
all
mean,
over
this
the place
push would
here.
be
Still in his hands. How has he
disgusting.
landed that? Plenty of targets to work with. Just jumps right into the open arms of the EG
Yeah,
players. and
Omen
he's
flash,
traded him.
stun.
He did.
Stay. Double
He's
stun.
just manic, man. Jorgamo waiting to strike.
Oh my god, both of the
Forward,
neons
full
are
accuracy, but the power just
absolutely
did not assist him
insane.
in the slightest. Plenty of players now watching for this one, and it's over just like that.
Dude, it was like, who could make the worst mistake? Sadak goes into 4,
Yeah, they genuinely have no relevance.
and then
to the
Jogamo's like,
first
alright, watch this,
There
dude.
is no correlation here. It might be a
Through the
negative
one way into
correlation.
3. Well, it is 2
You know,
to
Sadak is coming down mid. He does get the opener, gets traded instantly. But then as EG try to
Oh, that is...
use, I
That
don't know, a
was
bit of the
nice, though.
information to push forwards, they must know that they're going into a stack there as well. That was where the initiator utility came from.
Yeah,
to
money's
open
pretty
up
low on
Sadak's
this one. Good to see
play.
Dark use his ult.
It feels
And
like
we've got a
both teams
fish
are just
ult on
getting
defense.
pulled into the maw, finding it difficult to slow down the pace with the neon on both sides.
Sucked into the fights here. It's a weaker bye for the final round of this first half.
Fatal hits
It's going to
3.
be committed. Thrash used in kind. 2 years. See if he
Sorry,
can push this
2.
one back, but a stun slows it down. Not going to be able to find anything. Might be able to reclaim the orb, at least for round 2 of things, but potential for a refight. Sadak might even be eager for it. Ults cancel.
This game is
This could be shot in
so
place.
fast now, I swear.
disadvantage for
There is
EG,
so
that's why they're
much
slowing this
going
one down
on.
here.
It is actually hard to follow.
Position. What's going to be called? Sadak playing together with him in the fight to 1 out. Loud just dominating across the board here. It's a clean, almost sweep from them. Kawazine was left alive, but 6-6 will be where they finish here for the first half of Sunset.
Love it. I like it, but
similar to what we saw on
viewer-wise, new
Lotus, it was
viewers,
4 rounds in a row from EG, I
they're
think
done
it was,
for.
towards the end to bring them back into the game. This time it's Loud with a bit of a recovery, but it's so brawly.
Yeah, they just opted into the fights.
Yeah, I like the idea of slowing the round down when you're up a player because it forces Loud to make something happen, but EG really getting sucked into the game in a way that they couldn't control.
Yeah, well, my brain is being reformatted from the Valorant we've seen so far, so let's send it down to the desk. Maybe they can explain things for us.
Oh, man.
Well, good news is I won't be, because Lord knows no one wants that. Thankfully, I have 3 brilliant minds here to explain what we're seeing here. And I think, though, the talk of the town...
Where?
The Tacta Bear, actually, is one of them.
Gotcha.
And then I'll let you guys fight to the death to figure out who the other 2 are. All right, well, let's go ahead and do a little check-in
Dev
with
said
our
they
Neon,
might bring back
shall we?
double
Because
stun.
That definitely seems
where are
to be
you?
the thing
Where are you
that is
getting your info
dictating
from?
ball of the pace
Lord,
of this
that
matchup,
is.
how things are shaping out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Why is
this
it accurate
Neon for Dark
mid-slide?
looks way better than the ISO, and he, in my opinion, has the best movement we've seen out of any Neon so
Which
far.
isn't shocking
in terms of mechanics. No, not shocking at all. But Sonic is still playing so
Yeah, he's got
well.
really good movement.
And it's crazy to me that this guy is IGLing while playing Neon on such a fast-paced map and running down mid half
King
of
of
the
cupcakes.
rounds.
Stop it.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing like this crazy
get
like
it's late.
yeah, he's losing.
But I have a
it.
conniption over
You
here.
should have, while the game was going on, Paul was just like, what are you doing? No, but I feel like we're seeing this crazy crossover of like the strategic Neon for the most part, except for like a couple rounds. And then we have Jogamo on like this fast-paced Neon, ready to take aggressive space and kind of pushing forward and making sure that the team kind of gets on site all fine. So I feel like we're seeing that crossover, and I agree. I think his movement is insane. But on the other side, like Sadok's util is also insane. Like I feel like they're both doing great.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference in their early engagement kind of style just based on the fact that Jogamo has like 5 first kills right now.
Yeah.
And Sadok has, I think, only maybe 1 or 2, if I remember correctly. But just taking way less first engagements. Now that the sides are swapped, though, and he'll be on attack, I'm interested to see if Sadok is going to be able to step up to the level Jogamo has in regard to getting entries.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw what happened.
But I think of the comps in Americas, yeah, they make a lot of sense.
Loud just ran away with it. Could
They
history
definitely make a
repeat
lot of
itself?
sense.
Send it back over to Brennan's Sideshow.
I kind of want to see this Sen comp that you guys are
We'll
talking
see,
about.
I mean, much more
like a
even now,
counter
like
comp.
6 to 6.
Counter comp, but you can
Don't
do the
really,
same
like,
thing on
you've said
attack.
it, right? We're keeping up to
Do
date
they
with
have
kind
a
of the
breach
first kills and the
chat? What's the
correlation there, but
Sentinels comp that you
to be
guys
honest,
are talking about? You said
just because the
Cypher,
first kills are,
Neon.
you know, the gun rounds are going even and the rounds are even doesn't mean that, you know, the teams that are getting the first kills are winning those rounds.
Deadlock.
Could
What are
be
the
that
other
both of these
two?
teams are losing
Omen.
people and winning the rounds still.
It's
So.
very
Omen
true.
breach.
I mean, towards the end of that half, though, it was a little more correlated.
No
I'm
Neon
interested
for
to see what
Sentinels.
Loud have got cooked up on their attack
Deadlock,
side, though, because I think
Omen
Sadok
Fade.
got a really nice
Raise.
game.
Oh, okay,
from
so
Duelist
they
on
go for like
Lotus.
old
That's a rarity.
counters, but they don't
We
embrace.
used to have quite a lot
Because I
of
think you
Duelist
could have a
IGLs at
solid
the
mix
very
of
beginning
two.
of the game.
Repeat, Sadok, what are you doing there, man?
Because
Pulling out the
Deadlock
sprint,
works
seeing if you
well
can
with a
escape,
fast over
potentially
whelm
with the
comp as
glide,
well.
but no.
That nade
Trusting
with
heavily in
Neon
Pancada's
would work
paranoia
well.
that it was going to push people off the line, and just not quite getting that priority when he wanted it.
It's Deadlock for Viper old
It's pretty
meta.
standard
Oh, okay,
kind of
they did a
map control
1-for-1
play, but
change.
This time, EG disrespect it, and I think that's what you get from Jogamo. You get a lot of disrespecting of opponent's utility and unconventional timing.
Sure.
That shot lands, but EG.
Yeah, EG looking good for double pistol.
It's a great beginning for the pistol around here. It's slow and steady, but enough to get the job done. Fault line forwards. Derek. A lot of damage returned to him towards the top section of mid. Tap, tap, tap going to Ghost, but again, no casualties. It's Loud are the ones who need to find them.
Jogamo is on the flank here, and I think he's got a really nice timing. Too easy, taking it slow. 2 players ready to go.
He knows
I mean,
everything.
Jogamo
Inside
secured
smoke
this.
as well. So anti-flash being played, 2 years, a bit of spam. He seems to be aware of it. Instinctual, but yeah, from behind. Wrap around, snap around. It's 2 years.
Surely
180. There's a lot
Okay.
more to do, but that
Nice
came
shot
from.
there.
So pistol round win for EG. They're taking a lead now in this map.
So both pistols go the way of Loud on Lotus. Both pistols now going the way of EG here on Sunset. So that's one of the ticks in the box in terms of the things that Potter was trying to pay attention to and reinforce within the team. And just in case you're wondering,
Damn, you're so
Jogamo
fun.
8-1 on Lotus in first kills to first. That's
Yeah, no, I'm excited to check
6-1
that game
at the
out.
moment here on
Dominating,
Sunset.
man.
14-2 total first kill to first death. Utterly dominant at
14
setting
to
his team
2.
up for advantages.
This is above maps. This is insane.
Pre-fire for the Dizzy.
2-2 for pistols.
like this.
2-0 for EG on this one. Yes,
Risk
they
to be
might
taken
just
by
win the map.
Loud.
Both getting pistols.
EG do have, you know, going for the
Icebox? Surely there's
3
no
rifle
Neon on
buy, 2
Icebox.
pistols, keeping it in, seeing if they can get something really healthy and dangerous going for the bonus, but does open up a bit of a danger zone.
If he gets another first kill here, he's going to be 7-1, which would be quite fitting against the Brazilian team.
Yeah.
Wow, bro, you had to do it.
Defensive setup, though, is pretty concrete, at least for EG's side of things. Les does take away a nice easy kill there onto Superman, but it's evened out. Giacomo once more going walkabouts. With the kill onto Superman, it's forcing EG to make a call to try and reclear something. They're seemingly unaware of this.
Wait, they got a really big kill over towards middle. That's now a site open with stun.
The B side. Giacomo, though, he's so fast at this one. He's sprinting right onto him with the spike drop down and the door in your face. They did. They're just, I mean, locked out of position, locked away from any chance of winning their round.
Oh no, man.
He's playing breach. I think he thought for a moment there that he'd got through.
Wintoucher, thank you so much, man. Thank you with the 1, 2, 3. Thank you with the prime, bro. Appreciate you, mate. Dude, give me the replay of this. Maybe a slow-mo of this. Like, what is this?
EG not going to have a huge amount of weaponry here on the bonus. Not expecting this one to be particularly dangerous. But, you know, if Giacomo can land a ridiculous
surely
kill
we
with the
get the
Guardian,
main
then,
kill.
of course, it still could be. But this is where Loud have an opportunity to stabilize. It was double bonus rounds that set up
got
Loud
every
so
kill
well
but
on
it.
Lotus. EG would love for something like that.
Got every kill, but the one kill we wanted to see.
They've given a rifle over to Jorg.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Prius is really giving it
If
to
there's
us
anyone that's
today,
going to
man.
make it
It's
happen, it would be
crazy.
him.
Holding down the A main chokehold. Side by side, him and Derek.
If there was ever a round to run a slow default, it would be this one. Prowler detects the trip, breaks it, so now bodies are going to have to stay.
A stun as well, this movement. Giacomo, good. Wants to hack middle, but no, yeah, it just fades all of it.
That stun from Jorg is so nice. The relay bolt flicked behind a 180 as he's moving away to stop any follow-up from the fault line. Oh, immaculate. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, high IPM type beat.
Right there.
This trip's going to be a bit of a nuisance as well. Apoff touch close to the corner.
One aftershock actually is going to break both of these trips though. Classic aftershock in that spot.
Yeah, okay, so well. Still locked into the corner. The Dizzy a little bit delayed there. Saturday night, but it over this and it hasn't been called correctly.
Whoa.
Still the classic.
Double.
Is there Superman even better with that Sheriff? Might be golden
Scary.
for it. Smoke dropped.
One way goes out as well.
To the top of the box.
They don't. Okay, they both pick up a gun. Derek so far, there's a gun for Superman as well, right?
They do have time on their side.
It's hard for him to get it. Has to wait for his team.
Go slow and steady onto the approach, and it would be that bonus round conversion for EG. They'd love for it. Smoke though. It's Pancadas.
Yeah, they smoked themselves
Force
off.
them forwards here with the aftershock as well. Out of the way. Superman sticking.
Oh, it's a bad plan.
Bit of miscommunication in terms of where this has been planted. It's actually in front of the pillar. They're spamming it.
Can't actually smoke yourself off when it's a plan like this, really.
Just get a free defusal all the way. Listen, it's crispy at the end, but a bonus
yeah, so
round
I
win
mean,
for EG.
it makes sense to smoke yourself off if it's the stairs, right? Because obviously you half the fuse, but when you have this one at the bottom here and it's just the full left to right, doesn't make sense.
Playing Gecko. It's not a normal spot to plant there. The meta spots to plant are on the corners, kind of on the ramp, where all of your spam is going to land on the diffuser. Instead, he pointed it straight at the pillar. Wingman went over and planted in a spot where you can be on a full half circle.
Wow.
And also, it looked like the pings were
Trying to not blame Wingman Sideshow?
But that's just,
what is this?
I mean, it shows you the spike on the minimap. So
I don't know. I don't know.
Shouldn't be missing the pings.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the smokes were in my face. You know, I couldn't quite tell the depth of it, but it looked like they were.
It looked like it was off. Now, I said that bonus round was going to be really difficult to convert. And we're dwelling a lot on the, the misplay towards the end of Loud, because it did look winnable in the post plan. But what are those shots from Superman? 2 Sheriff shots to open things up as he's defending the site, flooding in. That's the kind of impact that he was giving you on Lotus. That's the kind of performance you need from some of these other players that aren't
Wingman.
that aren't defending champions from last year,
Okay,
kept together
so
on the roster.
This is so stupid, man.
You need a
We
bit
get
of that
first
from
map,
some of these
double
others
pistol,
to win you
double
a round here or
bonus
there,
for
and
Louds, 6 rounds,
round 15
free.
looking pretty.
EG, do the same thing over towards here, just half of the rounds already.
On the other side of things,
And
again,
then you get another eco to play
I
against.
think the KD was 20-9 from less.
You might as well
on
go
Lotus.
Icebox, man.
And it's still looking fearsome here. He's got the hero rifle. And I think that's who you really want to have it in their hands.
It's been performing. But so is Giacomo.
Dude, he's had so many fast
Relentless
kills.
right now. in the series, in the map. No clearance into the corner. Apof's going to be covered there. Warp just to get him out of dodge.
Nah, this guy is too good with the double slides. Yeah, he's too good, man. We can't have double slides when people are this good. Like there's no way we can have this many slides when there's someone that's this good. It's too much.
Dashes so that he avoids the utility coming his way. Stuns so he can follow up. Dizzy in his face, doesn't even bother. Uses the second slide.
He's operating on a different level, man.
He's actually, his brain moves faster than the average human.
I'm watching him do it. I can't think that fast. The orders of operations, man, that he's having to do.
It's so nasty good. Get him onto full-time Neon. I mean,
yeah, he actually should be full-time Neon, no doubt about it. I wouldn't even bother with the ISO after watching this.
Movement agents, he's cooking.
So Loud had absolutely no chance in that round. Eco and Jorgamo masterclass. So, wait, what is this? He's up
another first kill.
He's up again. They just can't get a handle on where he is and what he's doing. It's another first kill to add to the list.
The disrespect is crazy.
Dodges the fish ult.
It's propped up, seeking that engagement. Sadak gliding, and at least there is that follow-up. So it's traded. Loud, not quite with the advantage, but at least it is a 3 versus 3. No backside control again. That plant, it's going to be going towards the pillar. Nature, do you really just let this one go straight past? Seeking the timing. Dizzy connects. He's missed his opportunity and his chance. He was hoping the player would walk in front of him. He's still alive for the retake, and that's what matters now.
Same plant position, by the way, so that 2E's can play off it in market.
In front of the pillar, with him going down, it's going to be much more difficult to play this post plan.
Yeah, but
a lot's going to be asked for from Lex and Kawazine. Util in their hands. Quick tap, Kawazine, fault line, Sprez. That's going to be an aftershock, and it should clear them off, but Apov gets half anyway. So it missed. Just slightly ajar. Again, this man plant positioning EG up to 11.
Yeah, they're wrecking them. Jorgamo has way too many first kills. He's on for some of the maddest stats we've seen.
Another disaster. It's hard to tell exactly where the mistake is there. Is it slightly off in terms of the plant spot when he's throwing in the gecko, throwing in the wingman, sorry? Or is it Kawazine who's just missing the aftershock in that position?
Nah, I mean, it doesn't reach. He has to go all the way to the right and get it to the extended wall if he's going to do it.
It's good for market, but it isn't as good for the B main post-plant. Loud are getting ruined in this spot. They were dominating post-plant situations on Lotus. That was primarily one of the reasons why they were winning in that map. And here, 2 massive ones have fallen away from them. Couldn't be more important. Round 15, the anti-bonus, and round 17, the next rifle round, both lost in a very similar fashion.
I mean, it's a good spot to plant if you have market control. But
forced to take a timeout on Loud's end.
I just don't know how you could ever look at what Heretics do and then the success rate of it and think that anything else is.
They're making the same mistake, so I can't imagine they've got too much new to discuss with their coach. Crowd excited that EG have a great chance of being able to win here and push things forward onto Icebox. I've no idea what these teams are going to do.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that. I was like, I actually don't know what you would put on Icebox here.
But Loud desperately need to put
I feel like after I watched Jorgamo on this, I would try it on every single map, even though in theory on Icebox it's not great.
It's really not that bad of a buy.
Less danger there, but he's going to let it loose almost immediately. Look at this guy, whipping his way forwards.
Look at it, it's so fast at breaking trips as well and moving that I'm not even sure you can capitalize too much on it.
Pointed directly towards him, he knew where to pre-aim.
You'd have to instantly be in the right position.
Trips dealt with. The player disadvantage. Mosh pit. Straight to the corner. No players there.
Jorgamo's very, very late to this.
To the back of the site. Flash.
Oh, that flash is incredible.
Multitude of targets.
Breachies sick here.
Delayed and even misses. No way to follow up onto this one. Loud in shambles in terms of how they want to play this one, and they can't get a hand. It is pure filth, man.
What?
Josh is Leveril and he's almost pulled the head.
Dude, how is he this good?
What am I watching? Dude, I mean, I don't know. What am I watching? I don't know. Forget the tactical shooter label.
Whoa, what is that shot as well?
Dude, into the arena shooter now.
Jorgamo's playing Valorant 2.
TF2 fans, we are so back.
What is this?
Look at that.
That is crazy. That is actually crazy. He broke the ankle so hard. That is actually filthy. I can't believe it.
The way that he's weaving his movement and then throwing out
yeah, the movement with the double slide is some of the most mad stuff I've ever seen.
180 flicks and throws out the relay ball as he's sliding away.
They might have to put the cooldown higher, man. 0.2 is not enough.
Oh my God! Aftershock to his face once more with a glide. Still, that's a connection, a shutdown onto Sadak.
I mean, nice from Sadak, but it's only a 140.
Yeah.
Brutal. Taken out. And on top of that, Tui's falls. Drops the spike. I mean, this has been a joy to watch.
I'm telling you, man. Like, this is the first time that I've really been like, damn. I mean, apart from, this is the first time as not as a coach that I've wanted, like, actual,
12-6.
Just anything in the game to be able to watch the replays, man.
Get the map continued, but in all reality, we are
because I would watch this POV
certainly
for
heading
so
to
long.
Icebox.
It's such a good POV. He's just so impressive on this agent.
Has no hope of converting this, and EG know it. Superman closes things out.
Okay, very nice. I tell you what, though, double pistol. Same story as the first map. Double pistol, double bonus. But yeah, Jogamo. The takeaway is just Jogamo is just incredible on this agent.
The impact is enormous, but what he's actually doing in terms of weaving these abilities and movement setups together is like nothing I've seen. I mean, this is immaculate stuff.
I mean, that boy's just different. I don't know what to tell you.
300 ACS, 22 and 14. He went 8-1 on Lotus in terms of first kills to first deaths. I'm not sure exactly what it was in this map, but we'll have the stats coming through shortly. I think it was something similar. It might have been even more.
Yeah.
He just absolutely dominated.
That was a joy to watch, man. Start to finish, it shows that EG as well got that preparation in spades for their own map picks. But now we're heading over to Icebox. Time for that quick break. When we return, the analysts are all going to get us nice and ready for it.
Dude, he's insane, man. 8-1 again. How's he this much? He won 55 joules and so many of them are fast kills. It's just ridiculous, man. Wait, Superman won 3 1v1s? That's big as well, man. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, let's try to remember what the laugh. I could actually watch Jogamo on Neon every single game, for sure. That some of the, he's already got the double slide down. To 2 fast kills, but they're both maps, yeah. Madness. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Cauã pode pegar a primeira kill, o strafezinho, segura o dedo, controla o spray.
Making sure that nobody can really take it. Adjustments. Right!
Welcome back, everyone. And Evil Geniuses have tied things up 1-1 off the back of, well, I mean, quite frankly, Jogamo just breaking some ankles. Like a couple of fools out there looking like.
3 seconds ago, before you intro this, you go, I'm playing Neon on console. And then the stinger hits, and then we get into it. So, I mean, that really just.
Dude, it was insane. I mean, this guy was. I want to go hoop with him now because he was breaking ankles, man. Like, this dude is crazy talented. Look at the movement from the start of this game. I mean, it was already like just ridiculous. And I think some of the slide kills, and he just kept heating up and heating up and heating up.
Now we got to see that one play though.
The way he was using the stuns, like we'll see it. Like,
my man did a full 180 turnaround on that with the stun and to prevent the advancement.
From here it just gets crazy. Right here he gets another slide kill and tiles while full blind. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, he came around, hit him with the Palpatine fingers.
There's no one that I've seen so far be as good with the slides as Jogamo, in particular. Other people's slide movement has been so much more predictable. And his is so varied, it's constantly throwing people off.
You know what's funny too is I feel like his slides got even better on defense, which technically shouldn't make sense, but he was just pushing down, taking so much path control and being super aggressive. Like, it worked out perfectly. Yeah, like you said, that tiles play was insane. I don't know.
8-1 on first kills to first deaths there. Again, same stat line as Lotus.
Yeah, he's playing. The man is nuts. I mean, it goes without saying, Jogamo has always been insanely talented, but you know, we talked about it before, right? He's the type of player that thrives with those movement agents. One of the best raises in the world.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Guy can do whatever he wants.
And that's why I like that they're experimenting with so much of this, right? Experiment with ISO. See how good he is on that. Because he was the best raise, and now he might be the best Neon. Like, this is the sort of thing that you just got to figure out with the guy, and he will deliver. So I'm mad perplexed as to what's going to come on Icebox, where I don't know what the agent is going to be.
It's going to be like standard Valorant, you know, just like across the board.
Louder's still running the double controller. Here comes your Harbor Fighter, your
single Sky, or something like that.
Yeah, there's no way.
No shot.
Yeah, I mean, I would love. I am just as curious. I'm sure everyone is, you know, pretty much on pins and needles wondering what the hell we're going to get on this one.
With the EG at the beginning of this year, they brought out the deadlock on Icebox. They're one of the first teams, if not the first of this year, to have a deadlock. Yeah, with Jaw playing.
All I'm going to say is, because I recall at the pre-show, there was a certain member of this talent team that said that EG will be a team that defines the meta. And there was someone really smart, really bald who said that. Who was it? Athena, was it?
Couldn't have been Josh. It wasn't Sideshow. Who was it?
I think it was me. It was this guy. EG defines the meta. I don't know.
I mean, you were cooking. I'm just saying, it was mild. We already knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. It's like, it's like predicting it when you see it already.
Yeah. Well, listen, all right? What is it? A broken clock can be right twice a day? Come on! All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about Iceboxes. Clearly, I can't give myself flowers. But yeah, so now we're going into Icebox here. And Bala, I know you were talking about this like during the break. You were mentioning how, like, you know, you're seeing people do crazy stuff with Neon on the map.
This is a map that Neon can work, and we haven't seen it at the pro level because it's crazy. Like, it's insane to try to go for because you don't have those long corridors, you don't have places, but when you watch people who really know Neon, and I'm sorry, but none of these pro players, even Jogamo, come even close to the type of movement that you see from the pro content creator type people on Neon.
People are doing like funny movements.
Yes, exactly. For clips, they're playing an unrated, whatever, but like the movement you can do on this map on top 410 with the ropes, with all these sort of things is insane. With the jumping through nests, like there are some things that can be done that you will be mind blown by. So if he does it, I'll be mind blown.
Something tells me Jogamo might have watched a few TikToks or something like that just to try give him a little bit of the tips there, but we'll see what happens. And it seems as if, okay, so we're getting a no duelist comp here.
I think we're getting a deadlock.
Ooh.
I feel it.
Which EG has done in the past, so it's not going to be the most.
The diversity on this map right now is just so fun.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Oh, brother!
Yo!
And with the heart. This is crazy. Harbor I mean, listen, we saw FPX with the Clove on this map at Shanghai, and it was some demonic activity from life.
What is it?
And we were talking about how we wanted to see ISO with other agents and more synergy to be able to follow through with all those shields. And I feel like with Harbor and Clove, that's going to be awesome to watch.
Ask and you shall receive. All right, guys, both teams need to win to keep their playoff hopes alive.
So are they going to do?
So let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters.
Are they going to do some of the stuff similar to FPX?
2-3 overall. Just in the season this year, a win here, put them nice and even, but a loss would really just set you
not
back
normal?
quite heavily
Yeah, I mean, I
in terms
guess
of
Omen not
the
normal.
goal of meeting champs. and
Viper Omen.
Really just almost the end of the year. It's not quite
We've
even
seen
the
that
end
a
of the
good
year, Matt.
amount.
It's a couple of weeks
Yeah,
away.
I
It's
get
5
what you're
weeks away.
saying.
Yeah, really not that far away, but we're reaching that end point, and this is where it really matters most. You know, at the beginning of stage 2 for these teams, and here we are, the final map, which is Icebox, and we've seen honestly some
Do
beautiful
I like
stuff
the
from
Clove
both these
or
teams so
Omen better
far.
on this map?
It's
I
gone
like
to the
Clove
wire,
more on this map.
and,
Probably the only
we'll
map
see
I
them
would
now
say
on a
that.
bit more even territory, you have to imagine. You know, no more of the own map picks. Icebox and EG, what are they cooking?
Okay, EG on defense, Loud on attack, ISO. Yeah, so I mean on attack they're just gonna do FPX stuff.
But the ISO
Like one ways.
wasn't able to find huge amounts of value on Lotus. There was a lot
But
of
what
spam
a-
through smoke,
what a
spam
Loud
through
done.
walls to stop the shield from gaining momentum. You can definitely spam through smokes on this map for sure, but the walls are not as penetrable. It's possible Jorg just starts dominating here if he gets a snowball going.
Yeah, it's a very nicely timed Molly. Breaks Wingman, we've got a 2-person push behind. Okay, another 2-person push, does 2-person clear a middle.
Another tap from Salak.
Yeah, but they're going to have to wait for the next wall cycle. And this is now difficult for Loud. They haven't got the plant down. Everybody on EG knows that they're trying to go towards B. And Apot's getting some level of decent info in mid. Wall back up. Wingman back out.
Does he over to supplement? Jorgamo. Has he got that one from shield now? It's activated. Bit more breathing room as well for him to try and take some of these fights.
Good wall from Apot.
They got no cove though.
Here we go, centered flying forward, one of his own.
Oh my god, they walled half it. Okay, Sadak did so much here. 16 HP, 33 HP should be done. Sadak did unreal. I like the idea from EG trying to use the ISO wall to get half, but yeah, Sadak kind of just knew it was happening as soon as he saw it. Just goes to the extra angle. Wall's not big enough.
Down here and wrap it up nice and pretty here for the first pistol round of Icebox.
I think that's a sick idea though from EG. Throw out the ISO wall and get half behind.
I mean, I think ISO wall cove.
Impossible for Loud.
Like I think if you're gonna do this as like one of your big plans, a cove on top of this as well.
It was milliseconds
Like,
away from getting that permanent
I think
half
that's
on it.
giant.
Now, if they can adjust that slightly so that it's somebody else getting on the defuse as Jorgamo pushes forwards with his own wall, I like it even better. You know, there's ways of refining that, but clearly cooking with the ideas.
They shot her. Sana, sana.
Loud playing the no duelist composition on the other side of things. We know roughly.
Okay, with
how
that
they're
we got
gonna
a
want to play this.
3-2 pistols.
Both teams, though, are gonna have
And they're allowed
these
2
smokes
deaths,
from
or
the Clove
maybe
and the Omen.
you could say 3 deaths.
More unexpected
So
position.
there's one.
Fankata falls, but that's not a rifle denied.
Wait.
Superman, though,
Wait,
if he's
wait,
able to
wait,
get a
wait,
pick,
wait, wait.
that's then
No
dangerous.
way.
No one's watching it. Potential there for a second when Spike dropped down. Denying it. Gun's going a bit of miss
Yeah,
here.
and
You can't
Les is
reconnect
nowhere
with
near
Les.
this gun.
Les is getting space on A, but how are you going to cross in mid?
Can't afford to lose any more of these guns.
Derek's
Oh,
going to hear
Derek
this.
is this. Derek is 2.
Should at least one pair of footsteps.
No
Make the
contest.
call.
I
Yeah.
thought they were going to maybe try to fight.
But they pinged it out. So calling for a heavy stack of EG, then making sure that they move players over towards this direction. They know that Les has got this space. Hearing that shield. Up and away, Les, man. That's just goddamn sharpness.
It's too good.
Yeah, the server is stacked, man. There's so many good players here.
There's definite chances for EG, or at least there were, but now just the classic in hand.
Yeah,
Too much
really
for
nice
Derek
recovery
to
from him.
overcome, so
They keep the
second
main
round's
2
there.
guns.
Only blessing in
The
disguise, really, is that
was
they
it
did a bit
Stinger
of
in the
that
end?
damage
Not
to the
getting
economy
picked
of
up.
Loud. Only 2 of the rifles getting saved. See if
But
it makes a difference.
they only came into the round with 3 anyway, so
But yeah,
it's
so
really
they
not
still
going
buy
to
up
be
into
that.
it.
Yeah. We're going to see EG fighting all over the place. And certainly when you look at the team composition, the two heavy hitters from map 1, Jorgamo and Superman for Evil Geniuses.
Average reactions watching Les's POV.
On defense as well. That's your ISO and Clove. Those are the players that are going to be looking to try to take fights, especially when Clove's ult is online.
Dodging and weaving the initial util. The high tide is going to be just separating them away from the A site.
We've had 4 out of 4 bonuses so far win the round.
No overstepping themselves. I'm sure that they watch it with some crossfire angles.
Pulled people away over towards mid. They're looking for information, despite the fact that the turret and the alarm bot are both down, are both active, I should say. Both been placed in mid for the defense. So EG go through, break the turret, make it feel like they're in mid, and now they're back over towards A. Just trying to mess with Sadak's understanding of what the defensive setup is.
Drone not seeing anything here.
Yeah, Les has dodged all of this.
Left alone over towards the A side, everybody heading over towards B.
Yeah, Sadak can pick up Alt Orb and then get thrashed with plant.
It's faking.
Doesn't even
want to pick
That's nice though, yeah. And the Dizzy goes over towards yellow. They create the question mark and they actually pulled a 3-person rotate. And yeah, just an angle diff.
Let's not expecting that somebody, at least that he's going to be visible on that angle. Nade at the floor, time running short, running away from them. Almost entirely, but the high ground angle.
10 seconds, Spike goes down sight.
From the plant.
Yeah, maybe A-pop.
And he will do just that. To the plant tower now. His team
Sadak gets visual.
Still gets Thrash online.
Oh my god, he played it well as well.
That line of scrimmage.
Oh, hey, he juked him. Oh my god, he juked him. That is incredible.
Holding it down, the pre-fire Superman. Maybe should be getting away with this one. He's left it to the 1v1.
Whoa.
Superman.
Okay, clutch gods. 3 1v1s on Sunset.
Perfect moment.
Give him a 1v3.
Bailing EG, sorry, out of a round that would have seen Loud get up to an enormous advantage.
Oh my god, that was unreal.
It's a
the second shot.
Small unforced error there from Les.
Oh my god, just clean.
But that's beautiful shooting.
A headshot magnet.
That's the kind of stuff that Superman was putting together map 1, and he cooled down a little bit on Sunset, but it didn't matter because everybody was working well and Jorgamo was dominating. Now he's back.
Derek won away from ult.
Really aggressive fights.
And where's the money at after this? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. The combine next. We got 2 4 loss bonus. Sure, we'll include everyone, man. Okay, big round. 4 on each side.
Them away. Still with a heavy control and hold. Onto A by the EG players with the 4 players committed. Does leave Nature a little bit, wary. You can see this guy is just jiggling into mid. He doesn't have a turret or an alarm bot to watch that angle, so it's all being committed over towards the B side. Mid is a big avenue that's just open right now for Loud. Of course, Loud don't know this, Les. Man, this guy, it's on point. That's
well, this guy's going to absolutely leg it.
There's no way.
He's getting an assist or a kill. I mean, Les is actually still sticking around, though. Close to the corner. Middle, misses. Out wide with a pre-fire. Expected. Superman who had to make the play there in that moment still.
A-pop in a really good off angle, should have a kill.
Mid, watch for Les, that adjustment is ridiculous. It's Loud. We're just picking up all the pieces, forging a path to success in the round with it, man. That is a 3-1 finish now in the round. This map here on Icebox.
And we were looking a lot at what Les was doing over on the other side of the map, battling Clove.
How's no reactions caster-wise to that? That was unbelievable.
The actual exec itself.
How's he killed him?
Both of these teams are going to be playing aggressive post-plant positions a decent percentage of the time. Not every single time.
Oh my god, it's so fast. For a position you don't expect.
You can put smokes on the bridge.
Yeah, dude, give it.
Nest to kitchen, and you can try to
annihilate him.
Smoke off orange. You can take more space. And
on the big round to put him down to an eco, that's what he does.
It actually gives you so many different ways of playing those post plants rather than just the standard. We are going to plant and then fall back to yellow. It actually makes the map much more interesting.
But he did so much damage with that as well.
Just to contain His teammates had his back as
Yeah,
well.
a little bit of damage from the smoke, but
risky, you know, eco play by EG. 4 players up the gut, seeing if they get a cheeky kill. Doesn't work out.
Les is playing fairly aggressively as the Sentinel player over towards A. You know, he's not scared of anything. And I think one of the reasons for that is that EG are not running a jet, so he's not really worried about like an early push across the ropes, updraft, into your face, that kind of play. He's just taking space and getting good info for the team.
Smoke's behind
now
himself.
Comes back into Superman.
He's missed it.
That's so unlucky. That's so
Not too
unlucky.
much more in the round. Though of course Superman can
I like
still
the
apply
idea.
smokes, but that'll only really matter if EG can get a kill or something to make this a bit more even.
Oh, lovely flash. Ah, man, that's a lovely flash.
Full blinded up onto Jorgamo. He was not expecting that.
Yeah, a little bank shot. And Nature left to just try to deny
so
his
much
own
good
ultimate,
stuff.
basically.
Okay, well, he's
Not gonna
just
happen.
dominated this
McCowan,
round.
He has that KO already. Yeah, I think the fact that EG are going to try to look to take fights with the ISO and the Clove is a little strange in some kind of sense, because they don't actually have flashes to set up those aggressive fights. And so they have to just try to contest areas, dodging utility. And then primarily the double smokes comp is going to want to play for retake. So, you know, it can do multiple things, but not as well as some other compositions.
Yeah, rough spot to be in for your timeout,
just
yeah.
one spot. It's a bit more of a compromise comp.
EG forced to take this timeout now. I was wondering if we were going to see it into this round or maybe the next, because this is the important one.
I
It's
mean,
already
getting
that momentum behind them.
like my main
4-1
criticism
currently.
at the moment for
Ult's
EG,
being,
and I feel like
put a
I'm
sport on right
constantly
as well,
saying that
because
on
Chelsea
this
is sitting on
map,
that null command
that I don't
just
think teams
essentially
are
win
just
your
doing
round
enough
almost
is
as
like
well,
making
because you do
yellow
access
just a
to
hard
one of
point
the
for
sides.
teams
So
to
EG,
take.
it's their time to shine.
Like,
It's a
especially
full
with the Clove
investment.
here,
It's a
Palmer
gun
playing
round.
yellow, one-way smoke.
good
The only
plan or
way
at
they can
least
take over towards
something
yellow
to
is
work around because,
Omen
right now,
TP.
Like I said, they're running
Like,
away
I
with
would
it.
be playing Clove,
Yeah, I
Palmer,
think a
yellow.
little bit of pressure and then dropping off to try to play retake is probably what EG are going to look to go for. Honestly, on both of the sites, which isn't
Like, what are
pleasant
they
be
meant
put
to
in that
do?
kind of
The knife hits
situation.
you, you're yellow, then what? You have a
But
one-way
we'll see what
here.
Nature's setup looks
They're going to
like.
flash
I would
with a
assume
KO
he's not even
and
going for
TP with an
normally you'll see
Omen.
one
That's
nanoswarm
fine.
on site to try to block that wingman plant. You know, no matter which site
Let's
he's
see
playing
what
on,
they
but
got.
Here, I feel like
It's a big
if
buy
if
round.
was
The
a
money
beat,
diff's
Nature
out of
would just be getting
control.
caught in the null command anyway.
Okay, so they
Trying to
change
play
it
his
up a
utility forwards,
little
but it's
bit.
a stack on A, and
Yeah,
that's where
more
they're
of a heavy stack where they can fight together. Killjoy
I think just
info,
early
Killjoy
pressure
info,
here,
just
and then
saying leave
playing
middle
around the
open
harbor
until they
is
go
gonna
here.
be your best chance of success.
Noise being made. Fights to be taken and one out by the Loud players instantly. It's an all command. That's a rip now emanating out into the site, but almost not even necessary. It's overwhelming.
It's over.
Oh, he nailed
Now
himself
it's
to get full
deliberately
HP.
knocking himself so he can get res back
Yeah,
up with full HP.
lovely.
Not that it really matters.
It doesn't matter at all. No, it really doesn't.
Well,
It's a 4v1 and Nature.
Yeah, I mean, the
left
stack just got
again
wrecked.
Alone
I don't think...
was on the opposite side of the map.
I mean,
His team had the correct
the
stack.
problem
but
is it's hard to...
I think this is a trap that a lot of teams with the Clove can end up falling into.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
we certainly saw this, as White was talking about with Life from FPX in Shanghai.
Yeah, just...
Clove is actually not that great at playing aggressively before their ult is online. If you're gonna play that Crossfire in a super aggressive position, you don't actually have the... Oh, wow.
What is it? Wait, 1 HP? Nah, man, it's all going right for Loud right now.
Just trying to keep the gun online.
You are right. I mean, yeah, it feels like everything in Clove's kit leans itself to playing more aggressive, but it doesn't really suit it in a certain sense. Other comps do it better.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to play aggressively up close, like if you have some flashes available, at least, you know, you look at the comps that Loud are playing now.
Yeah, and not just the flash to go super aggro, but if you want to play an off angle like that, pick Reyna.
Yeah.
I know that seems a bit silly. Nobody's really playing Reyna at the moment, but it is viable to play
Yeah,
Reyna
Reyna's
if you want to
definitely
fight
viable,
on
yeah.
unusual angles like that on Icebox. And Clove is not Reyna. They are very different, even if all of your Reyna mains are now playing Clove in ranked. I guess they've all moved on to ISO at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bad news for
Money's not
EG
looking too hot.
is they're going to have to go up against Official probably a Killjoy
ult at some point.
And maybe
their best opportunity.
That's what I was saying before the timeout.
Viper ult for next round.
One that was going to make the most sense for them.
And just when you think it couldn't get any worse, Loud have realised that they've been stacking all of the info over towards B with a Killjoy and they can run up middle. So yeah, I think they were kind of gambling that they weren't going to go up middle for a bit.
Just to trip them out a little bit.
I mean, I don't like the idea of going mid to A on an anti-eco round. I thought they were running it as a bit of a distraction so that Pancada could slip through, but he's not gone for the more aggressive option. I like Pancada's positioning, though, once they commit to A.
Good luck, Superman. Okay.
Man. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, losing these players. Jogamo has ult and a rifle too. Very easily can turn the tide of all of this one. And he snaps him up. It's going to be a 1v1 that's occurring. I believe 2 years is going to be caught in it. And isolates the fight all over the place. 2 years. He does win his out.
Yeah, and Pancada can definitely win him this one. But
that's an easy collection. With Superman getting all that one.
Can they with the spike down? No chance.
Just falls to pieces.
Shout out to Superman here. This was just such an individual round.
A few of them, but it's not a round win. CG with a thrifty.
He got so much money, he can send it.
Needed to happen.
It did for EG, but I think that's a pretty horrible way of playing an anti-eco round for Loud. I mean, anti-eco rounds, generally speaking, you want to be setting up some kind of like 4-1 default. One player goes and sees if there's a
Katsuru with the prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
The opposite direction. You don't do something like walk through mid to A where you're open to tons of different angles. It's a cute idea to throw in on a rifle round where you need something unusual to happen, but
he jumped to try and make a miss.
And they did end up getting punished for it.
That's pretty cool.
Simple Sadak.
Dart's going to be dealt with there towards the back wall. Slow and steady. Just for Loud.
Okay, this is how I would play it. This would be my setup as well from EG.
Getting ahead of themselves.
Jump spot until you see them.
And this is
one way.
Simple. Use the thrash to clear this area out. Allow Les to come over and pick up the ult.
And just hold heavy yellow.
Make sure you're holding to punish anyone who's looking.
I thought there was going to be a random shot. I don't like the push here. Push makes no sense, but when you're a beast, you're a beast.
Wins out the fight single-handedly. Movement's nice from Pancada, but you're going to see it instantly coming back into the action. Not dead yet. Needs to find a kill, though, and everyone's going to be holding their ground just for now. Slightest of our angles, but Superman feeling empowered. Just running it down forward. Shield gone out. Less. Can avoid capture.
It's another insane individual round from Superman.
And another beautiful round from Superman.
Yeah.
The 1v3 earlier was...
That's 2 of their 3 rounds.
Started. It was the only round they got out of the first 6. Was that 1v3, and then Superman's also had another blinder there. The ult was just a cherry on top. It wasn't even really necessary. The round already won at that point in a 4v2. But just decided to style on him.
All 3.
Nice stuff from EG.
Oh yeah, 1v3.
2 away from making it up to 5. Loud.
He's the only reason they have rounds.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, exactly predicting that Superman will be playing on the same angle again. That's a lovely adaptation.
Wow.
Great read.
Sure, man.
If you commit B, though, Clove's still going to be able to apply those smokes. This is where the mind games happen, because Les has got a fantastic ultimate for being able to clear space. Do you want to go for it still?
Some banana swarms. TP across from 2 years.
Yeah, I like this.
Les is not playing with the squad. They are
first smoke, and then how are they going to handle this? Just one way? Perma one way or perma the smoke? Perma the spike.
All the way from the paranoia, needs to claim that kill. It was lit up. It was Jogamo who saves him from that embarrassment. But now the pit drop down. This will cover most of it.
Yeah, they go for one way, but obviously no one way because of the ult here. Les's ult is really big. When do we get... Okay,
now with the wall,
wait,
hold up. Might be able to get half. It's been covered. A dominating position. It's
Big Molly.
He's gained all that ground. Still onto the edges of all.
Big Molly from Les. What's going on? Every game is just so chaotic now.
To catch him. 1 HP and a dream defusing.
Oh, no way.
Who on earth is Pancada shooting at? I don't know.
Does he think he's fighting Goliath?
Going up to the skybox.
I mean,
where were the shots going?
Where were the bullets going? Is he trying to give the guy a haircut? What is going on there? What is that spam? It must be to do with the elevation because Pancada's just so much higher up.
Yeah, there are no pings.
That round never
ever
should be going the way of nature. He just can't get away with that.
That's a blessing, man.
What
Starts off
HP?
well and good, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, sigh of relief from the EG
Yeah,
players.
they're just like, how, dude?
Yeah, they've just been gifted it. Christmas come early. Oh, it's Jorgamo's birthday tomorrow. That was a little gift from Loud.
Yeah.
Nature's 1-7, and he's just won them around straight up. Now, throughout that as well, you're seeing that part of the retake ideas from EG is that they're running a composition that has Cove to potentially get half. You have the ISO wall that can potentially get half as well. There's a lot
of mental rounds won from EG, really.
And then from there, I guess you sometimes get
winning moment.
Yeah, you sometimes get gifted something like that. But big mistake coming out from Loud. This is 3 in a row from EG. Huge error. That was less committing lockdown too. Not to get onto site, but to try to close things out.
The odds for Loud taking a step back. The money's still strong.
It is,
which is surprising. They're making full advantage of it, I suppose, the prior wins they were getting.
That's a vulnerable with a shock dart to start the round off to see if Derek can just get a cheeky kill on someone going up the belt.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Pretty similar to the shock molly combos that we saw pioneered many, many years ago.
Okay, I mean, this really is
it's afforded Superman.
It's what life used to do all the time.
But this is the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't have his ult.
You're not playing Reyna.
And they know exactly how to pre-fire it. Hunter's Fury. It's going to be used. See if you get that connection, but Derek has missed all the marks. The target's waiting for him. There's a high tide. It rips its way across over towards the A site. Does put a bit of a pause into the round for Loud.
And Sideshow's cracking me up a little
at least
bit.
There was the extra layer of the Hunter's Fury being thrown in there.
Yeah.
But it didn't save him. And smokes, again, still available if this does end on A. And Loud do keep committing into the spot where they kill Superman early on. Nature's ultimate is excellent for retake, but he's super committed over on B right now. He's not playing passively, so he's got to slow rotate over to A.
30 seconds here. They don't have too much to delay. Other than
Smokes
absolutely sending it.
on the Loud side of things.
What the hell is this wingman? Why did they pop it there?
Onto the high ground, 2 years. It's traded. Derek's still holding it towards
What
the back of the line.
the hell?
Why
have they done that?
Forced to fight. They just can't
Oh
get over that
my
hurdle.
days, bro.
Shield broken, yeah. It doesn't really matter though, does it, man? That's going to be 5-5.
Dude, Wingman is annihilating Loud. Every time they use it to plant. Over on Sunset, just missing the angle every single time.
The shield has in some
Not
of
on
these
stairs.
is simply that
On
Loud
this
have
game,
to jiggle peek
dude,
spam
sending it too
to
far.
try to remove it before they can take that fight.
Need to sit on the server for a little bit, just practice sending
to try to
Dubro
get that
out.
spike back, and he had to try to deal with the shield before he could ever commit to taking a fight. Slowed him down. 5-5 now. EG running away with things here towards the end. But Loud ults online. A 4-player stack from EG though.
It's a big middle again. Jorgamo!
Shots from everyone over towards middle as well. Nature wins his 1v1.
Toppled over. There's only 2 of them left.
Am I going to full go sleep? Nah, I'm really tired, bro. I'm sleeping after this for sure.
Tio's quickly going to be vacuuming up most of it though. Able to get that plant down.
What do you do against a lockdown in this kind of spot?
Goodness me.
Not a chance I could have no sleep tonight.
It's the only real shot. Drone tags it though. Lockdown comes through. What do they have?
Go, Wingman, go!
Paranoia.
Gonna do APAC later? Yeah, for sure.
Just seeking to delay.
We'll have like a little
Sadak,
4-hour
It's aggressive, it's risky.
sesh.
The cancel with the ult. Lockdown comes down. Guess what? They were
Yeah,
waiting for it.
I was shy of it.
I think they were ahead of that one.
Who gets the last
Lovely
round?
play from EG. Nature getting involved with his rifle as well. Picks up Pancada through mid. Every fight goes the way of Evil Geniuses there as they find the brawls that they're looking for. Chocobo's been a consistent.
Yeah, everyone won their duel, even Miss it. Wait, that's the killer
really up and down. Superman's now coming alive. Derek's finding his opportunities to trade out Chocobo and hold nice, supportive angles for him.
Chocobo has his ult as well. They could heavy just play to leave B.
Spots where the inexperience previously has been a big problem. Now they've got their feet under them. It's Loud under pressure. Yeah.
Same setup. You got to think though. So like EG, they've been doing this setup all the time, right? Where they're getting info here and here, and they have no info middle. They were only one of the only rounds that Loud lost early on was pushing over towards middle. So as soon as they tried middle, they lost that round, and they kind of just been deterred from going over towards middle. Full stop.
Couldn't avoid that one.
Oh, I'm not sure they can trade this though.
Shield's gone, removed, but Snappy once more. The movement is nice, just on top of it.
Another mid lurker dead, and Nature, he takes contact, but ends up going down.
Right there. Loud made this a little bit more winnable. Positioning just fully known right now. Are committed, waiting for the wall cycle, finally fuel in the tank, so we'll go up. Trying to get a move on, but it seems to be that hesitancy in their play. They don't really know what moves to make. Ball goes down, facing, tripled up, onto the angle. Apop doesn't give anything away, plays for his life.
Great information.
Sure.
But a kill given. Straight away now, Apop. At least with the one, turns the fire onto Pancada. Kawazine almost given a haircut. Bullets whistling right over. Chocobo was just holding Util in his hands to throw. Timing. Just seeking to take it all down to it. 2 years. Time. What the hell is happening here? They just missed each other's ships in the bloody night. All around, but EG.
That recovery from EG is very impressive, man.
Ending the round with a flourish, 7-5.
Shout out to Superman, man. He was like the reason that any of this actually started or happened. He was involved here, and here, and then that was like momentum, right? The ult really helped them out on a lot of these. Sebi, thank you so much. Sebi Val with the prime.
That one where Nature just snuck it away from them is going to be living rent-free in their heads, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And this time, EG finally behind on first kills, but ahead at the heart.
Yeah, they got a lot.
This entire series.
A lot of rounds here.
It's going up and down.
And I think in theory their attack stuff should be good, especially over towards B. As long as they just steal the stuff that FPX are doing.
It's safe to say that this has been an exciting game. It has
delivered
in many levels here, and there have been a lot of players that have popped off individually. One guy in particular, Kawazine, you got to give him his flowers here. What an incredible performance we've been seeing from him, and even though it kind of slipped toward the tail end of that first half, you could definitely feel his impact at the beginning of this one.
100%. I think Kawazine is one of the most underrated players really in the game, period. I'm going to be honest. All of last year flew really under the radar. I think has for this year as well. He hasn't been at the level he was last year, but when you're seeing him play like this, you're
How did Jogo's Neon look on Sunset video worthy? 1,000,000%, bro. Some of the maddest stuff I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, look at his ACS. 300. Not only was he using his util for his team to be able to fight, he was also using it for himself to push up, be aggressive, and take as much space as he could. And we saw him getting multi-kill after multi-kill. I think it was like 3 rounds in a row. He got a 3K
Yeah, you'll
each
have
time.
a field day.
One of them wasn't eco, but still, it counts. Like it counts. He went crazy. Like he managed to push past, and he also like his KO ults. He's able to call them and actually use them towards the executes in such a good way. He still kind of creeps up, gets the first pick, and then on contact uses ult.
Yeah, denying some important util is super big factor. For me, that half came down to that one clutch from Superman. That 1v3 lightened the fire for EG there.
Because it was looking bad.
Yeah, it was looking really bad. Again, Jogmo wasn't finding super early impact, none of that stuff with the ISO, and all of a sudden...
Which ones from what I've seen? I mean, definitely the match before.
Which is unfathomable beginning.
Could you get something out of the Furia game? You could definitely get a video out of the Furia game. I'm just trying to think of what map you should do.
But of course, this is it, folks. It's going to go, pretty much the chips are going to fall either way. We have no idea.
Probably
An exciting matchup through and through. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow for some more Icebox.
The Haven?
And again, it's anyone's game, man. It's 7-5 finish. towards the half here. EG with a
I think you could do either.
Advantages with those 2 rounds, which came down to some very fundamental
Haven because of the comp.
different moments
yeah, that's
occurring,
true.
right?
They did just send
was talking all about as well. But it's pistol round now. Putting our focus on.
Right, pistol rounds were at 3-2, and then on this map 1-0.
Early on.
We haven't had a map yet where someone wins, where teams win a pistol each.
Definitely chances for Jorgamo to take over on attack side. I think it's much easier to get the value out of ISO in those spots.
Right here.
The Smokes duo of 2Es and Pancada. Didn't think we'd be seeing them playing together, but here they are battling over B main.
And what a pre-fire. Just expecting that position, top 410, right?
Yeah, that's a nice one. Nature not really had too many moments with his gun in this round, but in this map so far, but that's a big one to put things on the board for EG.
2Es have been eating a ton of damage, trying to hold on to the back of Yellow.
1v1 pretty much decides the round.
Players, Nature.
Oh, okay, they're in it still. 10 HP though.
Almost got it done anyway.
He did. Just for the adjustment. Less now on 10 HP, and
well.
he is...
Oh my god, I thought he was going to get around the corner.
Okay. Could have been a bit of a classic moment, but no. Top back up with a heal, Superman.
And now going to be a bit of a raid boss, isn't he?
Yeah. Got that pace injection, but he's going to be backing away with the rest of his team to make sure that they hold on to this. 2 players allowed. It's Pancada swarming, dropping down now into the site. Derek just tucks his head right round the corner. He's anticipating that nobody will account for him, and he'll be correct with that. Adjustments there as well from all of the
continue
guns
the
and
streak.
pistols.
1-1, 3-3 for pistols.
Up 2-8. Set themselves up now for a really strong beginning.
So many in a row.
All of those issues that were plaguing them on map 1. Couldn't win a pistol, getting bonused. That's all, it's gone out the window.
Yeah.
These areas where Loud are able to find success and push that momentum into massive advantages is not the area that they're finding any success anymore. They were able to split pistols at least here on Icebox, but Loud are going to need something massive to get back into this game, I think.
That's not going to see too much there, 2 years.
Bro, this sandbag is just the worst thing ever, man.
Hello?
Yeah, not too sure what a sound cue is.
I mean, there's a blizzard going on. I know that it's, it's Icebox, but the weather doesn't seem that bad.
Pretty sure it'll disappear if Jorgamo goes down. I'm not kidding. We just need... Okay,
oh, there we go.
It did go.
Cancelled it with the Altor
Thank you,
pickup, I
Jorgamo.
think.
Thank you for saving our ears.
Yeah, send it to the depths. And so again, the point that I was making earlier with the Harbor and Clove, they can take a lot of map control on B.
I show you, dude, it's so funny, man.
They may not like the look of this even, EG. Perhaps looking to commit on the opposite side of the map where Nature's playing, but once they get onto site, the Clove Smoke's really good in these kind of spots.
Spotted it. Yeah. I believe just the leg seen from Les as he was just trying to get that top nest position.
Who gets plant? Do they give it to Nature, or is
they don't.
Derek just
now. Sticking this plant, EG.
This is good though. They're on their way to the Killjoy ult, on their way to a Sova ult.
Just seeking to delay, but for EG, I mean, man, this team, you can highlight any one of the players as well.
Yeah,
but
and at one point we're going to see the swap.
A lot of parity being met, I think, with a almost to the same degree of their run
Maybe
last
not
year.
both, but
Don't want to call it just yet.
I mean, that's getting...
It's a storyline that we've been following, I'm not going to lie.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But it's matching. I think they were at a similar point last year. They were at 4 and 5.
Honestly,
yeah,
do you just let Jorgamo hunt, give him this?
And they
should definitely swap down to Jorgamo.
Let's run another international event and give them a chance.
Well, sure.
The ISO on this map must be unbelievable.
To make it to 2 international events. And they haven't, you know, the last chance is champs now.
Okay. So my narrative has been ripped to pieces.
Well, I think both of these teams, both of these organizations are like, they're on somewhat
yeah, I maybe think EG could have done that a little bit better hunt-wise, but...
For example, Loud, they normally have that dip in the middle of the year, where they didn't play particularly well at Copenhagen a couple of years ago. They didn't play that well at Tokyo last year.
ESG's
so they were able to
ISO
revitalize
themselves,
really?
Get
ready, and perform pretty damn well at Champions in both situations, even winning one of them.
You have to see that one way on screen. Yeah, I strongly think that I do think we'll see some stuff from
international event.
I think we'll see some of the stuff from FPX, from EG here. Yeah, I think a lot of teams could use similar comps or a similar agent to FPX, but haven't done some of their stuff. I mean, this is the one way that FPX do, though, to be fair.
And reflected in their regular season record right now, both 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And this one, it matters so much.
Exactly. That's why we've been highlighting the importance of this match.
Smoke blocks the turret. Yeah, this is a nice. Honestly, for a bonus, this is a really cool round.
Finally found. Fighting over at 2 for Neo for B main choke point. Spike's been dropped down on top of it, so
yeah, I feel like you're always going to trade out. One person charger holding over towards middle, you go through the bottom and through tube. Like, you're going to trade out that in my mind.
Superman might have found a timing of his own.
Timing's on timing.
Oh, he hears it.
Yeah, the footstep's fantastic there for...
Dude, he can win him another round.
He doesn't want to commit.
But this is a great spot. I mean, you tuck yourself in here, you're shooting the back of people's heads.
Oh, he's going to be catching. I don't... Does he get spotted here?
Yeah, I don't
think
like
the spot's just a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Oh, my.
It's all gone a little bit skew with, and now he's forced to try and take this fight. Loud. Gotta be on him.
Oh, no, it fell apart for him. He tried to get a little bit too much from the positioning.
Definitive chances, yeah, for sure. Not able to do it now. Left up to just Nature and Apoth. Jumping up. Damage already been done from these bullets. Loud to make sure that they stick together tightly. Discipline in play. Smoked off onto the spike. Sanak can stick it.
Oh, they needed a round like that, Loud.
Yeah, they did need a round like this, especially with 4 people surviving. Double armor rebuy. One gun, that's it. That's nice.
Just made a similar kind of one. Because EG just had so much.
EG just went for something a little bit bold, and that's so fine on the bonus. I'm still waiting to see the deep B hit.
His first position was quite nice.
I feel like the deep B hit is a secured round if they do it well.
Spotting him as they're rotating.
Like, this is probably the most important round.
Something like that, but
because they would get reset if they, well, they wouldn't get reset, but they would eco.
Hasn't damaged the EG economy too badly, though. They've still got rifles up in this one. But round 16 is going to be very important. That same idea of the vulnerable into the shock dart.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the better.
Or really any massive chunk damage.
One of the better utils to actually stop people from taking up here.
Repeatedly.
Yeah, I'm really confident we're going to see wall across here one way, and then maybe one way if they have extra clove smokes.
Although I think it was County that was going for it.
And then take deep snowman.
Awesome to respect the space. Jorgamo. Oh, wow, what is that?
Wow.
Expecting a jiggle. Paranoia. Flying, the shield's going to be taken off here and a reposition, at least with the TP. But a great first kill. This Jorgamo just leading the charge. Nature feeling the heat. It's really going to be tested now up onto this extremity.
No way.
Nature.
He gets a kill over towards B.
Should be dealt with, and yes, this with the mosh pit rebounding. Meanwhile, up onto the other side now. It is a 3v3 still. Sanak is going to have to get a bit of a move.
They know about the locking clause.
Superman detected by the alarm bot in mid. Les looking to re-clear. Spots it. And now they're just going to try to commit to the retake instead.
What is that? I mean, adjustment by 2 years. That's sublime. Even if the crosshair placement wasn't quite there, and they double up for the cleanup over onto Derek. Sticking from 2 years, you have to get out.
They go for like the normal way of playing Harbor. Like, you don't have another smoke.
Almost with the denial, but not quite. It's allowed. I will say they've got their foot at least back beneath them.
Yeah, they basically go for the B take if you're using solo Harbor.
They're also punishing the economy on the other side. These 2 rounds in a row have now knocked DG down onto an eco. I love the entry from Jorgamo again, just to talk about it for a little moment. Even though it didn't end up defining the round, he's taking that swing before he pops shield, which you might be thinking, well, why isn't he using one of the best abilities that ISO has? But that makes a global sound. And so other people are going to be ready for swing timings, that kind of stuff. He's trying to be unpredictable, and so he gets the swing before, puts himself at an advantage, and then pops shield to try to carry things forwards. You don't need to copy that kind of stuff in your ranked games, though, because the people you play against are a little stupider. I can guarantee it.
They're not thinking about the same stuff. They're really not. They're just saying, guys, just swing. Pancada, straggler court of Superman, who's just seeking to just hold that one. Running straight over. Banana swarms Kawazine.
Does Potter call a timeout after this one? Because the other buy rounds wasn't great, and this one I know is an eco, but he just gave him loads of money.
To an even scoreline.
Guns back
maybe you
online for
don't
Evil
have to.
Geniuses.
They got a free round of the ISO ult.
Getting close to ultimates on both sides. Could come online in the middle of the round. What a flick!
Yeah, he hits on a shot.
That's nasty. We certainly could see an attempt to open up this round with Derek. You know, normally, Sovas are going to try to start rounds where they have the Hunter's Fury online by throwing out a drone, seeing if they can get a tag. Maybe a kill here onto Kawanseen or less. Instead, Derek. Oh, yeah, he is. He's gone for the drone. Doesn't quite spot anything through the smoke. Oh, he's Fury!
Got the tag. This feels out of range to me. I feel like he's way out of dodge.
Yeah, it's the classic of the Sova ult. Bit of a win from Loud on this. They got official to retake if they want.
Active for 20 seconds. Yeah. It's a long time to try to wait it out.
That's the ult 2. I'm going to be going for it though. Just priming for the vulnerability. Sends it along with the wall. Now, here we go. Good capture. Straight onto Les. And with that shield barely there, I mean, he wins it out almost easy as. Nice little pre-fire off to the side. Detainment onto 2 players though. Needs to be that cover. Needs to be firing. And Superman is there. Jordan right behind him.
Superman hits some mad shots.
Nature survives another day. Leaving it to just Pancada to 1v2.
Out in the open?
Wait.
Out in the open?
Big Molly.
Just covered by the pillar.
Wait, went too far.
Yeah, Molly landing
no
too short,
way. Molly went too far.
Not even vulnerable, but he does need help. Jog him up. What's the positioning? Shows back up and they swing from it. Perfect timing.
Actually devastating for him.
I was scared there for a moment. I thought Nature was planting on the other side of the pillar. But yeah, choosing that safe position to tuck themselves in. Jorgamo running rampant there, finding another big round to run that.
Yeah, I mean, they're still keeping the win percentage with the ISO at the moment. It's 4 out of 4 on attack, right, that we've seen.
That we have in all of America's going toe to toe. That all got ended in less than a second.
A blink of an eye.
Still massive ultimates available for EG. Still stuff that they can make work. Bit of A control, lockdown, tons of opportunities for them to get onto site fairly freely.
Bit of wind in their sails, perhaps, as well.
This is nice, though.
With these ults. Definitely can
All over towards B. Create the question mark that they're over towards here. Could have got behind it. And then just group up towards A. Their actual default's pretty nice.
At least know that nobody's pushed up over towards A now.
Use both of these very early on, though.
Yeah, I don't know whether Nature's really going to want to invest lockdown here because Kawanseen's going to have a lineup for it.
Wait, what is this?
We can see it.
Poor guy.
X-ray. There's lots of players now going to be swarming. His
How's he alive?
is the way he stays alive here. Just didn't adjust. Not with the aim.
Surely not.
There's no way. You're not getting out there, man. Pop through the window. Skipping around. There are so many players going to be seeking you out. Lockdown. Ambitious. They're all the way in there. Spawn, man. Jorgamo. He's hunting them down.
What the hell is going on?
And EG needed to make a play in that moment. 3 versus 3. Slowed them down to a crawl.
There were so many ult used at the same time.
Now it's up to Loud. Got to get a move on. Rapid pace needs to be taken. Dart.
They still have a long bomb, Spike.
You already hear it ticking, and the hand of flash is good and aware of it. Loud with all the kills in the world. Seal it up. A 9-1 for them. And I'm not letting EG get away with it.
In rounds like this, in tense situations like that retake, Loud have had the advantage by just being able to bulldoze their way through and win.
Cannot believe he went for the ult here.
Sent me. What on earth is Superman up to? But it did kind of play Jorgamo in.
Hard committal.
Yeah, Jorgamo getting 2 off the back of all of that chaos, almost making things worthwhile. What is going on out here? Bonkers Valorant. And Loud getting a great retake off. Like I said, barreling their way into backside and just trying to take fights. There's a flash peek over through Maze, but the others just swinging out through rafters and winning duels.
Deftone with the prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months,
now
man.
Forced to
Thank you so much,
like they have to take that time out. They have had a steady string of rounds, honestly, just been chaining them together aside from... Oh, excuse me, at least only just a one. It's Loud who've been stringing them together.
Yeah,
maybe good timing for the timeout, but
it kind of felt like he had a good idea of what they wanted to do, but it was mainly
these rounds are just so chaotic.
You know, the pistol and the follow-up.
Yeah,
they've been close to getting things across the line,
Gonna watch APAC?
Quite
Yeah.
been able to in this half.
Gonna sleep for like
After
4
they
hours and
got,
then watch.
I think it was 6 in a row to finish out.
Goopy Goblin, thank you so much for the Prime,
defense.
bro, as well. Thank you for the 4 months, man.
It's been quite streaky this game.
Okay, money's
One
not
team-
great.
One team gets into the groove of things, and then it takes a while for the other to figure out
okay,
what's up.
3 people. 3 people gonna
EG's
just
economy
equal
is not
this.
in a good spot, so
We've got the save
Jordan's
guns.
gonna have to try to make magic happen with the Vandal.
Wait, we're so far away from ults. Wait, the ult diff is actually
been
not
asked to step
great
up
right now for
from
EG.
his team. Numerous points now over the course of this series, and he's definitely delivered. See if he can do it now. When
They're
he
gonna
really
get an
needs it
ISO,
most.
which
The
is a
Wolves
round.
Really dodge and avoid most of that damage. In fact, spraying him through. Nature dropped down to half HP. Up top, though, that will be traded. Jorgamo with that rifle.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of that really, because you just
Yeah, he gets the
allowed
kill,
Jordan
gets the
up to
ult,
an ult.
has his ult.
Shield online.
Potential game changer. Here
Can
it
they
is.
capitalize
Let
it
rip.
at top of
Lays
sight?
it down.
Is he
Holding
gonna
for the
lose?
angle. Bit of a pre-fire up versus.
Wow.
And with
Wow.
it, just wrangles the beast that is that rifle.
It's insane that
Claim
people can
that
spray
kill.
like that.
Good job, Jorgamo had the shield.
Exactly, made all the difference in the world, but still, he oversteps himself there. Seeing if he can push the advantage even further. Pancada swats him down.
Cowanzine on the
I
flank.
thought he's gonna reset no matter what.
This is a difference maker with Superman. Off to the side here, has to be that reposition of Pancada.
Oh, they might lose a round with the
Cowanzine's
ISO.
got this. Beautiful timing. Fantastic from the initiator there.
This guy has been
Catching
an
the play with the spike in one of
absolute
the worst
monster
positions over
clutching
towards
though.
danger.
He just won by himself.
Double tap is never real.
No.
Just a bit of a fumble on the input there from Superman.
Screams of it being a bit of a
30
fake. And look at the
seconds
reposition. Kawasi making sure that he doubles up.
Okay,
Love the decision
very
making
nice,
there.
and Loud might have just completely owned it.
10 to 10.
The ult they were struggling to get around win against,
Jorgamo
they
plays
just
things
won
as
it.
well as he possibly can to let HE back into things. But the weaponry just wasn't quite there.
And now they're really far
most
away.
of the big
Got
ults
Sova
are
ult after
being
this
invested
next round.
for EG. Neutralized. So the economy gets evened out, but ult economy in favor of Loud, and I think that's going to be very difficult for EG to get through. The defending team has Thrash and Lockdown, and those are just amazing for stopping a sight from happening if you wanted to use Thrash like that, or enabling a flood defend, or even going for a set retake. There's so many ways of making it work. This utility designed to put pressure onto a player that's playing aggro.
That's a nightmare to play against.
Almost there with a punish. EG forward.
Oh, not this
Jorgamo pick
again.
up the orb again.
Yeah, please. My ears.
Please. He's running it down now. Alongside the team. He's trying to take that one fight. Dizzy up and over. Knife dropped down to the floor. Superman also dropping down to the floor.
Shot.
South Nature. He was a straggler over
Yeah,
towards A.
that's just
Does
an
pick
open
up
sight now.
twos.
They got Fish ult to
doing a good
retake,
job,
they got
actually, of
Killjoy to
giving
retake,
EG
so
opportunities
EG
in the
need to
round.
try
He's
and
opened up
fight
A again.
screens a bit heavier.
He's been able to find less in some of these spots. This time finds twos. The ultimates are still fantastic to go for
Oh,
a
with a
retake
plan,
line.
you get
I think
Sova
Sadak's
ult.
job
That's
here
a
is
nice
just to make
idea as
sure
well.
Nobody oversteps that mark and starts pushing into spawn.
Yeah, here we go. And we got the
Jorgamo is
ISO luck.
miles away, man. He really is. And few with bullets. Might make the difference here for Sadak, but now he does have the ult. Thrash going to be committed. Jorgamo, got to get a move on here. Time working against you and your team.
Does the Killjoy go out of range for the turret?
Even if
Lockdown.
just
I
get in
mean, the
position
turret
to break
won't
the
see him,
lockdown,
right?
He's got a good spot.
Wait,
Nah, he's not
he
gonna
shot
have
the
time.
turret.
So he's going to be pushed out of space and position, at least with a Hunter's Fury. That's a tap. Forced it out of range now, but the knife's going to be broken, but that's a wingman. It's going to be broken there. One last pulse there from the Hunter's Fury. Sticking now, that's Sadak committing all the way
already.
onto half. There needs to be a kill coming through at any point, and time now, and it is finally there. Half on the board, maybe a chance for Kawazine, but
Hey,
he's got too much
Derek got
to
the
account
spam
for.
there
Too much
from
to
the
deal
radar.
with. And it's EG.
Hey, that was impressive.
Up to
I'm
11.
pretty sure Jorgamo's taking a jaw and he sees
It's
him
been
from
back and
radar.
forth, back and forth.
Either that or he sees like his
Elements
gun
of
through the
streakiness
window
and
on the
Icebox
left.
itself, don't get me wrong, but finally EG
Great round from Derek.
at least getting
This was
around some
it was
other-
a nice idea from EG as well. Like when they took all the side to get the orb and plant
It
for
was
ult.
like one burst of the Hunter's Fury, right? And then
Yeah, it feels like in that kind of spot.
drop down.
When the Hunter's Fury isn't used to break the lockdown,
Oh, we didn't see
you
a second
kind of
kill?
want to bait that out. And then the idea is that you commit Wingman as like the second wave so that it's on the spike as you can press forward. But, you know, small details being
Sadak's
missed.
Sadak's going for his ult
It's
again.
neither here nor there. EG up
Probably
to 11
doable.
Loud. I've just got to focus on the
Wonder
next
if
round.
EG
Try to put something together. That was
start
their
doing their
opportunity to set the advantage with the ultimates.
anti-orb of the
Squandered.
molly and, sorry, of the shock and the double damage.
fight happening over towards B, but it's Nature versus 2Es again on the A side that could open things up. That's how the previous round went.
This one's
so
pretty
well
big.
Evil Geniuses.
Vulnerable in the shock tart.
2 people with their money wrecked.
No damage done. All the emphasis placed. Oh, they all just spotting it. She gives away the position. Not that's going to be mattering too much with EG still.
Over there.
Semi-committed over towards B.
I feel like we've seen very few Flash Dizzy combo reclears into areas from Loud. Their composition does allow it, despite the fact they don't have a duelist.
Yeah.
If Sadak wanted to get aggressive off the back of the Dizzy and a Flash, you know, he could. Pancada picks the time in 30 seconds.
It's an unbelievable. They're going to have to try spam this.
Damage is going to be ripping him to shreds surely, but they can't quite get these players out of position. In for mid,
Oh, Derek did good. Yeah, they managed to get either side of it to spam all the way through.
They worked their way.
2 chances.
Up to 12.
Derek's about to get another ult.
And a final stepping stone as order stands between them and stealing away this series.
2 chances.
The history between these orgs is so
yeah,
back
it's going to have to be a good timeout.
We've seen them clash in some iconic matches in the past. Last year, we got treated to 13-0s, upset wins, revenge matches too.
Kills happen so quickly. Yeah, thank God for the replays at the moment.
What a treat it's been.
The depth of ideas is so nice, but I really thought Louder got the better end of that one. Superman has had some fantastic.
Yeah, he's had a really good best of 3. Yeah.
Map 1 and map 3.
Oh yeah.
But I think, you know, a bit of an unsung hero, Derek, who hasn't had as much to say, except here on Icebox, and he's finding really good timings to back people up. I think that the spacing has been the thing that's impressed me the most. He's so tight behind the people taking duels. Even if Jorgamo doesn't get value out of his fight, Derek's right there to be able to trade somebody out or holding an angle to punish a Loud player who's getting a bit too aggro. And that, I think, is where you get the best out of a supportive player like Derek.
He's been on point with the trades.
He has. And I think that's put a lot of pressure on this Loud squad. 2 chances for EG to close out. And Derek 1 away from ult.
Yeah, and he literally used his ult here.
Yeah, it was almost, what, two rounds ago?
Yeah, not too sure.
Yeah, this one.
Turns it back though, up to 12. And like we've been saying, 1 more round will do it. It's Loud. Left to simmer in the timeout of their own choosing. Maybe they can make something of the round. Still stand a chance.
Sadak still going for the orb every single time over towards A.
Jump spot of Jorgamo. Too much revealed. Pre-fire onto the corner of the drone, even with that tag on Pancada, will be pushing him out of the picture. And a re-clear's called by Loud. They are heavily committed. Lots of players.
The EG is so ready for this, though.
Anti-flash played. Variety of players. EG are ready for it, but still Loud. They persevere. TP on top of the box. 2 years.
Wow.
There's Jorgamo. Left reeling, not expecting that type of angle.
I mean, they actually literally just held the default over towards spawns, waited for the push, and shout out to Loud. They dueled at the same time with the swings, and they just hit shots.
Takes one to the temple. Loud staying alive in the series.
Dude, that's not even me jinxing. I said they were ready for it, and they were ready for it. Look at these deaths. Telling me these guys aren't ready for it. They just lost their duels.
But as they swung in to punish the mid push, Loud hit their shots better.
Yeah.
Already posted on the angle.
Yeah, even Sideshow's got my back.
Ended up backfiring there, EG. But they've still got another opportunity to close out Icebox. That angle that Les is holding is so good. We've seen plenty of other Killjoys running that spot. Good for punishing aggressive lurks onto the site. And Nature has been trying to open the spot up for his team.
No way he gets it. Whoa. I was going to say, no way that he gets away with taking his orb 3 rounds in a row to get this, by the way. I was about to flame a little bit, but at least got the first kill. 2 people in the open. Oh my god, 2v5. They got Fischl, but only 1 person who can capitalize on it.
It's EG, you can taste
Ape off 2 HP. Nature hit such an important duel at the beginning.
Such an important series. Both of these teams, 2 and 3, as we've been mentioning.
Oh my god, it's massive.
It's more and more likely. Evil Geniuses A match to win, hard-earned all the way. Unless faced with an impossible position.
Hey, nicely done from EG. Dude, what a day. What a day.
Victory with some fantastic ideas, amazing individual performances.
Yeah, ISO. The Jorgamo, ISO, Neon,
the
ISO.
inexperience that has previously stopped them from closing out matches that cost all of that effort. Their good ideas and big plays did not go to waste here. They punished Loud for making the small errors, found their gaps, found their moments, and capitalized beautifully. That's now 3-3 between the orgs as well. It's so even between these storied rosters. Or storied teams and organizations, I should say.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to come down to the last week, which is going to be so sick as well. My Stanford interview? Nah, dude, I need to get some sleep. Who's a streamer that's going to stay around for the interview? Like a Sean, maybe?
There's still, for teams in this group, there's still quite a few matches left to play. The record, it's not excellent at 3-3, but it's certainly better than Loud's at 2-4, and still,
exactly,
you know, plenty of other opportunities as they look to play against.
Yeah, I was getting tired towards the end.
Other teams in this group.
Other teams that, listen, you can
Sean,
see potential chances here for EG.
Okay, chat, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, for sure. I think
and
these are the
we
two teams
will.
that are kind of,
what is the time on this? 4 hours? 4 5 hours? 5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, maybe alongside Furia, to be honest. After
So, yeah, I'll see you all in a little bit. I'll see you all in a little bit. If you want to watch APAC Pacific, I'll be live. If not, I am here for Americas also.
I mean, sneaky good. I don't know about sleepy.
Sleepy, I mean, listen.
They were sleepy last stage.
Right, say hi to Sean for me as well. Take it easy. Thank you so much, everyone. Peace.
Hard fought win, I think. This Loud team, they
Jorgamo,
came to
fast
play.
kills,
Listen, it got silly at times, don't get me wrong,
21 to 3
I gotta
fast
say, both
kills.
of these teams
Wait,
stepped
that
up
is
massively, and they've taken the break and used it well. I think
dude, I need to see his neon again.
I would call the MVP of this match.
I actually need to see his
I know that
neon
Jorgamo
again.
didn't
Alright,
really
peace everyone.
dominate on this map to the same degree, but it just, he was there consistently the whole way through. And I've utterly fallen in love
YouTube
with
chat,
Neon.
thank you so much as well.
I want him on Neon.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
On some of these big maps that can afford to do that.
Nah, me too, man. I mean, it is beautiful to see. Anyway, let's send it down to Smix, who's down on the stage, standing by with Derek for the Verizon post.